What's going on, everybody? We have made it to draft night. I am Josh McCarty. Below me, down here, is Luka. Don't get used to it. We're going to change a little bit as the night goes on. And then over here is my Quick Hits co-host, Stokes. And we are with you not just for pre-draft. We are with you all night long until the Bills pick at 27 and the first round is done. And we are planning on having ourselves an NFL draft watch along. We are going to react to everything that happens in the NFL world tonight. We expect some news maybe involving DeAndre Hopkins to hit, and we would love if you hang out with us and react as it all happens. Start with you, Stokes. How are you feeling on this draft evening?
Nervous. I hear so many different things about DeAndre Hopkins that I'm just hoping that he'll end up on the Bills, but you hear so many different things, and just in a general sense, I'm just nervous and not having a clear idea of where the Bills are going to go with their first round pick. It's just I'm just nervous.
Let me get something out of the way quickly for everybody that's hanging out with us in chat. Okay, we are draft nerds just like the rest of you. If you're watching this show, we respect the fact that you love the draft too. We are not going to spoil picks for you tonight. You are safe to have us on. We will not give you the pick until it has made its way to TV. That's not to say we won't know the pick, that we can't commit to that. We have to kind of stay ahead with our graphic. But our commitment to you is we will not be playing spoiler on this show. So we hope you guys feel safe to hang out. Let us know how you're feeling. The chat gets a little crowded at times, so Super Chat gets a little bit priority. It's highlighted, but we'd love to hear from you guys. And Mr. Luka, how are you doing tonight on draft night?
I'm pumped. I'm dressed to the nines. Well, to the eights. I don't have a tie on. I'm not a tie guy, just, to let everyone know here. I got too big of a neck, too big of a head. But I'm excited.
Such a big neck, guys. Okay. We get it, buddy. You work out.
No, yeah. So very, very excited. Had to dress up. I saw a tweet earlier that said draft night is the 4th of July and the Super Bowl is Christmas. It's pretty spot on. I don't dress like this for, the 4th of July. I'm normally in bathing suit and t-shirt, but regardless, I'm very, very excited. I'm ready for chaos. I put out a tweet earlier. I embrace chaos. I'm going to be doing a lot behind the scenes. If I look like I'm not looking at Josh or Stokes here, ooh, wrong way, that guy over there, or anyone else, I am paying attention. It's just I got a lot on my plate. I'm the guy behind the scenes. I'm the man behind the curtain. I'm going to be editing our graphics, everything like that. But I am ready for it. I want to see trades. I want to see picks. And I want to see the Bills do something electric while we are live. Very, very, very excited for tonight.
All right. Well, we have some special guests lined up to come hang out tonight. We have Kristen Kimmick from the Built-in Buffalo Babes going to be joining us here very shortly. We have a couple folks from Built-in Buffalo. I said Built-in Buffalo Babes. I'm already, Luka. I am just on tilt with this Hopkins stuff. I need to focus with the Bills Mafia Babes. From Built-in Buffalo, we have Lance Nelson from the Buffalo Blitz. His co-host, Peter Dibiasi, will be joining us later tonight. And then Joe DeRosa from Cover1 will be joining us. And then T. Estelle from Tea Time with Robin and Not Your Average Podcast, also on Built-in Buffalo. But we have a guest ready to join us right now, Luka. So you're going to be doing some changing of the guard here on our format. Kristen Kimmick is joining us tonight. Thanks so much for hopping on with us.
Yeah, totally. I'm excited about this draft tonight, so I'm glad to be able to get on and talk about it a little bit.
Oh, we are just grateful that you hopped on. We know you're busy with work. We know you have some plans tonight. We will not keep you too long into your evening, but let's just start there. This is an exciting night. It's a little bit different life us Bills fans are living these days. We are not chasing the quarterback. We have the quarterback. We are not chasing the savior. Our team is already pretty good. There is a chance we could go get DeAndre Hopkins. But Kristen, what is the one missing piece that you think this team really needs? Not maybe a specific prospect or a player, but is there one weakness you would like to see them address this weekend?
I actually have a list.
Oh, bring it. Love it.
Preferably, I really do want to see them trade down and get more picks. I mean, it would be cool to see D-Hop, but if we do that, obviously we got to trade down, and then I'd want them to go after like O-line, like a guard, get a linebacker. We need a linebacker to kind of replace Tremaine. We need O-line to protect Josh. Obviously D-Hop one, but always trade down. Trade down would probably be my number 2. Then get the linebacker, then get O-line. And if Zay Flowers is still out there, get him too.
Oh yeah. My partner Luka is like the biggest Zay Flowers fan in the world. Stokes, the D-Hop thing.
You get it, Luka.
I do.
Luka's
I
the
do.
man. The D-Hop thing, how realistic at this point does it feel? I feel like I've been riding the roller coaster where yesterday it felt like, hey, it's pretty good. And then today it sounded like, oh, maybe he's going to Baltimore. And then Shaq Lawson posts a photo of himself with D-Hop, and then you're feeling good again. And then the Ravens sign Lamar Jackson to an extension, which actually clears cap to make way for D-Hop. Where are you at right now in your D-Hop confidence level?
I feel it's very similarly in the roller coaster feel, because we have all the players are like, hey, we want DeAndre Hopkins. He wants to be in Buffalo. And then everything we're hearing as far as like front office types of things, it's Hopkins connected to whether it's the Titans or the Chiefs or the Ravens or whoever. And it just doesn't seem like there's enough talk of him coming to the Bills aside from the players saying that he wants to be there. And that's where it's very difficult to lean on anything.
Kristen, my issue with the Bills last year was if for whatever reason something happened to Stephon Diggs, I felt like they really lacked anybody that could fill in outside. And we were even talking about Jake Kumaro having to go in when Gabe Davis got hurt on the outside. Is that the main appeal to you with the DeAndre Hopkins move? Or is it just simply, we saw the Bills play the Bengals in the playoffs. They had T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, and we just want to level the playing field?
You know, the way that I see it with the wide receiver space is that we do have a little bit of depth there. I'm not super worried about it. There's other things that I'm more worried about than that position. So, like I said, like D-Hop would be, let's be honest, that would be insanity, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, getting the guy that completely screwed us in Arizona with the triple pick pitch, you know, how fun would that be to bring him in and, you know, do it on our side now, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But no, I mean, like, I think that would just be kind of like sticker shock. And frankly, Von Miller's got to quit hyping us up, man. Like, this with OBJ and now with D-Hop. If this man doesn't pull through on this one, I am never listening to another "he's coming here" from Von Miller ever again, you know?
Well, Luka, those who listen to the podcast know your favorite team obviously is the Bills, but you have a soft spot in your heart for the Cardinals. So you have tracked D-Hop for the last few years. What kind of player are the Bills getting in DeAndre Hopkins at this point, if they do get him? We all know he had the suspension last year. He's battled injuries recently, but during the majority of his career, he's been a pretty healthy guy. What level of player do you think they're getting?
When DeAndre Hopkins is on the field, he is elite among the elite. We had an off-air conversation earlier today where you brought up a point. It's like, oh, it would be an amazing world because essentially, even if wide receiver 3 overall in the league went down being Diggs, then it's like, at least you have this wide receiver 8, as you said. And my reply was wide receiver 3 goes down and wide receiver 3 is there to step up, because they're different players. And I think Diggs kind of has a little bit more of a deep threat high end to him. But that doesn't mean DeAndre Hopkins doesn't have any of that in his bag. And then he has other things that even Diggs probably could even get better at himself when it comes to just attacking the ball at the high point. He just has DeAndre Hopkins, for one, as we know from the Hail Murray, the largest hands on this earth. It seems like he will snag any ball possible, even in traffic. It's just unbelievable what he can do. And even though he doesn't have that high end speed and stuff, separation he can create in route running, everything that he has, he is just absolutely out of this world, unbelievable as being a wide receiver in this league. He was honestly in Arizona, as you said, soft spot in my fandom heart. Underutilized. I will be polite in saying that. How Cliff knew or didn't know how to use that talent and have him run a collective 4 routes in his entire route tree was kind of frustrating at times. But overall, if the Bills can pull the trigger and get something figured out, bringing in D-Hop, it just lines up everything so beautifully for this team and this roster, especially in that wide receiver room, that it's going to leave us drooling at the mouth for months until the league year comes around and we're actually in the regular season.
Kristen, you mentioned some other needs on your list, and one of them was linebacker. How worried are you right now about replacing Tremaine Edmunds?
I think I am a little bit worried, you know, because obviously anybody that we bring in as a rookie isn't going to get on that field and know everything in the first season, right? So, like, we're already kind of scraping to get for that position. I actually wish that we would have pulled something in that in, like, free agency, gotten a veteran out there, but, you know, we need it. You know, we need it. Like, we were getting run through a little bit, like, last season on that, and, you know, Tremaine, I was kind of wishy-washy on Tremaine. Like, I didn't think he was the best. I also didn't hate him. I wasn't super sad to see him go, but, you know, I think that that's definitely a gap now that we absolutely need to fill, because the last thing, we can't let more points, defense wins games, right? So
Yeah.
we can't allow these other teams to get more points. We know that Josh can throw the ball to the moon. We know that he's, Superman, but there's only so much he can do, and he's not on the field when the other team is rushing down it. So I think it is, I'm a big defense person, and we need to make sure that that's, kind of a priority.
Piggybacking off that, Stokes, we've seen the Packers in recent years, also a team with an elite quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. They've prioritized on loading up on defense, maybe almost to a point of annoying Aaron Rodgers, where it's like, we're going to take advantage of the fact that we have a great quarterback. We're probably going to get points regardless of who's in the huddle with him. Let's just keep drafting defense and investing in defense. I don't want to say that's what the Bills have done, because they did obviously trade for Stephon Diggs. They have big money invested in Deion Dawkins and Mitch Morse, and they've gone out and signed guys like Emmanuel Sanders to fill in, and they paid big money for Dawson Knox. But what's the balance in your mind, Stokes, between let's weaponize Josh Allen, let's get as many solid players around him as possible, versus hey, our offense might be pretty good if we cut some corners here, and let's just load up on defense?
It's always that annoying and frustrating give and take. It's like you have the window with this player, now we have to attack the window, and you feel like you're doing him a disservice if you don't continue to provide him weapons. And when you already have weapons in house, it's easy to just continue to put it on the back burner, despite the fact that at any one time one of those weapons could be disassembled, and you have to try to beat teams a different way. So I feel like you can't have enough as far as offense goes. There wouldn't or shouldn't be a situation where it's like, well, there's too many guys here and Josh doesn't know how to use them all. And when you look at this past Super Bowl, the Eagles had a great defense, and still the Chiefs torched them up and down the field. I know they were down, but they still won with offense. And I don't think that's a bad way to go about it.
We are about 18 minutes away from the NFL draft starting. Kristen, we have not had a chance to talk pre-show. Anytime you got to go to get to your plans, you will not hurt our feelings. We are happy to have you as long as you want to hang out, but you will not hurt our feelings.
We're not till pick 27. I got a little bit of time still.
You got a little, excellent. That's what we like to hear. Okay, I want to talk a little bit. We have plenty of time to get into this draft. We are going to be here all night. But I mean, Kristen has such a unique story. If I understand correctly, you attended every game last year, right?
I did. I gotta tell you, it was that was something that was on my bucket list for since I was like 18 and really first learned and understood Pinto Ron, and how he, early. I think at that point he was in like the late 200s with the games that he was at. And at that point I was like, I want to do this someday. Like, not every single season like he does. I can't. After this one, there's no way. I was exhausted come, January, February. But it was something I really wanted to do for a long time. So I saved up for a couple of years and just kind of banked it so that I could leave my job and kind of sustain myself through March and also pay to go to all the games. So it was honestly like the experience of a lifetime, like seeing all those. We had some wrenches thrown in there, like some things that I didn't know if it was going to happen or not. Obviously, going to Detroit twice in 1 week was a tough one, especially when you had to get out of like 7 feet of snow. But it was incredible. It was such a good time, and there was just so many. It was cool to see a lot of the stadiums that I hadn't seen yet. Especially Ford Field. Ford Field was super cool.
So that's cool. That's interesting that you bring up Ford Field, because that's the one game I attended this year. My wife surprised me with Thanksgiving tickets, which, I mean, as parents out there, a fellow parent to me, like, getting away from your kids is a gift in itself, but then getting to be with Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs on Thanksgiving instead of being with extended family, like, I owe her for the rest of my life. Kristen, I had never been to Detroit before. And I went in there with low expectations. You hear things about how it's one of the most dangerous cities to live in. I'm from the St. Louis area. If you don't know my story, Luka's from Buffalo. Stokes is actually from Indiana, just to kind of introduce ourselves. But I always had this idea that Detroit would kind of be a rundown city, and it could not have been any nicer to be in. I know it was Thanksgiving, so they had the parade going on, but it reminded me a lot of Seattle, where the downtown just had a feel to it. It was a vibe. You didn't feel unsafe whatsoever. There was a community aspect to it. I love the sports setup where it's like the Pistons buildings right here, the Red Wings buildings right here, and then walking over to the Lions building. So was that one of your favorite cities on your road trip this year?
You know, that was like the surprise city for me, because I felt the exact same way that you did. Like, I went in there expecting it to be like the entire thing was going to be like 8 Mile, you know, like same thing. I was going to be scared walking down the street in downtown. I was not looking forward to that one. And like you said, I was so surprised. Like, they have done so much work to that city in the last few years that it's like unrecognizable. So yeah, I totally agree with you there. That one was awesome.
And then, so you got to interact with a lot of fans, and obviously that would include like Miami fans who we all saw the incident with the guy that ran into Chef, but I know he since apologized for that. Was there any fan base that stood out to you as the most welcoming or the most enjoyable experience?
I mean, I've been to Kansas City a bunch of times. I would say Kansas City. They always are. Like, you know, before the game, after the game. Before the game, you've got people walking into you on the street being like, hey, do you guys need anything? Like, it's crazy, to be honest. And then after the game, every time that we're walking out of that, whether we win or lose, you know, it's either we're telling them to go get Tom Brady next, or they're telling us like, good luck on your next run. We'll see you guys again soon. Like, you know, 13 seconds. I was in that one. That was heartbreaking. You know, obviously, like we all feel that one deep, but I'll never forget that. Like, after that, I think I was just kind of in shock. Like, I don't even really remember like the stadium clearing out. I just kind of sat there, you know, trying to process what had just happened. And I'll never forget, there was like an older Chiefs fan, probably like 65-ish, that literally came down and sat down next to me and just kind of put his arm around me. And he's like, that was an incredible game. Like, you guys are going to come back. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys take us out next time and stuff like that. So Kansas City has always been something that's really special. And I just think that their fan base is probably the most similar to ours. You know, we've got kind of similar stories and stuff like that. So they're always great.
I agree. I've been there multiple times because it's only 4 hours from where I live. So I went back there. I saw Drew Bledsoe play there against Trent Green back in 2002. That's how old I am. And the Bills lost a heartbreak. Bledsoe threw an interception late. I'm still not over it, guys. But I saw Trent Edwards put up 55 points one day. That was crazy. They were in the middle of this long losing streak in 08, and they randomly go to Arrowhead and put up like 55 points. And yeah, that didn't make any sense, but I'm glad they saved it for the game I went to. You know, that game, the 13 seconds game, was such a launching point for last season. And in so many ways, last season just felt like the season of destiny for the Bills. They signed Von Miller. They had the heartbreak of all heartbreaks to end their season before. They couldn't look any stronger coming out of the gates, just blowing the doors off of the Super Bowl champs and then doubling down and outclassing the Titans every which way on Monday night. And then Luka, it was like storybook. The Bills are going to win the Super Bowl. But as you remind me all the time, unfortunately, this is not fiction. There is no storybook. These are human beings. And as we saw, the Bills just picked the worst game to have their worst game. Yeah.
I mean, look, I want to live in a fairy tale world too. I want to live where everything happens exactly what you need it to be. And I mean, Rams game, game in Kansas City, all of these things, like it was like the season early on was progressing in a way it needed to. And then it's fascinating to me. So I kind of thought about this in a little bit of reflection. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but you want
to talk about 13 seconds?
No,
that sounds like a great topic.
13 seconds, because I'm going after that to begin with here. I'm just talking about last season, but all preseason, Josh, I threw a lot of money on it. I was so confident going to that Rams game. I was like, this is what we're going to do. And I think I was off by 1 point collectively between the two teams, if I remember correctly, and predicting the exact score. Like it was like everything that needed to happen happened. And then after the bye week, everything that couldn't happen started to happen and everything unraveled itself. And you got to the peak of what it comes to the storybook, and it seemed like everything was progressing what it was. Bye week comes where you kind of are just like, is this really going to happen? And it just unraveled like I don't even have a comparison for it. It was just a slow death. It seemed like almost, where questions just kept rising and rising and things kept happening. It's just a crazy season. And like Kristen being at every single game, I can't even imagine experiencing every game as it's breaking down throughout the season, where even you're leaving wins on the road and stuff for the most part. And you're like, man, that just wasn't that impressive, or it just seems a little off. And you couldn't be too excited because something just wasn't there. And then, of course, it all accumulated with the very unfortunate events in Cincinnati, week 17, Monday Night Football. And it's just at that point in time, I mean, it was emotional overload of a season. And just after that point, I can't, it is what it is. We saw what happened. And as you said, it was finished with the worst performance by far in the divisional round. And it's a new year. I said it, a week after that game, that Cincinnati playoff game, I'm going to have a very neutral expectation on the season. I'm going to not hype up anything. I'm not going to buy into anything. I'm not going to just,
you're such a phony. They are going to trade for DeAndre Hopkins tonight, and you are just going to blow your bankroll.
I'm going to be hyped up. I'm going to be all red. I'm going to be jumping around over here with my dog.
You're going to be at every game with Kristen, jumping through tables. She's going to have to reel you in.
No, I think my table jumping days are over, Josh. Spoiler alert.
Old, yeah.
I got old. My back hurt after the last one, that Packers game. I was like, yeah, this is too much. But yeah.
All right, let's spin it forward. We got 10 minutes before this draft kicks off. Guys, guys and girls, I apologize. Let's go around the room just real quick. Is it a fail if the Bills don't land either a first round wide receiver or DeAndre Hopkins? I know there's some depth in this class, but there's a large portion of the fan base that really feels like it's wide receiver or bust, whether it's the fact that they've invested so many draft picks, really every first round pick since drafting Josh Allen on defense. And they've only really drafted day 3 wide receivers in Gabriel Davis, Isaiah Hodgins, Khalil Shakir. Is it a fail if the Bills don't go heavy at wide receiver? Stokes, you haven't talked for a little bit. We'll go to you first.
I don't think it's a failure. I just think we will be in a situation where, we don't really understand the plan. But I mean, maybe it's not for us to understand. Maybe the thought is that they have a lot of faith in whether it's Hardy or Shakir, that they feel that they're going to take the necessary steps to make the offense even more potent. But I'd be sad if there isn't another offensive weapon added in these early rounds. But I mean, what can you do?
Kristen, you mentioned offensive line, and I think that's another popular position among the fans. They really just want to see something given to the offensive side. So in your mind, if the Bills really here steer defense early on, whether it's because the best player on the board is a defensive player, or we have a need at linebacker, or we don't have enough defensive tackles under contract after this year, would you be disappointed in that? Or with you already letting us know that like your heart is on the defensive side of the ball, would you have a pretty easy time getting over that?
Yeah, I'd be all right with that. I would prefer, like, if we do pull somebody in the first round, again, I'm probably going to get a lot of hate for this. I'm not worried about D-Hop. I'm not worried about pulling a wide receiver. If it shakes out and it works and it's not going to destroy our cap space, do it. But I'm not going to sweat it if we don't do that. Like I said, I think we still have enough depth there that I really think linebacker is where we need to go. Like we
Luka,
got some of these other games last season, and I don't want to see that happen again.
Did I lose? I think I unplugged my mic accidentally. Am I back
Yeah.
on?
Yeah, you did. I mean, you're on your PC mic right now here, Josh.
Just if you can hear me, just keep talking because I can't hear you.
Yeah. I mean, I'll wrap up your point here. You're going around talking about, look, to answer your first question, like, to me, I understand the need when it comes to linebacker, and I fully understand that is a concern going into the year, but I think there's enough talent around it where McDermott and the staff should be able to kind of disguise it and kind of build a defensive scheme that can work best when it comes to just highlighting they're good enough at their job that they should be able to highlight even a Tyrell Dodson in there and just let them do what they're good at and disguise what they're bad at, if that's what they're going to come down to. Because I think reaching for a linebacker necessarily tonight just to fill a hole is not the way to do it. If they could have gotten someone in free agency like a Levante David, if they ended up doing something like that, it would have been incredible. But now that we're sitting here and that's just not possible, me personally, I fully, again, one last time, understand though, if people are really thinking that that's a big need, I fully accept that. To me, day one and then early day two, if you are not taking some sort of weapon to kind of juice up this offense in a different way, I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little frustrated with everything. I just think it seems like they're just going to try to run it back with what they have. And to me, that's just not what I think we need to do. I think they need to just add a different dynamic. Now they've gone out and signed Sherfield, who I feel is just a improvement to the special teamer / wide receiver. He's got juice to his game. I think Deontay Hardy is a lot of fun, and I think he will add a dynamic part to this offense. But overall, they really, really do just need something completely different when it comes to a weapon. And whether that's, and I'm not even talking with their first round pick, but early day 2, depending on how the first round breaks down, like getting a Jalen Hyatt, getting a Josh Downs, getting someone else that can really just kind of there's no one that can do Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs' job. I think Khalil Shakir is very good. I think Gabe Davis is very good. Diggs is Diggs, of course. And Diggs is the one anomaly in this whole conversation. He can do everything. But overall, they just need a different thing in there. And that's just what makes the draft and what you see out there exciting, because there are dynamic guys. Our favorite person, Kristen, Zay, like he is an electric factory with the ball in his hand. And I just don't think the Bills, now they have Deontay Hardy, that potentially could be it right there. But overall, I mean, he's an unknown, and I feel like I'd be more confident with Zay in this offense than him. So that's just where I'm at with this and everything like that. And I just Josh, perfect timing. I just finished my point here. But overall, I think it would be a bit of a failure, but also at the same time, I think it's a strong word to call it a failure at the same time, because there are other needs. I think there's other things that need to be done overall with this team. So it's kind of a gray answer more than a black and white, question and answer when it comes to, if they don't get a weapon, is this a pass fail situation? I don't think it's pass fail.
I think I'm back.
Nah, you're still on your piece. Just roll with it for now. We can hear you. It's just really quiet.
Oh, it's really quiet. I can fix it. I think I can fix it. I think I unplugged something. 1 second here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. I'll be able to fix this in 1 second. I
Yeah,
should probably
yeah.
stop talking because it sounds awful.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I was on my AirPods the other week. We got to all live and learn and stuff like that. And then, I mean, as it is now, you just made me the host, which, look, I'm the man behind the curtain here. I'm not the host of our show. Come on now. Don't do that to me. Draft's about to start, though, while Josh is doing all that stuff. We got about 3 minutes here. We do have Lance in the green room at some point in time. We will, introduce everyone to him. I should be familiar if you're familiar with Built in Buffalo, of course. But Kristen, it's been fantastic. Is there anything you want to say right now, right before the draft starts? Anything you want to get, let everyone know, everything like that when it comes to the draft and the season coming up and all of that?
Go Bills. We're going to go to the Super Bowl this year. Like, with or without D-Hop, we're going to the Super Bowl this year. So, like, this is just the next step,
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm with you. I think, look, the Bills, you can criticize the roster all you want. You can say all the things you want to say. Overall, they're a top-tier roster in this league. Everyone has holes. Everyone has deficiencies. It's just who can manage them the best, who can manage injuries and have the luck of not having as many injuries to deal with. And you're spot on. I mean, I think they are one of the better equipped teams in this league to get around a lot of those things. And last season kind of showed it, even though it ended so horribly, that when they're stacked up against it, they can still get results when they need to, and so on and so forth. You just need to make sure your worst game isn't that, divisional round playoff game. But
I mean, this year, like, we're getting Micah Hyde back. We're hopefully getting Jordan Poyer, who's not going to have whatever broken ribs and broken elbows. Hopefully Josh is rehabbed enough. Maybe we'll see Von Miller by November. Like, let's go. Like, half of it is that our team was so unhealthy last season. I feel like there was maybe 5 guys during the whole season that didn't go out with an injury at some point, right? So maybe it's an exaggeration, maybe 10 of them,
Yeah.
Like, get healthy. Let's go. Like, I mean, let's get some decent pulls in this draft and coach them up for the next few years. And I think we're going to have a dynasty coming up. So.
Oh, there you go.
Luka, is my mic fixed?
Hey,
Yes.
Hey,
Yes. I know what I'm doing after I clearly don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so there was a trade. Did you guys get into that? The Eagles and Cardinals?
No, I'll let you do that real quick.
Okay, so
I'm actually going to hop out really quick. Do me a favor. Tell Lance I said hi. I'm pretty sure that I just met him on.
Oh, bring up Lance.
I was about to say, I'll just bring him in. You can say hi.
Hi, I did meet you.
Lance, you're muted right now, buddy. There you go. Nope,
No.
You're still muted.
Well, while he figures that out, Kristen, we
Yep,
can't thank you
gotta hit
enough
a
for
button.
joining us on short notice. We would love to link up with you again, maybe as we get closer to the season, get your thought on the season with the Bills. And again, we're happy you hopped on. Thanks for everything you do with the Bills Mafia Babes, not the Built-in Buffalo Babes. I don't know why I said
I
that.
laughed really hard when you said that. I was like, oh, we're just getting brought right into the network.
Starting a new
Yeah,
chapter,
come on.
baby.
Hey, I didn't even talk. I didn't even run that by Dave. I'm like, hey, Dave, we have the Built-in Buffalo Babes now as part of our network. So he'd be okay with it, I think. But you have a good evening, and go Bills. Hopefully that they find something either on the defensive side of the ball that you're happy with, or maybe somebody to block for Josh Allen.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again so much, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a great one.
Mr. Lance, how you doing tonight?
Oh, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for bringing me in. Appreciate the chance to join you.
So we had a super chat. Did you guys happen to see that too? I know
Yeah,
there was a lot
I
going.
already gave Sham a shout out.
Oh,
Sham
is the man.
Yeah, our boy Sham. Yeah, I already took care of it, Josh. Roll right out.
Okay, so we mentioned the Eagles news. It's minor. We see Eagles Cardinals trade. You're like, oh my god, no! It's a couple mid round picks that was for a tampering issue that nobody knew existed.
Lance needs to know.
I don't even really want to get into it too much. It looks like there's a 5th round pick for let's see. The Cardinals are trading the 66th overall pick in the draft to the Eagles for the 94th pick and a 5th round pick. Have fun, people. It's part of a tampering investigation settlement. This is not about the 3rd and the 10th pick or whatever. So unfortunately, that did not work out too well. All right, guys. The draft here is kicking off now. I mean, the Texans are pretty much on the clock. And Luka, so once the clock is rolling, Luka and I are going to compare notes. We're going to see how far ahead the actual DirecTV stream is or how far ahead the DirecTV live is from my stream. I'm guessing it's like a minute or two. Probably. Lance, we appreciate you being flexible. We ran a little longer than we thought with Kristen, so we're just going to have you hang out with us just for the early part of the draft here. Where are you at, Lance, with this wide receiver or bust mentality? This Luka and Stokes obviously gave their thoughts. I didn't get to hear all of it because I was trying to figure out why my stuff wasn't working. But where are you at right now with wide receiver or bust?
Yeah, I mean, I just posted my final mock draft yesterday with Zay Flowers being the pick, and now with all the talk around, you don't know he's going to be there. But I think it's a necessity. We talk about how many people we have on the roster past this season, and the D tackle and wide receiver rooms are the 2 rooms I would say are needing some talent, influx in there. I know we've got Diggs and Shakir, and maybe is it Hardy that was signed to a 2-year? One of the Sherfield or Hardy was signed to a 2-year, and the other guy was So it's like past that, for the future, we're going to need to get someone young in here. But then also, good point, I think by you, Josh, where if Diggs goes down, who else do we have on the outside to kind of go with it? We have Shakir, who can play the outside as well, but it's just an unknown, really is. I think I would like a 1st-round wide receiver, but I have to be a little bit selfish and hope the Bills trade back into round 2 so that I can get all the picks for myself tomorrow.
Hey,
night,
whoa,
Lance. I told
Take
Peter,
it easy, buddy.
we're gonna have Josh and Luka come on to announce the first pick for the Bills, because I feel bad if you guys, wait all this time. It's 11:30 at night, and oh wait, there's a trade. So if you guys are feeling froggy tomorrow, and that's what ends up happening, you're certainly welcome, obviously, to hop on anytime. So
that's very nice of you. I can promise you that if after doing 5 hours of streaming tonight, if I tell my wife, hey, I'm hopping back on Friday, my wife might quickly be my ex-wife. She's taking one for the team tonight, and I appreciate her for that. Stokes, let's talk about the actual specific wide receiver need, because we obviously all agree they could use another body in the room. Bruce exclusive from Buffalo Rumblings put out a great episode today. I'm not going to do too much of spoiling it, but I thought he brought up some good points. Is there a type for what you envision being the perfect fit for a wide receiver? Obviously, DeAndre Hopkins is a one size fits all. He can fit any system. He's just fine. But beyond that, when you start looking at this draft, there's bigger guys like Quentin Johnson's and Cedric Tillman, or there's smaller, shiftier guys like Josh Downs or Zay Flowers, or there's a deep threat like Jalen Hyatt. Is there a specific type that you think would best fit what the Bills have going on right now?
I think a guy that I feel best fits would be a guy like Jalen Hyatt or Quentin Johnson. I think that the guys that can take the top off of defense are the ones that can open up the offense a little bit more, because we have those guys that we feel like if we're in a pinch, we can get them the ball and move the chains. But it isn't as great a weapon as the deep ball throw, where these guys command 1.5 guys or 2 people over top, or one person on and one person over top. And I think that Diggs is a guy that he can do everything. And Gabe, he has shown the ability that he can get behind defenses despite not looking faster than everyone else. But I think a guy like Johnston or Jalen Hyde, those guys with those intangible skills, I feel like that would suit the offense best. But at the same time, you give me a guy that's a great slot receiver, and the offense always looked its best when we had a great slot receiver like Beasley, who could be the nice counter punch if they want to try and double cover Diggs.
So Sham asked a question about quarterbacks. We'll get to it in a second, but Luka, I want to piggyback off of that point because Stokes said the deep threat. I get it. I love Jalen Hyatt, but I really do feel like this offense missed that underneath reliable chain mover. We saw so much in 2020 when the Bills offense hit chaos and they needed to have a mental reset. It was just find Cole Beasley for 10 yards, get a first down, and let's figure it out on the next play. And they just did not have that last year, to the point where they actually went out and tried to find what was left of Cole Beasley and bring him in. And that's where I start thinking about Zay Flowers or Josh Downs, even, who you could probably get in the second round. Or, obviously the highest end of that would be Jackson Smith and Jigba. It seems like they'd have to trade up for him. But that, to me, really, if you start projecting this offense forward with Gabe Davis as a longer term piece, I really feel like that slot piece could be the missing element.
I'm with you. So, and I think, and even to add on to that, it's like, I am excited for Khalil Shakir, like a lot of others and stuff like that. And I think what he can do for this roster in the slot is exciting, but the thing he hasn't shown yet, and again, super limited, not a lot of snaps, things like that. So it's not like they were probably asking him in his limited showing to do these things. So maybe an entire offseason it could come. But the one thing he didn't show us in those limited snaps was that, like, Cole Beasley like slot role when it comes to short, intermediate, find the pockets of the zone, find the openings in the coverage, and just be that reliable safety blanket in the back, in the out there when Diggs isn't open, Davis isn't open, and maybe even Knox isn't open, or whatever the situation may be. That guy that then forced them to sign Cole Beasley himself back off of his couch and bring him back in to get that role. So then, yes, you look in this draft and you see guys like Zay Flowers Jones or even JSN, as you brought up, who you would have to move up for potentially 2 of those guys, because Zay really could be, an early 20s pick as well himself. It's exciting. I think it would be awesome for this offense. And if they do end up pulling the trigger on someone like that in this draft, I think that they understand the value of that player for this offense. And clearly the message is delivered that, and they did sign Hardy, who could also maybe be that guy for this offense, but they want to, they're not just hoping that one guy can do it. They're trying all their options. They got one for the now, maybe even one for now and future to fill that role. You need to get depth at everything, if at all possible, all of that fun stuff. So I love these guys. I mean, every moment I have, Josh, I'm going to talk about Zay. Like, that's what I'm going to do. Zay Flowers is my boy. He's my guy in this draft. He's my crush. He's been my crush since day one. I love him so much. The moment he doesn't actually become Buffalo Bill is going to be a little upsetting for me, but maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. But I would love to see that role in this offense filled out and everything be good.
I'm gonna have to figure out what it is that I'm hitting on my desk that triggers everything to reset audio wise, but we'll get through it, or I'll just stop clicking on things. Let's talk about this draft though, because the Texans are on, or the Panthers are on the clock, followed by the Texans. Sham asked in chat what we think is going to happen with the quarterbacks. It sounds like, by all reports, Bryce Young is going to go number 1 overall. Starting there, Lance, did you do much work on these quarterbacks? Obviously, you're a Buffalo Bills content creator, so it's understandable if you didn't take a super big deep dive into the quarterback class. But do you have a feel on these quarterbacks in general?
No, just from watching college football last season. I mean, I just paid attention, like, okay, these guys are going to be draft prospects next year. Let me watch whatever game I'm watching and pay attention to them. So I didn't study them after the season at all, like literally nothing. My favorite quarterback in this draft is the UCLA kid, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Just like the way he played there. And I think that, you know, he might not even get drafted. So I don't have much to say about the quarterbacks other than, you know, you think Bryce Young's going to go first, and then interested to see if Houston actually pulls the trigger on a quarterback. And then does Will Levis make the late run to leap over CJ Stroud at the end? Just been hearing rumblings about that, but there's nothing concrete. And obviously we're going to find out in the next half hour, 45 minutes here. Pat Mahomes is on stage now, I see, on the ESPN draft coverage.
Oh yeah, no, the Kansas City's, you know, embracing, giving them their introduction, showing the Lombardi, all of this fun stuff right now to kick off the draft. We don't have to pay too much attention. Congrats to Kansas City, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Stokes, I find the conversation around these quarterbacks to be a little confusing, and it's nothing against Bryce Young. I think he's a very talented player, but this in a lot of ways reminds me of the Kyler Murray draft, where undersized player, and Bryce Young is not the athlete that Kyler Murray was. But unlike the Kyler Murray draft, where the next quarterback options were Daniel Jones, Dwayne Haskins, this draft has guys that have attributes, that have the traits. I don't see an issue with CJ Stroud. I really don't. I think he checks so many boxes for what you'd want to take in the top 5. And then Anthony Richardson and then Will Levis, obviously, both of those guys are balls of clay that you could mold. I find it confusing, one, that Bryce Young would be the slam dunk number 1 because he is such a physical outlier. We've never seen a quarterback of that stature succeed in the NFL. And then 2, we can talk about it when they're on the clock, but we can talk about it now. The fact that the Texans are reportedly going to stick and pick and not take a quarterback, I don't understand it. I don't know. I understand there's concerns about how Stroud does when he's under pressure. And I understand that Anthony Richardson is raw and inexperienced. But when you look at what those guys offer from a physical skill set, teams wait years, decades to find guys that can do half of what they can do. And it's like the Texans just couldn't be bothered to consider any of them. They're going to take Will Anderson. Where are you at with this quarterback class?
Yeah, so I felt that CJ Stroud was the best quarterback in the class. I think that as far as size and the way he played against good competition, like he was great through and through. I understand why Bryce Young is the type of player that people gravitate to and things of that nature. But I think that Stroud is the better quarterback for the NFL. I think that enough comparisons for in Richardson's case, enough comparisons between Cam Newton and Josh Allen. Like when you have that comp, it's easy to want that lightning in a bottle, but it's entirely possible that there isn't that super change in his accuracy issues, and I feel like the Josh Allen story is going to get lots of GMs fired because he turned out so great, and people are going to go after those traits that like Josh Allen had and like Anthony Richardson has. But I think that Stroud would be the choice if I were the Panthers taking number 1. And as the Texans, I don't understand why they're not going to go for a quarterback. I don't think that Davis Mills is the guy. And you would rather take your chance with another player in that position that can take over, and a guy like Will Anderson, I don't think he's going to make the difference between a team being really bad to really good, and a quarterback can do that.
I think I have isolated the problem on my desk. So I'm going to start the next conversation by kicking something to Luka, and then I'm going to change some wires around on my desk because every time I touch one wire, things go kaput, which I think I'll be able to fix it, but I'm going to have to remove myself from the conversation for a second. But Luka, let's get a quick time check. What do you show is how much time the Panthers have on the clock?
So we just went under 7 minutes. It's currently 6:54 on my television right now.
Beautiful. I am only 30 seconds behind you on this.
All right, sweet.
I'm 15 seconds behind.
Oh,
okay, perfect.
We're good. Wow.
So,
man, this streaming is doing pretty well when it comes to its buffer rate.
I don't have any sound on my screen, obviously, because I'm creating sound with my mouth, unless my mic goes out again. But I'll be the one to kind of let the chat know what the picks are. So if you're on stream, you should not get spoiled by what we have. Luka, were you surprised that the Panthers made such an aggressive move up to get Bryce Young? Because man, they got rid of DJ Moore. They gave up multiple first round picks. Is he that good of a prospect that it's worth it? Or is it more, does it feel kind of desperate, like a team that from the movie Draft Day just needs to make a splash?
So first and foremost, I believe we've already had this conversation and you're about to do stuff right now where you'll miss this, but I still have never seen the movie Draft Day. Spoiler alert. It's look, nothing against the movie, just not my cup of tea when it comes to those kinds of movies. It's just like, I don't need to watch this. I live Draft Day every year, not in the war room, but I watch it and this is good enough for me. All of that fun stuff. And as we lose Josh, anyways, I think the move of Bryce Young or trading for the first overall pick is more so an organizational decision and just them recognizing they need to get their guy. And first and foremost, all this smoke about Levis at 1 and, you know, all that other stuff. The moment that the Panthers made that move, all that time ago, it feels like centuries at this point. They knew their guy. Like, it would have taken an overwhelming thing to happen for them to change their mind, in my opinion. And really, I think they fell in love with Bryce Young at some level. They were like, this is the number one guy. We love everything he can do. Frank Reich clearly saw him as a prospect and is like, he can run whatever he's trying to do. And then as an organization overall, that's all they needed to do. They needed to, you know, kind of pull the trigger and make something happen because their organization was going nowhere fast after last season, trading for Baker and all of his rights, all of those things. I just think, yes, Bryce Young is nice, but at the same time, looking ahead, and Josh and I have had this conversation on our shows and stuff, because I think when you evaluate a draft, you also need to evaluate what can be there the following year and just kind of take that into account in some capacity. Bryce Young would, in my mind, easily be the third best quarterback, and he could even be potentially the fourth best, depending on how you feel about other individuals. And I think Carolina just understood that in some way. I would hope they understood that in some way. And then just said, we don't want to risk another lost season for whatever it might be. We have a new regime. Let's get our guy, his guy right now, if he feels this comfortable with Bryce Young, and we're just going to make it happen at whatever cost. I do think the price of DJ Moore plus their first, obviously, in swap and then future assets and whatnot, that's heavy. That's a lot. That's a lot to give up for Bryce Young. I think that this is an interesting move, to say the least, overall, just because he's not the kind of resounding number one. He's not an Andrew Luck. He's not Trevor Lawrence. He's not one of these guys where you even see the generational tag on them. That's when it seems like it warrants kind of moving up to that kind of capacity. This doesn't really value that. It doesn't seem like that value is there to me when it comes to Bryce Young. But overall, I think the biggest thing about the draft and the first overall picks and 10th overall picks and all this, nobody knows nothing. You need 3-4 years to figure it out. All of that stuff. This is all projection that we're talking about. So if the Panthers feel everything about it, if they understand what they want and they just see all the value in Bryce Young and they felt that pulling the trigger was the right thing for them, good on them and everything like that. That's the point. I see in the green room, Josh is still wrapping up here. Stokes and Lance and things like that. Would it have surprised you real quick? Because the pick is in now, it says officially. Would it have surprised you if Bryce Young was not the first overall pick in this year's draft, if that is the name that is read on this card? Let's start with you, Lance, obviously.
Yeah, I think Stokes kind of said, and that's why point I was going to make while you were talking, it kind of came to my mind is like, could they have spent a little bit less and get up to 2 or 3 and still got Bryce Young? Like, as Stokes said, CJ Stroud kind of was that number one guy heading in. So the Bears don't need a quarterback. If the Texans aren't going to take one, can you then trade to 3? I mean, Indy's going to take their guy. Obviously, Frank's coming right from that organization, so he knows who they're going to want. But it feels like they might have been able to give up less. I'm just happy for DJ Moore getting out of Carolina, because I had him on my fantasy team, and I was just like, man, this guy's so talented. But for not, just not having, success there in Carolina, I felt good that he was able to get out of there, and hopefully wish him all the best with Chicago, and not too much success, because obviously we're going to have to play the NFC winner in the Super Bowl this year. So, we have to see where that takes them. But I think DJ Moore, good for him, but Carolina spent a ton of assets to get to where they are. And, I don't think it's going to be worth it in the end. So, Stokes, what do you got?
I mean, I'd be surprised. I don't think you make this type of trade unless you're convicted with who you're going to trade or who you're going to pick. And I'd be really shocked if it was Will Levis. If it's CJ Stroud, okay, I can get with it. But if it's Will Levis, I'd be really disappointed in them.
And it's
Not Will
official.
Levis.
I'll let Josh say this, but it is official. Josh,
Do
you
I
can go ahead
do
and
I
read
do
it.
I sound right to you, Luca?
Yeah, you're good. You're
I
good.
think I'm covered now. I also get a kick out of they were all high-fiving in the Panthers draft room. You picked first.
Yeah.
Are you surprised he fell to you?
They always get excited. They're like,
Yeah.
yeah, we drafted and we finally got our guy. It's like you've known you've had your guy for 3 weeks, man. You're just putting on a show, which you can clearly see on the camera. It's like these white, men or whoever it is, just these old guys are just like, let's go. We got our dude. It's like, all right, man, like relax.
Bryce Young, officially a Carolina Panther. That puts the Houston Texans on the clock. Lance, my friend, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being flexible with your time. Let the people listening know how they can catch you tomorrow night, because we are going to be covering the draft tonight, but you and Peter will be on tomorrow night. What time are you getting started and what's the plan?
Yeah, Peter Dibiasi, my co-host on the Buffalo Blitz, which you can find every Tuesday at 8 p.m. on Built in Buffalo. We'll be starting at 7 p.m. I've got Stevie Johnson coming on at 7:30, and then another couple of guests, Dean Kindig from Buffalo Fanbase, and a couple other guys. So really excited for the second and third rounds. I think this is kind of where the meat and potatoes are going to happen. Hopefully, we get a couple of more selections than we already have. I think I said it earlier. We have 6 picks. I hope we get at least like 8 picks total in the draft. So follow me at Mafia Montage on Twitter. Catch us tomorrow, 7 p.m. right back here on Built in Buffalo, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Tomorrow, Super Chats. All Super Chats will go towards Stevie Johnson's Exposure Academy. So if
nice.
you guys are able to come out, support Exposure Academy. I actually got to see Stevie run a camp in person last week down in Hamburg. So it was really cool to, see him giving back to the community and to the kids. Obviously, everything, being a father myself now, everything we do in life right now is kind of for the next generation, and, love to see it. So support Stevie Johnson's Exposure Academy, all the Super Chats tomorrow. And I appreciate you guys having me on for a little bit here. And let's have a great show, guys, and go Bills.
Thanks, Lance. We will see you tomorrow night for round 2 and round 3. All right, guys, let's talk about the Texans, because they are in a spot. And I really feel like what they're rumored to be doing is, quite honestly, the worst thing they could do. There is not a Joey Bosa in this draft. I like Will Anderson. I like Wilson. I like Carter. And I think Carter maybe is the one that maybe gives you pause, but the off field is probably why you'd shy away. And I understand everything about how they have 2 picks next year in the draft. There's some high-end quarterbacks in that draft, but you're picking 2. You have a look at a CJ Stroud. If you're not enamored with him, you have a great fallback option, Anthony Richardson. Stokes, is this just, I don't even know if you could defend sticking and picking a defensive player here, especially when the rumored value of what the Cardinals are going to get at 3 for moving out of the quarterback spot's going to be.
It would be just really bad. It's just a terrible decision to take a defensive player here, the guy has to be like all pro, like you said, Joey Bosa, Aaron Donald level to pass up on taking a quarterback here or getting out of that pick, because it's the upside. I don't see it. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, the pick is in, so they're clearly sticking. So
all right then.
Unless they're taking a quarterback, I can't support this. And what's fascinating about this, the Titans are the team that's rumored to get up to 3. The Colts are sitting at 4, licking their chops. So the Texans in that division, if they pass on CJ Stroud, they pass on Anthony Richardson, hell, if they pass on Will Levis, they're giving them potentially to their division opponents. So good luck, Houston. You haven't made a lot of smart decisions. I'm a big fan of DeMeco Ryans. I was a big fan of him when he was a player. I want to see him thrive as a head coach. I hope they make the right decision. I really do. But I think sticking and picking and taking a defensive player would just be completely not understanding value. You on the same page, Luka?
Yeah, for the most part. I will say there are some rumblings out there on what this pick will be. So this is going to be exciting and everything like that. But overall, I just wouldn't understand it. I'm with you guys 100%. I wouldn't understand it if you're at 2, you're going to sit there and let whatever happen and then just take a defensive player. Like overall, that strategy to me seems suspect because, as you brought up earlier, there is no Bosa. There is no kind of, it's a similar point to what I said about the quarterback at 1. There wasn't like that guy who is just like clear generational talent, everything like that. It's kind of like he's really, really good and he's probably the best defensive player in this draft, but overall, he's not someone that's going to flip your defense and franchise around at that position. So I just wouldn't understand doing that at 2 when you could probably get someone of a similar caliber by trading down if there's offers there, which you would think that there has to be some sort of offer there.
I am not an Ohio State guy. Like, I hope I don't come off as an Ohio State homer, but I'm going to get frustrated every pick that CJ Stroud doesn't go. And I don't know if you're holding against them the fact that Ohio State hasn't had a great track record with quarterbacks. Justin Fields seems to be doing pretty well. But I can just feel like Will Levis. This is classic draft overthinking. He has everything you want in a quarterback, and you are the Houston Texans, and you haven't had a quarterback since, Deshaun Watson. Obviously, that's a little easy, but we'll see what happens. Just a little quick roundup. We have T from Tea Time with Robin coming up here in about 5 minutes. She's going to be joining us, and then at 9:30, I have to convert to Eastern time. At 9:30, we have Joe DeRosa from Cover1 who's going to be hopping on. And then at 10:30, our guy, Peter Dibiasi, will be hopping on. So nice guest list coming up, but the Texans pick is in. Luka, you have a look on your face like you know what it is.
Yeah, I just posted it. Sorry, I forgot about the 30-second delay. It is, in fact, CJ Stroud out of Ohio State. They did take a quarterback. It was all smoke, all of that defensive player stuff. It's not there. Your nephew is going to be a very upset individual. If you haven't been with us yet, you will miss that Josh's nephew is a Colts fan just due to the region of where they live and everything like that. He's probably not a happy camper right now because 1 of 2 of what he would like is now off the board.
Come here, sweetie.
Oh,
you want to wave to the camera?
We got
you're too nervous. Oh, she brought me 3 sodas, everybody.
Oh, wow.
She gets me. Are you going to bed? No. You want to wave to the camera? No. Okay.
Oh, jeez.
It's
An unplanned special guest doesn't want to get on camera.
It's just Stokes and Luka. There's nothing to be nervous about.
She knows us.
Okay. Well, suit yourself. All right. Well, I am proud of the Texans. And I will say, like, as far as the AFC goes, another great quarterback landing in the AFC. Just, it is what it is at this point in time. But good for them. That would have been such a miscalculation of value had they stood and took Will Anderson. If they trade down, I get it. You want to punt to next year, load up on picks, build around where that quarterback's going to be. But staying at 2, it had to be a quarterback. I think CJ Stroud's the best quarterback in this draft. I would have taken him all day long over Bryce Young. But apparently teams in the NFC just have a different plan these days when it comes to quarterback. Stokes, what do you think about this pick?
I think this was a very, very, very good decision. It just didn't make any sense to go anywhere else, and I'm glad. I mean, I feel like they got the best quarterback in the draft right here. So this was a really, really, really good decision. I'm sad that he's in the AFC. We don't have enough to deal with over here in the AFC, but I mean, I'm glad that the Texans made the correct decision.
Now, looking at his suit, the 40-year-old in me is like, did he powder donuts and get like some of the white powder, or is that like a new style? Because I am not hip with the style, but to me, it looked like maybe he had a spill, but I can't imagine his agent and his family would let him go up on stage like that. Quickly, while we're talking about the Texans, it's been coming out that John Mechie is making a really good recovery, and man, that's just music to your ears. What a sad story that was last year. And for him to be making a full recovery and aiming to play this year, I mean, you just love that. Talk about a player that's going to be super duper easy to root for. All right, Luka, we are going to transition now to the Arizona Cardinals being on the clock, a team that's near to your heart. And this, I think, is really where a lot of folks thought the draft would begin. Now, a lot of folks weren't thinking CJ Stroud would go 2 overall, but the Colts at 4 are going to be in the quarterback business. If you're the Colts, are you on the phone with Arizona at this point? Like, hey, can we just give you a 4th to make sure we get Anthony Richardson, assuming that they have a gap between Richardson and Levis?
So this is how the Cardinals should play this. If the Colts, yes, I will say this. The Colts should be asking the Cardinals, and this is where I'm going to go with it. if I'm the Cardinals, you have been fielding calls for 3. It seems like I'm a little tuned in on everything. And it seems like the Cardinals have been basically calling everyone being like, what are you willing to give? What's the market price for 3? So on and so forth. We've seen things where you even saw the Titans at 11 potentially looking to move up to 3 because they understand the Colts at 4 are definitely in the quarterback market. Unfortunately, their owner was pretty vocal and public about that whole thing, which created even more demand potentially for the pick 3, which just puts the Cardinals in a beautiful spot. If I am the Cardinals, on top of it, what would be sweet is understanding that the Colts are in a position right now where they still might not be super successful next season potentially. And on top of it, you now have all these things where maybe you're getting a nice ransom from the Titans moving all the way up from 11 because that now has set the market for your pick. And then you call the Colts back and you go, hey, this is what we need to do. This is where we need to go. Everything like that. It's a beautiful spot for the Cardinals to be. I don't want to talk too much because we do have our next guest here in the green, Josh, and I will let you handle that. But overall, the Cardinals fandom in me is very, very excited because the worst thing that could happen right now for the Cardinals is to actually draft someone at this pick. That would be the worst thing they could do potentially at this pick.
Laura Rutledge has the toughest job in America right now. If you're watching ESPN or ABC, she has to interview the moms of these players who are all just bawling their eyes out. And she's a mom too. Like, how do you hold it together during those interviews when they're just so proud of their kids? But yeah, if you want to bring up T, I did want to hit on one point though. This is the first domino of a potential DeAndre Hopkins deal with Arizona being on the clock, because Mike Florio did speculate that potentially that this pick 3 could be worked into a deal involving DeAndre Hopkins with a team like the Titans. I expect them to drain this clock, see what the best offer they can get, but I do expect this pick to ultimately be moved. But guys, we have a special guest on with us right now, the co-host of Tea Time with Robin, also the co-host of Not Your Average Podcast in the 716. T is with us tonight. T, how are you doing, my friend?
I am good, but how fitting. I come on, the Cardinals has a pick. D-Hop.
Yes.
I'm just kidding.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
Well, I'm over here praying, so let's make it happen.
We talked a little bit about that on the pre-draft show. Are you full-fledged like on the D-Hop bandwagon? You want to see it happen?
You know what? I'm here. I'm 50-50. I'm with it. Because I feel we do need maybe an explosive player over there on the other side of Diggs. But I'm also great with what we have because we got some people in free agency. I think that Shakira needs to take a next step. So I'm like 50-50 on it.
Yeah, I'm with you. Luka?
I'm working on behind the scenes stuff right now.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
So I'm bridging the gap here.
Yeah,
I'm bridging the gap here between spoiling and not spoiling, but this is not a pick.
It's official. You can announce that.
The team who just picked. This is draft day living out right in front of our eyes. The team who just picked C.J. Stroud, the Houston Texans, are now back on the clock. Stokes, this has to be for Will Anderson, I would assume, right?
Yeah, you would think that this would be the pick, and it's very interesting. I wonder what they gave up, maybe a one next year, but I mean it's a good choice.
They still have pick 12, which I imagine is part of this.
This is
first
crazy.
and foremost, so that's going to be most likely involved in this.
I love Tyree Wilson. Sorry to talk over. I saw a late report about a potential foot injury that could have him sliding. So that's something to keep in mind. And that only boosts Will Anderson even more if he is now the solo edge guy.
Wow. I'm behind. I'm on my phone. So
yeah,
I'm probably behind, but I don't care. So just talk.
Okay.
No, you're good.
I love this whole thing. Like, it's just crazy.
T, do you have a preference as far as position that you want to see the Bills address tonight, or are you strictly on the best player available train?
I had a pod earlier with Tea Time with Ron. We had Dean on, and I asked him about the value over need, and he explained it to me. So you know what? I'm definitely best player available, but I'm also, if you get your guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with get your guy, because this AFC race right now is very tight. It's tight. It's no longer, the Buffalo Bills is running over, all these teams, or it was the Patriots. And now they're selecting. So now it's like I'm get your guy. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Sorry to keep going. I just
No,
wanted to see
you
what
never
the
have to
selection was.
apologize. This is a casual conversation. We are basically at the bar right now watching the draft. So don't even worry about it. The trade compensation is in. The Cardinals get 12 overall, 33. So it's a second pick in the second round.
You're right. They got Anderson.
A first overall in 2024 and a third overall in 2024. So the Cardinals cleaned up. Luka, you have to be thrilled. And I would say right now, the domino effect of getting pick 12 is, assuming he falls past the Bears, that puts them right in line to take Paris Johnson.
Yeah. So this is just,
it's falling in place for Houston.
Yeah. So
this is pretty.
I will say this. I think it was Daniel Jeremiah put out a mock today where he actually mocked this exact scenario. And I apologize that my graphic still isn't updated. Obviously, trades are going to make this very slow for anyone watching. But overall, he mocked this, and I immediately, it was like, makes all the sense in the world. I love if this is actually where I think the Texans are best. It's like, hey, if you liked both of them, go get both your guys. To T's point, go get your guy. Like, if you love both of them that much and you have the assets that you do, which they, again, the advantage is they did have the 12th overall pick. They had this thing in their pocket that not a lot of teams had. So they can just go ahead and just make that move happen. And it's kind of it's an ultimate win-win in the sense of the Texans get their thing. And now the Cardinals, as you brought up, Josh, this is Paris Johnson's probably going to be sitting there, hopefully at 12. If it's a little bit of a gamble, in my opinion, because Paris Johnson does have some high-end ability to him. There is a chance that he might be gone by then. But overall, the general consensus is he should still be there. And if that's the case, you still get the lineman that ultimately you wanted to get. And then the Texans get their guys and everything's fine and dandy. All is good. It's a win-win-win. The Cardinals need to stock up stuff because in my biased opinion, but unbiased in the same sense, the Cardinals are the worst roster going into the season.
Yep.
They look abysmal. And
everybody wants to leave.
Yeah, everyone wants to leave. Like you see some reports about how individuals feel about Kyler. I don't need to talk about that stuff, but overall, it's just like there's a lot of parity and a lot of issues going on in that building and all of that stuff up top to bottom. So like the Cardinals need to stockpile as many assets as they can right now, especially with something like Kyler being out for a good chunk of the season next year. So win-win, good for the Texans on getting their guy and great for the Cardinals being biased, unbiased, everything like that. Love the Cardinals, obviously not as much the Bills, but that's a great move for them as well.
Are you a Cardinals fan?
They're a very yes. The Cardinals are basically like my 1B. I've loved the Cardinals for a long time. They've always been my heartthrob. And then for certain reasons, once Larry Fitzgerald basically got drafted there, which I loved watching him as a kid in college at Pitt, and then he got drafted 3rd overall to the Cardinals in 2004, and it was like, yeah, this is set in stone. This is.
I hate to break up this Cardinals chat, but they don't pick till pick 11, and we have got to talk about the Texans and the Colts quickly on the Texans. I think they overspent. They did, but they have extra money in their pocket because they cleaned up so well in the Deshaun Watson trade.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
They are trying to put the pieces of this organization back together. And this is a great first step. Will Anderson has almost no bust potential. I don't know that he has that tippy top ceiling of like a Joey Bosa or a Chase Young when healthy or a Myles Garrett, but there's such a high floor with him that you feel like this is going to be a really safe pick. Let's talk about the Colts, though, because we know they're in the quarterback market. They probably got their hearts broken a little bit by CJ Stroud going before they picked.
Because he was mocked to them forever.
Yeah. And now we're looking at Chris Ballard, 6th year as GM. They've been spiraling at quarterback ever since Andrew Luck left. It's been Jacoby Brissett, the corpse of Phillip Rivers, trading for Carson Wentz, trading for Matt Ryan. Their roster is one that you feel like if they get the quarterback situation settled, they could actually compete. But there's a guy, Anthony Richardson, that I don't know if he's going to be ready to play right away. They signed Garner Minshew this offseason. But, man, you stash him on the bench, you polish him up, and you get him ready to go for 2024, you could have the best quarterback of the bunch if you get him cleaned up.
So you're good with Garner Minshew starting?
So what I would do, T, is I would prioritize whatever's best for Anthony Richardson because he's the crown jewel. And it's assuming they take him. If they take Will Levis, it might be a very similar conversation. But 4th overall pick, much like Josh Allen in 2018. He has skills you just cannot teach.
Right.
And you have to figure out what his developmental plan is. What you can't do is force him on the field because the team needs him right away. You have to figure out, is he ready to play now? Or if he needs to sit for a year, you have a good enough player in Gardner Minshew. If you only win 7 games, who really cares? The thing is here, you have to get out of quarterback purgatory, and Anthony Richardson has some scary, scary good tools. I hope that's the pick, but it could also be Will Levis. Do you have a preference between those two, between Will Levis and Anthony Richardson?
I you know what? I do not. Like, I think for me, I would do who can play now, like who is in the best position to give your team some winning stats. Like, you know, I wanted Gardner Minshew for us as a backup. Like, I wanted him here with Buffalo. So, but I loved him in Philly, and prior to that, he was with Jacksonville, right? Was he with Jacksonville?
Yeah,
so
Philly and Jacksonville.
I watched this backup quarterback for a minute, and I thought he would fit great with the Buffalo Bills. But the coach selection is in, and again, I'm behind. So
no, you're good. So Luka, I think it's going to be Anthony Richardson.
Luka
already knows.
Yeah, it's official on TV. I keep forgetting you are 30 seconds behind.
They did it.
Yeah, it is Anthony Richardson out of Florida.
Wow.
The Colts have decided to go with potential, which is high end in this draft at the quarterback position. They are no longer going to be looking at retirement homes when it comes to their quarterback position. They are finally going to go with youth and potential. Your nephew will like this, Josh. I love this pick.
I do too.
Colts, I honestly, genuinely love this pick. I think this is everything for them. I think this is great for their future.
Wow.
I think this is perfect for them.
They went a different direction altogether.
Yeah, thank goodness.
I love it.
He is built in a lab. If you play Madden, you bump the speed up to 90, you bump the throw power up to 99. He can do anything you want on the football field. He comes into the league one of the best running quarterbacks in the sport. And Luka, that might be an argument to just get him on the field right away. We've seen quarterbacks that still have to kind of learn how to throw. Josh Allen was this. He was not a refined thrower, but he survived with his legs and got the feel for the NFL speed. I assume you go back with the Bills far enough with like Josh Allen and his rookie year.
Absolutely.
So you have this quarterback in Minshew, who you said you like, but you also now you have this great gift in Anthony Richardson. And as you're an owner, you're like, I want to see him play. How do you think's the best way to handle it? Get the kid on the field, let him learn, let him take his lumps, or what do you think will play out here?
I think you get him on the field and let him take his lumps. I mean, you don't have – what do you have to lose? Like, I mean, I guess the flip side of that would be the guy in Tampa – not Tampa, but Tennessee. They're ready to get rid of him already. But I think you have the pieces around him. You get him out there and you let him play. Look at Josh Allen. Josh Allen came out because he needed to. It wasn't – I think it was an injury, right? Josh came in because of an injury? Or was it –
Josh came in because Nathan Peterman started, and they were like,
whoa,
he's still terrible.
He still sucks. I need you in here.
Yeah.
So you have to see what your pick is going to be. You have to. Stop – look. Nowadays it was 3 years for your quarterback, right? I don't even think it's that anymore. I think these GMs are not waiting for quarterbacks to develop. I say that because of the Tennessee. What's his name? They just drafted the guy. Oh my God.
Oh, Malik Willis.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's rumors. I don't know whatever, but they are ready to move on from Malik already in year one. It's like you have to let these quarterbacks develop. But at what point do you say, I got to get these pieces around? Look at Lamar. They were ready to get rid of Lamar. But back to this guy, I love it. I'm
so excited for the Colts. I see some family members in chat that are Colts fans. I will just say,
congratulations, guys.
If nephew has changed his mind about coming on the podcast to celebrate this pick, please reach out to the podcast Twitter account. I don't have my phone on me. That's the only DM I have access to right now. So he's obviously welcome on. Luka, I think for the next guest we have, I'm going to, whenever they come in, I'm going to put them in and then put myself on the bottom, because what's happening here is I'm putting up a comment here from like our guy RVD, and it's covering up T's face. And I'd much rather cover up my face, because when this is no prize to look at. I'm doing the chat a favor by covering up my face. Let's talk about the Seahawks here, because this is another team that could, in theory, go quarterback. They have Geno Smith in house. He got a contract extension this offseason. They have Drew Lock for whatever that's worth. But they really have a bare bones roster. They only have 51 rostered players right now, and teams bring 90 to camp. And they really, I think this is a prime trade down spot to try to accumulate picks. But Luka, we've been talking about this on all of our draft shows. I think there is a big crush going on right now between the Seahawks and Jalen Carter. Pete Carroll is not afraid to take on a big personality. We know that with his time with Richard Sherman and Earl Thomas. And I think that maybe the idea of Carter might be too good to pass up. But if a team like the Eagles is willing to give you 3 or 4 premium-ish picks to get up there, I think you have to consider it with how empty your roster is.
Yeah. Myself, I really hope they do pass up on Jalen Carter. I don't want to see him in the NFC West, and especially on the Seahawks. But even going before the Seahawks regime, when it comes to Pete Carroll, back at USC, he loved personalities. He liked those individuals because he understands the talent sometimes comes with that personality, comes with that flair. And you just have to understand how to manage and just give them what they want a little bit while keeping them in line and keeping them, task at hand kind of situation. So it makes a lot of sense. It makes all the sense in the world for them to do Jalen Carter. But as you also brought up, if the Eagles come calling and they're like, hey, we'll give you a first this year, a first next year, plus maybe a third and whatever else needs to be negotiated to make it happen, that is a lot of assets for a team that's actually pretty good already that could utilize, a couple more firsts in the next year or two, because Geno's there now. But is Geno going to be there in a little bit? So on and so forth. He's not. So you need to do something at the quarterback position eventually. And how can you replicate what they did with Russell Wilson and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of intrigue at this pick. It's fascinating, but just a little selfishness in me wants them to pass up on Jalen Carter, still take a pick and screw it up. But
how long is Jalen? I mean, how long is what was the extension for Geno?
I believe real deal wise, it was 2 years. There was like a back-ended year or two on there as well. But realistically, there's an out after 2 seasons, I believe, with Geno. So you look at it as a 2-year deal effectively for Geno. So, I mean, even if they're not going quarterback this year, which I would, now that Richardson, CJ, and Bryce are gone, I would be shocked. You would think that they're looking at next year's draft class already when it comes to quarterback a little bit.
Yeah.
I have a statement from the nephew. Okay, so that's all official statement from nephew. He loves the pick. He's not coming on, but he loves the pick. So we appreciate that. We're happy you love the pick. It seems like the Seahawks are gonna stick and pick here. They were mulling a trade down, but they're gonna stick and pick. Luka, this has to be Carter. I guess maybe Tyree Wilson would make. Well, no, I guess it doesn't have to be. They could pull the Will Levis tag, and I would understand that if they didn't want to go long term with Geno Smith. So to me, it's got to be Will Levis, which would surprise me with the shape of their roster and how well Geno played last year, or Jalen Carter. I'd be surprised if they went any other direction. Tyree Wilson, a bit of a wild card, but that foot injury I think is going to sink him a little bit.
I think the underrated thing with the Seahawks too, just to give people a little bit of a whatnot, is they are infatuated with physical attributes similar to like the Bills and Bean and everything. Like look at the DK Metcalf pick, like look at a lot of stuff that they do even deeper in drafts. They love physicality and everything like that. I got to do a little bit of work. And
you handle what you got to do.
Overall, they love physical specimens and everything like that. So we'll
look at DK Metcalf. That's a physical specimen right there.
Yeah.
So
and the one guy, I'll say this about DK Metcalf. I think that Tillman is a DK Metcalf type of a guy.
Oh, the Tennessee receiver.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I like him quite a bit. He had an injury this year, but I think he has a chance to be one of the true X receivers in this draft.
Yeah, that's the guy I want for us. But we'll see. We'll definitely see. I mean, we have some time.
All right, so the Seahawks pick is in. We're still waiting for the official announcement. I'm assuming Luka probably knows, and he's getting the graphic ready. Luka is thrilled anytime that it's not a trade, because then he doesn't have to trade like the logo out and all that stuff.
Oh, got you.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the worst, honestly.
I love it. I love this graph. This is awesome.
Yeah.
You guys are doing your thing.
Well, I would take credit for it. Luka's built all of this stuff.
Got to do something. I'm the man behind the curtain. I'm the man behind the scene. You're the host. I'm the basically anything with technology. Not to throw a little shade at you there, Josh, with your struggles early on in the show. But,
Yeah, I was getting frustrated, dude.
No, but yeah, I got to get things ready here. It looks like on my screen it has become official, but I'm going to be a good person. I'm going to delay. Even Costa asked me to kind of wait about a minute or so and everything like that before posting. So I won't post it on here. But eventually you will see the pick and everything like that. And then I would say, Josh, you can go ahead as soon as you see something on yours, or even if we wait until T sees it on our phone, then I think.
Oh, good. You guys, I'm listen.
Whoa. Devin Witherspoon, the cornerback from Illinois.
That's to the left. Like,
yeah,
it's a little out there, but at the same time, I mean, I'll say this. They must really miss that dominant number one corner, even though they got our guy Tariq Woolen, Josh.
Yeah, him and Woolen is
like him and Woolen now. Wow. Holy, welcome to the Legion of Boom Part 2 here. That is
right.
Yes. So, yeah.
Steven in chat, we appreciate you. We saw that. We are just not spoiling. So I appreciate you keeping us on our toes, and any information you want to give us is cool. We're just not going to say it in chat because we want people to be able to watch the draft and our show without people like hearing Roger Goodell say the names.
Absolutely. Even though if you want to boo them, it's fine.
Yeah, I totally get it. So we try not to play spoiler, but we appreciate you helping us out. So Luka, there was some conversation about whether he or Christian Gonzalez was even the top cornerback in this draft. Witherspoon is a little bit smaller. He's a little bit more aggressive, though. Illinois had an amazing secondary. They have three guys that could potentially be, first or second round picks in that secondary. It's wild. So overall, this is a strong pick. But I think what could be the domino here for the Bills is Luka and I were talking about this pre-show. Is now that the Lions are on the clock, there is a spot around pick 23 where the Vikings pick, and they need a cornerback. But if there's none of the cornerbacks left, then they could pivot to wide receiver, which would obviously hurt the Bills. So we love to see the quarterbacks come off the board, and we would be cool if the cornerback run did not necessarily take shape as early as possible. But Jalen Carter now sliding a little bit. He slides ever so close now to Philadelphia, and that puts the Detroit Lions in a very, very interesting spot because the Lions are now on the clock. They are a team that is absolutely ready to win now.
Yes,
I think Jared Goff played well enough that they're probably not considering quarterback, not only because he played well, but because Aaron Rodgers is gone. The Vikings are kind of purging guys for cap reasons. They see a path to winning their first playoff game since 1992. I'm going to add Stokes back to the stream here. And then I think it's all about who can get on the field and help us this year to get where we want to get to. Jalen Carter sticks out to me like a sore thumb at this point, but I think they also could look at their edge situation, depending on how they evaluate the Tyree Wilson foot injury. Maybe they pivot to a Lucas Van Ness. They obviously traded away Jeff Okudah. They could go with Gonzalez, the cornerback, but I feel like they feel better about their cornerback situation in Detroit than we do on the outside. It's not such a connect the dots, trade away a cornerback. Now we need a cornerback. They signed Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They view him as a slot. That's what he played under Aaron Glenn when they were in New Orleans together. I'm saying a lot to say that Detroit, in our mock draft, Luka, it did not fall well for them. And sitting here right now, they have all the options in the world, starting with that guy, Jalen Carter.
I will just put it nice, short, and sweet here. This, to me, based on a little bit of education and stuff like that, and listening, keeping my ear to the ground, this to me is the pick that I feel like even a guy like Motor City Dan Campbell, MCDC, was out there even being straight up with Jalen Carter saying, if you fall to our lap, we will be taking you. And I could see that for both parties. And that's why you saw conversations and stuff like that, where it's like, hey, we're not even going to do outside top 10 visits. Like if you're not a top 10 pick, we're not going to you. You saw those reports and things like that. I think that this is just either they're going to get a ransom. Whoa. oh boy. Either they're going to get a ransom or they're going to get.
Oh boy, something happened.
Or a drafter guy. But yeah, no, people are starting to put it in the chat and stuff like that. Again, we ask, we're trying to be a little delayed on this and stuff like that. But overall, the Lions are in a very interesting spot
right,
here at pick 6.
Luka, while you get caught up on what you probably need to get caught up on now, I will say, Stokes, when you were away, I made the comment of the next time we have a guest, I'm going to put myself at the bottom of the screen because, like, when we bring up a comment like here from our guy Steven, it covers up the guest's face. We don't want to do that to our friend T, but we don't mind, Stokes. Like,
it's all right.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta cover my face sometimes.
We'll cover you. We'll cover me. We'll cover Luka. It is what it is, but we don't want to cover the guests.
Can I ask you a question? Where does Brandon Brand? Is his name Brand? Is he a quarterback? Is it Brian Brand? Is it Brian Brand or Brandon Brand? I think it's
Branch from the Alabama safety.
Yes,
Brian Branch.
yes. Okay, he's a safety. My bad.
Yeah.
I thought he was a cornerback. Okay, all right.
He can play some corner. He's kind of like a Minka Fitzpatrick, where he can play all over the defense. But I think his NFL position is probably safety. But what was your question about him?
I just wanted to know where he fit in because I thought he was like at least top 15 in this draft.
So Luka's been saying this all along. I think he's the best safety in this class, but this is a very weak safety class. When you kind of compare it to other safety years, including next year, I don't know that he would be the top safety class in that class, but because it's such a shallow class, he's probably going to be overdrafted. I think he probably comes off the board here in the first 16, 20 picks. Yeah. But I think if he's on the board for the Bills, they probably consider it, but I have my doubts they'd go in that direction.
Please no.
All right. So we can announce the trade if you would like.
Yep. It's been enough time now. The Arizona Cardinals are back on the clock, which I'm curious what they're. I wonder, Luka, are they going to make you happy here? Are they going to go with Jalen? Okay. So if you've seen the pick, Luka.
I've seen the pick.
Dang it. I was going to ask you what you wanted. Okay. Stokes, any idea what the Cardinals would do? I think Jalen Carter is sticking out. I don't think the Cardinals are in the business for a quarterback here, obviously with Kyler Murray. So if you're going to trade back up, it's got to be for Tyree Wilson or Jalen Carter, I would assume.
That would be the logical assumption. I think that Jalen Carter makes sense as the pick. As you feel like out of the season, or once the college season was over, Jalen Carter was seen as top 2 or 3 prospect wise, and then if you feel, off the field stuff is really important, of course, but you feel like you're getting value down at 6, it makes sense to jump at that opportunity.
Here we go.
Well, T, we probably have you for about one more pick here before your time runs out.
Problem.
We want to just can't thank you enough. When the Cardinals pick, Luka's going to go into this long tangent. He's going to rant for a while. We're all just going to start eating popcorn. So I want to get this out of there now. We thank you for hopping on. We appreciate everything you do on Built in Buffalo.
Thank you, guys.
I encourage you all to check out Tea Time with Robin from today, because there was some really good draft information in that episode that will help navigate you through draft weekend, even after the Bills pick.
Yes, for sure. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you. Listen, I followed you guys because I'm still new to this draft stuff. So, when you guys do your boards and stuff, and I listen intensely, I'm in it. So I appreciate you guys.
That means the world to us. We really appreciate that. You want to hang with us to see what the Cardinals do?
I do. Can I just do that?
Absolutely. Yeah. And we can all laugh at Luka together.
God. Let me know when I'm good to put up the graphic.
You're good.
Locked and loaded, ready to go. I'm respecting Costa in the chat. I'm respecting you guys on the stream. I will go on this tangent that you have predicted here, Josh. Just let me know when I got the okay.
Okay, so I will say you're good to go. They took Paris Johnson. Luka, can I talk you? Can I talk you off the ledge?
Go ahead, try.
Okay. The rumors were true. They loved Paris Johnson. I will tell you, I love Paris Johnson. He was my tackle 1 in this draft. There was some inexperience there. First year starting at Ohio State at tackle, and he played very well. To me, him and Broderick Jones have the most upside as tackles in this draft, as far as guys that can play tackle with prototypical size and don't have athletic deficiencies. I'm taking both of them over Darnell Wright. If you have a tackle that you love, go get them, especially considering the haul they got coming back from 3. I have not seen the trade return. I can't imagine they gave it all back to go up to 6. I'm sure they gave some of it back, but as long as they protected that one from next year, which I assume they probably did, this is a very strong pick. And Paris Johnson to me is absolutely worth the gamble. Yes, you saw mock drafts where he went in that 10 to 20 range, but he was my favorite tackle, him and Broderick Jones, 50-50. I probably prefer Johnson, but go ahead, Luka. Tell me how you're feeling.
Wow.
So look, the first and foremost, the overhaul, the haul was just 6 for 12 and 33. So the pick they just acquired from the Texans in the second round, they just gave to the Lions. So this is where I'll start with this. Not too bad when it comes to the return. And look, I loved Jalen Carter. He was my number one guy on the draft board. I thought he was the only guy to potentially be truly generational. He had the highest floor and the highest ceiling, like everything. I loved him. But you might be surprised, Josh. I love this pick because the Cardinals' offensive line, first and foremost, has been abysmal. And like, as if Bills fans can appreciate this, Bills' offensive line has been subpar, and we criticized it and things like that. What? If you could put the two units side by side,
Roger Saffold.
There is a reason. There's a reason the Cardinals actually gave up a noteworthy pick of some capacity to trade for Cody Ford off of the Bills' hands because they needed to just basically try anything to make something work. And just spoiler alert, if you're not surprised, Cody Ford has not worked out in the desert in his short.
And where's Cody Ford at now?
Shocker.
I think
the Cardinals bench.
He's
not even with the Cardinals anymore.
Yeah, I think he's just a free agent at this point in time. I don't.
No,
think did he sign somewhere? I don't know. He's not noteworthy.
Yeah, he's not with the Cardinals. He picks. My point here, real quick, because we got to eventually move on, and I'm not going to go on a tangent here. This is a Bills show. This is not a Cardinals show. I don't need to give everyone my Cardinals takes here. But overall, the best thing that the Cardinals could do, as Josh basically pointed out, Cody Ford's a Bengal. Shout out, built in Buffalo. The best thing they could do is get that tackle because tackles are extremely hard to find in this league. And if you have a high-end one in a draft that could potentially be an absolute bookend for you for 10 plus years, you need to get it if you're in the position to do so. And the Cardinals were. They needed to improve that drastically, and they have now potentially their bookend for the next decade. And if Kyler or someone else is going to be the QB of the future moving forward, you need to protect him at least on one side of the offensive line rather than no sides. So I actually do love this pick. I love the tantrum, but it's great.
Yeah, he's gonna keep.
I'm holding it back, T. Just trust me. Yeah. I'm holding it back.
I love it. Thank you, guys.
T, we appreciate you. We'll link up later this off season, maybe as the season's coming up, and we'd love to hop on your show sometime if you'll ever have us.
Because I definitely want to pick your guys' brain because this off season is going to be amazing, and I have some questions for you guys. So thank you guys. Nice to meet you, Stokes. Thank you guys.
I am a big Robin Mundy fan. She probably doesn't even know who I am.
Oh, cool.
She and I go back to the Bills message board days when she was YO Bills fan, and I was deep to molds for 6. And like she was the voice of reason back then when it was chaos.
Yeah.
And I have a special place in my heart for her. So seeing her on your podcast made me happy. And I love having you on tonight, and we will talk to you soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Go Bills.
Go Bills. All right, so we have the Raiders up here. This is another quarterback spot, but something hit me that I hadn't even thought about with the Texans trading back up, guys, is they were a team that we thought could be the Jackson Smith and Jigba landing spot when they originally had that 10th or 12th pick, right? What was it? Was it 12? The Texans
were at 12 originally.
They were at 12. So that's one landing spot for a receiver that is now gone. And that's good for the Bills. The further we go without a receiver coming off the board, the better odds that one of the perceived big three, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison, falls to them. And it seems like, just looking at it, Raiders, and then I need to maximize my screen here because my eyes are playing tricks on me here. 8 is the Falcons, and then Bears, Eagles. I don't see any receivers coming off there. The Bears got DJ Moore. Titans are sneaky. I feel like the Titans might get kind of itchy here, try to get up and get Levis. What do you think about the Raiders here, Stokes? They signed Jimmy G this offseason. Will Levis is hanging out there. I'm not getting a feeling they're in on these quarterbacks, but do you have a feel here?
No, I feel like I feel like they're going to just try to ride it out as best as they can with Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think they're going to go for a quarterback here. I feel like they'll probably go defense. I can't see them drafting Tyree Wilson because they still have Max Crosby and John Jones's brother,
Chandler Jones.
Chandler Jones. There we go. It slipped my mind there for a second. So I think that I can see a secondary pick for them, but I don't think they're going to go for a quarterback, and I definitely don't think they're going to go with Tyree Wilson.
I have closed Twitter. I want to see it as it happens on the screen. So, but you said it. Christian Gonzalez makes a lot of sense here if that's the direction they want to go. I feel like we're going to keep saying Jalen Carter's name until he gets picked. I will just say this right now, and K Will, you're in chat. You're one of my favorite people. If the league lets Jalen Carter fall to the Eagles, we need to reevaluate how we do this draft thing. We really do.
I think the Bears will take him if he goes to 9.
Yeah, that would be something. I know they need offensive line with Skoronski. That's the one that's been mocked to them. But at some point, he's too good to pass up. And I laugh when I hear he's got a bad attitude. What kind of attitude do you think Lawrence Taylor had? And the guy is going to get paid to run over offensive linemen and sack a quarterback and drag him to the ground, a guy that weighs probably 100 pounds less than him on an every down basis. He's not going to be a choir boy. It's okay that if a football player that's a defensive lineman has a bad attitude, but it looks like the pick is in for the Raiders. And we will be finding out here soon what they do. I'm surprised I haven't had to take a bathroom break, although I did take one when Kristen Kimmick was on and I had all that technical issues. When my camera was down, I was like, you know what? I'm going to squeeze in a bathroom break.
Yeah, no, pick is in. Just let me know, guys, and stuff like that. Like, I'm trying to be respectful now of your stream and everything like that. Like we said, we're going to give it a little delay. We got people on stream delay. Anyone in the chat, we do appreciate your spoilers and everything like that. And you do you. I'm on Twitter, so I'm there with you people. Trust me. In the back of my brain, I know it as soon as it happens. But,
Tyree Wilson.
There it
heard
is.
me in
Stokes. The best part of you talking was literally the moment you mentioned Tyree Wilson is the moment the spoiler came out. And I was like, how perfect is that?
Wow.
Great.
Okay.
That is shocking.
We have to talk Bijan because this is going to be the first of Bijan's landing spots. If he gets past 8, it gets interesting. It gets interesting. But we have to talk Tyree Wilson. I love this kid. I think he was the best defensive end in the draft. I think he's significantly a better prospect than Will Anderson because of all the attributes he has. He is unpolished, but NFL coaches are not afraid of unpolished prospects. When you look at his length, you look at his athleticism, you look what he could potentially be going to a situation where he can learn from Chandler Jones. Just an absolute perfect landing spot. And with the foot injury that came out a little bit today, I've not looked into that too much. He went 7th off the board. So clearly the Raiders or the league were not too scared by it. Stokes, I love the rotation that the Raiders are building here with 3 premier edge rushers.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess that it makes sense. So when you have guys like Max Crosby and Chandler Jones, I don't think either of them are built to play inside. Like when you think of like the nickel packages, I don't think either of them are built to play inside, and I don't think Tyree is going to play inside. So when you think about the money downs, one of those guys has to either be on the sideline or play out of position. I don't think that that's a great decision.
Let's talk about Luka. Your graphics are already up, so you can hop in here anytime you want to. But I do want to transition this to the Falcons real quick, though, because Will Levis is still sitting there. They have Desmond Ridder. I would anticipate they probably let it ride with Ridder because they also signed Taylor Heineke this offseason. I think they probably feel like Ritter's a good enough prospect. Let's see what they have. The 2 biggest needs for the Falcons coming into the offseason were cornerback and defensive end. A couple weeks ago, they signed Bud Dupree. I don't think that takes them out of the defensive end race, but the fact that Tyree Wilson just came off the board might. There's one other guy left, Lucas Van Ness, who I think could go in this range, maybe a Nolan Smith also. Cornerback, I don't think trading for Jeff Okudah would take them out. And in fact, Christian Gonzalez could make a lot of sense for them with where they are and give them a really strong cornerback pairing. But Luka, the elephant in the room here is this is a team that thinks they have a chance to win now. Tom Brady's gone. The Panthers are obviously rebuilding here. Arthur Smith is going into year 3. They've drafted Drake London. They've drafted Kyle Pitts. Bijan Robinson is sitting there. They drafted Algier last year. Cordell Patterson has been solid for them, but Bijan is a different animal. I have not believed all along that they would take him at 8. Maybe the way the board fell here convinces them to do so. I see on my screen the pick is in. Do you think this is a realistic landing spot for Bijan?
I think the Falcons, and we have one mutual acquaintance that's a Falcons fan. He's probably not watching. He's got kids and stuff that he's got to deal with.
We're kid friendly.
Yeah, we are kid friendly. He could stop in. I'm controlling myself as best as I can. So just if JD's watching, be proud of me for that. So anyways, I think the Falcons are in a great spot here because as you mentioned, they have Ritter. They can see what they got in Ritter, stuff like that. They could do Levis, although I don't get the perception that they have that because they're in a position where they can kind of go into the season, low expectations, maybe even still win the division with a subpar season overall because the division overall is very weak comparatively to seasons past. They don't have Brady. There's no more Breeze, all of these factors in there. So maybe they could be the Washington Commanders of a couple of years ago that won the division at 7-9. I believe it was the last 7-9 team there was to win the division because now we're at 17 games. But overall, they can do whatever they want. So essentially the board has fallen in a way now where if they fell in love with Jalen Carter, they take Jalen Carter. If they fell in love with Bijan Robinson, they will take Bijan Robinson. They can basically do whatever they want and just kind of go into the season with low expectations and then see how it works out. And then if they, again, if they're not liking Levis and stuff like that, and they eventually want to address the quarterback situation, I talked about it earlier. Next year's quarterback class really appears to be a much stronger class that if you're in the top, let's say 5 or it's top 7 or even fall back to 8 conversation, you can move up to maybe get your guy then, or you fell in a position that you already liked a guy that's going to be there for you then. The Falcons are in a really, really nice spot. It's going to suck because we're at a commercial break. If you're watching right now, pick is in. Of course, they're not going to do it while the commercial is going. So we're going to have to wait for that. But overall, I genuinely believe that the Falcons are going to do whoever was the top player on their board. Of course, if Will Anderson was there, he's gone, but basically they can draft best available and there's a lot of high-end talent there. So it's just, did they fall in love with Bijan more? Did they fall in love with Jalen Carter more? So on and so forth. Just take the best player available and you're going to get a high caliber talent there at 8 based on how this board has fallen.
I think Lucas Van Ness is in play. I think Christian Gonzalez is certainly in play. Let me give you one more sneaky name here. He was in my mock draft notes for the Falcons, Peter Skoronski. And I think this would be a left guard projection because I don't know that NFL teams view him as a tackle, but Matt Hennessy is their left guard. He's a starter for them, and he is not a high-end starter. They could seriously upgrade that situation there. It's not necessarily something you overly get excited about addressing in the top 10, but this is not an overly strong draft. And there are folks out there like Todd McShay and Mel Kiper who say that Peter Skoronski as a guard rates up there with Zach Martin and Quentin Nelson as prospects go. So something to think about. I know the Bears would be heartbroken if that happened. It seems like they've kind of been targeting him. That's something, but I think Gonzalez makes a lot of sense here. I just can't imagine if you love Gonzalez being like, oh, well, we got Jeff Okudah, so we're not going to do that now. But I'm excited to see what happens. I feel like both of you know though, because you're both kind of smirking.
I don't. What about Jalen Carter? Keep him in Georgia.
Oh, that's true. I mean, yeah. Why not?
They're doing the pick right now on my television. So Josh, you won't have to wait too much longer for this. I do have the graphic locked and loaded for everyone that is watching our stream. Again, just real quick shout out to all of you for stopping in. If you just came in, this is what we're doing. It's like we're sitting around watching it at a bar. We appreciate all of you stopping by and doing this with us and everything like that. And on top of it, we're having fun doing this. And I will be honest, Josh, I love the role I have right now on this live stream. Knowing it ahead of time, getting the graphic out of the way, all that fun stuff. And we get to have an open conversation like this, the Tyree Wilson pick, and reading it as I hear Stokes in my ear. Just there's something I love the most. It's literally that moment for me to experience. And yeah, it sounds like Josh just saw it on his stream. But...
Don't be Bijan. Don't be Bijan. It has no, they're doing some like charity read or something.
geez, don't be upset about that. They're endorsing something.
I get it, but it's like I want to hear the draft pick, not hear what I shouldn't say that being
I was
recorded
gonna
right
say,
now.
like, let's be let's be a little courteous and nice to all these people.
Don't be Bijan. It's Bijan, isn't it? You got that look on your face like it's Bijan.
I am not saying a word and stuff like that. I will just say the individual who's just drafted looks very dapper today, which they all do. I mean, let's be honest. They all look at Tyree Wilson. Shout out his outfit. I think I saw, Built in Buffalo's Facebook posted on it, or Built in Buffalo's account in general. Tyree Wilson looked real good. But this individual also is looking very, very sharp and everything like that. Josh, did you see the pick yet? How are we doing over there? Stokes, did you see the pick yet?
I did, yeah.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and just throw it up there real quick for everyone that's watching. It is, in fact, running back out of Texas, Bijan Robinson. How you feeling, Josh?
Well, okay, here's how I'm feeling. One, I don't think it's great value for the Falcons. I love Bijan Robinson. I would not have taken him in the top 10 because I do think that the top 10 still has some of those elite level prospects in this class. I would not have taken Bijan Robinson over Jalen Carter. There's just no world I would have done that, because as much as I love Bijan, Jalen Carter is a player that could play for the next 12 years, and running backs just don't do that. So from that standpoint, I don't necessarily love it from their standpoint. From a Bills standpoint, I'm devastated because I felt like if he fell past 8, he really could slip to a range where the Bills could get him outside of that range where the elite players are there. But we mentioned it. Arthur Smith wants to win now. He's year 3 and it's time to start producing. And Bijan will certainly help them this year. But what I'm telling you all is when the Bears go Peter Skoronski here, if they don't go Jalen Carter, the league will have just handed the Eagles Jalen Carter. And good luck with that. Good luck with that. Stokes, take it away. You're the running back guru.
Yeah, I love Bijan Robinson. I mean, I think it's a great pick for the Falcons. I mean, value wise, probably not great. If it were me, I probably would have taken Jalen Carter. But when you have a player that caliber, it can really change the way a team runs. And I mean, I loved Bijan Robinson for as long as this draft process has been. He was great to watch in college. So it's really cool to see him go to a team that's not in the AFC, so I can root for him even harder.
Stokes, hold that thought. Luka, we have a graphic upgrade that's going to be needed here. You're already on top of it?
Already working on it. Yep. Because the pick was submitted very quickly after it. So I can't do too much, but yeah.
So I didn't mean to interrupt you, Stokes. I wanted to make sure Luka was ahead of that. Mm-hmm. So Bijan, the player, there's just nothing he can't do on the field. Has the top end speed, has the short area quickness, has change of direction, can catch the ball out of the backfield. He has enough size. He checks every box. The only thing that worked against him through this entire process was the position he plays. And at some point, you just have to take the best player. And if you only get Bijan for 5 to 6 years, you live with it, because it's 5 to 6 years of maybe the best running back in football.
Yeah, and with running backs, they probably are the position where, aside from wide receiver, where they can step on the field and be great from moment one. So when you look at whether the guy has to develop into something great or he's already great, you're trying to maximize a window. That we talk about it all the time as far as the Bills goes, maximizing a window. And I feel like you put Bijan in any window and he's ready to be great right then and there.
The Eagles are on the clock. They've moved up one spot from pick 10 to pick 9. You have to assume this is for Jalen Carter, and you have to assume this was not an expensive move up. They moved up one spot. So barring the pick's already in, I mean, obviously if you move up, you know who you're going to take unless you're in the movie draft day. Luka, go see the movie. You have to assume this is for Jalen Carter. And my goodness, that defensive line with all those guys that had double-digit sacks last year, you have Hargraves, you have Cox in the middle. Watch it, guys. Family-friendly show. But now you have Jalen Carter coming in, who is as high of a defensive tackle prospect as we have seen in a while. And it looks like they only had to use a 4th-round pick to get him. So that's a no-brainer for the Eagles.
Yeah.
And Stokes, one thing that we've been talking about with the Eagles, they are built to win long term. They are not going to sniff the top 10 of the draft for probably 5 to 6 years, unless they just have a catastrophe of a season. So it makes sense for a team like this to get a little aggressive and make sure they get a blue chip player, because they're not going to have this opportunity very much.
Absolutely. And you just consider this. Just last year, they got Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis fell to them. They got him. And if they don't add Jalen Carter here, that'd be really, really disappointing. But those two in the middle, it is going to be, oh my goodness. The Eagles are going to be really good again. I don't know what the NFC East is going to do with those guys.
I guess we could talk about the other options they have, because Darius Slay and James Bradbury are older, and they could go for a Christian Gonzalez here. That would make sense. They do have some aging offensive linemen. I would not anticipate that would be the pick here, but Lane Johnson is not getting any younger. Kelsey in the middle is not getting any younger. They could go for a Skoronski or a Darnell Wright or a Broderick Jones. But again, with those three guys on the board, do you feel motivated to trade up from pick 9 or to pick 9 from pick 10 to do that? So all of this screams Jalen Carter to me. I could see Christian Gonzalez because we already had Witherspoon fall off. So I would say it's probably between those two. But man, everything we've seen, I think this is going to be Jalen Carter. And I think we're going to have a really sad Giants fan on our hands in Costa.
I just want to say, shout out this guy, Scott F. I love it. I'm not as aggressive as this individual, but I like how he's like, it's over. It's finally over. We don't have to talk about running backs like that and stuff like that.
Scott, we are with you 100%. This was not about adding a running back. This was about adding Bijan Robinson.
Correct.
The Bills are out of the running back mix at this point. If they want to add a guy on day 3, fine, but you will not hear us talk about Jahmyr Gibbs tonight. I can promise you that. Luka, there's a good question from Pammy Turley in chat, and I saw it pop up from somebody else in chat too. Let's talk about this for a second. Why did the Dolphins forfeit their pick? Last offseason, Pammy, they were rumored to be talking to Tom Brady in that brief period where Tom Brady retired. I'm going to pause for 1 second because the pick is in.
Yep.
And it is Jalen Carter. Pammy, we will come back to your question here in a second, but Luka's updating the board. Stokes, defensive linemen like Jalen Carter, they are just hard to come by. And character issues aside, if you're a team like the Eagles that's clearly in a Super Bowl window, you have to do what you can to add that player, and they did. And this is a home run move.
Yeah, absolutely. And you touched on it before the pick. You don't think you're going to be in this position to get this kind of player without doing something extreme, which is like trading up from in the 20s to a top 5 pick. And when you feel when you have to give just a 4th round pick to get a guy of this caliber, I mean, this is a really, 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 really good decision. I can't say enough about what the Eagles have done and are doing.
Yeah, and we know K Will's happy. Luka, I'm assuming you love this pick just like the rest of us. I think Jalen Carter was like your favorite player in this draft.
Home run. I mean, this if you're an NFC person, which I mean, we're all Bills fans here and stuff like that. I do have some NFC ties we've already gone over and stuff like that. But realistically, like if you're the NFC East fan, like an individual, we all have a mutual acquaintance of Costa, you have to be upset. If you are K Will, you have to be ecstatic. You got your guy, you got a dominant player, you got my number 1 guy on the board. So they gotta be a superstar, everything like that. I think it's a great pick for them. It makes all the sense in the world. And the fact that it only cost them a 4th to just go up there and guarantee it and stuff like that, easy money. Thank you. Have a nice day. That makes all the sense in the world.
Drew Rosenhaus does not miss a chance to be on TV. I love how he walks his clients up to the stage as if they can't find the way to the stage. I remember when Gregory Rousseau got drafted and he like walked him for what felt like a half a mile on screen. I'm like, I'm pretty sure at 6'6", Gregory Rousseau can see where the stage is, but get yourself on camera.
I mean, yeah, it's easy marketing. All you got to do is show all these college players, hey, look, I'm there. And if you sign with me, I'll be there with you. It's great marketing.
He's got it out.
I hope Jalen Carter turns out to be a great player. And, you know, the off-field stuff, it is what it is. Young people do dumb things. Obviously he was involved in a situation where somebody died. So to write it off as a dumb thing is probably underselling it. I don't know all of the details around it, but it sounds like that he is not, the person responsible for that. I'm going to stop short of talking much more about that, but for his sake, for the talent that he was gifted with when he was born, I hope he thrives in the NFL, because it's so frustrating when you see somebody like a Josh Gordon who has a world of talent but can't maximize it in this once in a lifetime opportunity. The Bears are on the clock. The pick is in. I want to get back to Pammy's question really quick. So, Pammy, last offseason, when Tom Brady retired, there were rumors around that the Dolphins had reached out to not only Tom Brady to come play quarterback for them, but also Sean Payton to be their head coach. Sean Payton had left the Saints. Tom Brady retired, and they had just fired Brian Flores. The problem was the Saints still had the rights to Sean Payton, and the Bucks still had the rights to Tom Brady. So that was tampering. Dolphins got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and they lost a first-round pick. And Tom Brady has now been caught cheating 3 times in the NFL.
Oh, throwing a little shade out there, huh? Shout out my mother too. That was the other person you saw in the chat.
I thought the name looked familiar. I know somebody with that last name. Shout out to Luka's mom.
Yeah, no, we don't shout her out enough in the podcast. Got to get her on the live spectacular show here, stuff like that. Also, real quick, love our show, everything like that. I'll be honest, I got something down. Also, another live stream going. It's the greatest live show in all of sports media, the McAfee Show. AQ Shipley is demonstrating offensive line drills and stuff like that with Boston Connor. If you're not familiar with the show, you already know what those names. If you do watch the show, it's hilarious. The fact that they're demonstrating this and Boston Connor's getting run over by an actual ex-NFL lineman, hilarious, stuff like that. But they've been breaking it down in a hilarious way. We've been breaking it down for you in a little bit more of a less funny way, but still enjoyable way, things like that. Just wanted to give a quick thing. They're also being my source to help us out, Josh. So I just, they're not watching or anything, but
what do you say? We are funny. We're funny. We're funny.
Look,
okay, guys. Okay,
looking like
time
AJ
out.
Hawk with a visor and pads on,
Time
getting
out.
thrown around by an ex-offensive line.
I have a joke for all of you now because you just challenged. Ready for this? Everybody in chat, quiet down. Chat, quiet down. Here, joke time.
Oh, geez.
Did you all know that the average person is mean? That's a math joke. Mean, average. Dude, you're getting it.
Oh,
Stokes
boy.
just got it. Boom. You don't need McAfee. You got us. You got Josh, Luka, and Stokes.
Oh,
Funny
boy.
looking.
No. Hey, we're doing a great job here and stuff like that. I spared the audience of like pounding wings on air and stuff like that. I'm not trying to do that. Eventually, I'm going to crack open a beer. I need something that's cold because this suit is hot. These lights are hot in this room. I'm going to be honest. The pick is in, though. I'm just waiting for the Bears to get their pick in because it is brutal.
It's got to be, I would assume. I mean, Skoronski's been the guy that's been most mocked to the Bears. Luka, in our mock draft, you're the one that had been doing more Bears research. Obviously, they're not going to be in on Devin Levi. That's really the story at this point is where does he wind up? Where does the wide receiver run also start? In your research on the Bears, O-line obviously need any other jokes that are jokes. I just saw RVD's comment. Any other players that you think they could go for? Or is this a slam dunk Skoronski pick?
No, I don't know if it's necessarily a Skoronski pick, but I think offensive line is their mind, and it's been their mindset all the way through.
Luka knows the pick. Stokes, he's trying to get slick on us. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe Darnell
going into the draft, I will say this. I thought Skoronski at they were at 9 at the time, of course.
This guy.
It made a lot of sense.
Enough out of you. We get it. Okay.
If they didn't spoil it so early, the problem is they show commercials and stuff, like, not to get on a tangent here, but they show commercials like, we got to delay the pick and stuff. And it's like, come on, man. Like, let's not. Can the first round of the draft, shout out to not lack thereof, NFL, no commercials. Do like the side-by-side thing, at least, if you need to get your average. Do not make us wait for commercials to see picks. It's ridiculous. Okay.
Do you know how much Budweiser is paying for that spot, though? Like, it is calculated where those commercials are. Darnell Wright is the pick at 10 for the Bears. I will be honest. I know there's a lot of love for Darnell Wright out there, and I hope he does well. I have my concerns. I had him behind Broderick Jones and behind Paris Johnson, who Lucas Cardinals got. And my concern is really twofold with him. One, I'm not convinced he has the athletic profile to kick over to the left side. He does have a little bit slower foot speed. The other thing is, unlike Paris Johnson and Broderick Jones, and look, I am not a body shamer, but these are professional athletes. They can handle it. This is what they do. Darnell Wright, his 340-ish pounds is sloppy looking, where Broderick Jones looked like he was chiseled out of stone. And I just worry about somebody in Darnell Wright who during the season had trouble keeping his weight under 350. You've kind of seen this with Mekhi Becton in New York. All of a sudden you make a young kid who struggles with weight issues rich. Gets in an NFL nutrition program. He's good to go. Maybe he becomes the best tackle in Bears history. But I was not as big on Darnell Wright as a large segment of the fan base. I thought Broderick Jones and Paris Johnson were better prospects overall, safer prospects overall. But I understand it from the Bears standpoint. You invested in Justin Fields. You have to protect him. And Darnell Wright certainly goes a long way there. Peter Skoronski was obviously mocked a long way, but there were some concerns about his length and his size and whether he could be a tackle in the NFL. We do have another guest coming up here in about a minute or two. But Stokes, any thoughts on this pick of Darnell Wright?
I mean, I felt like Skoronski would have been the choice for the Bears, but I mean, when it comes to tackle, you don't always know. Sometimes the best ones and that come out, they don't turn out to be great. Like there wasn't a tackle that was like, okay, well he's locked in 10, 15 years on the opposite tackle. So I didn't feel like there was enough of a differentiation between these top level tackles that there would be a discernible difference to me, at least.
Luka, we are going to bring in our guest, but I'm going to bring myself down and then put myself back up after we get him introduced. So there's going to be some shifting of the cameras around, but we're going to add in Joe DeRosa from Cover1 and from the Under Review podcast. You can catch it every Saturday morning on Cover1. Joe, how's your draft night going, buddy?
Well, first off, fellas, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate your time. It's going good. It would have been better. My mic wire broke on me. I don't know if you could see. But so I have no idea. I went to plug it in. The tip of it broke, and now I don't have a microphone, so we're going off laptop audio. So
you're making me happy, Joe, because I had the same issues on our pregame show. I was crawling under my desk trying to figure out where things, and to see a young person struggle with it, I always chalk it up to old age. But you sound great. You don't worry about that if you're self-conscious about that. And we appreciate you hopping on. We know that Cover1 team is obviously very busy with draft coverage themselves. So you making time for us is very appreciated. Let's just get right into it, Joe. How do you think this draft is going for the Bills so far? I was upset to see Bijan go. I know I'm maybe in the minority. I would have loved to see him be in the Bills. I'm now done with running back. I don't need a running back at this point. It was more Bijan or bust. The Texans trading up to 3, that was a popular landing spot for Jackson Smith and Jigba, and now they're out of the way. As Costa mentioned in chat, if the Titans don't go receiver, this could start looking really nice for the Bills as far as the wide receivers go. So how are you feeling so far?
So far, so good. Nothing too surprising except Bijan to Atlanta was something I thought might happen, but I wasn't expecting it, if that makes sense. I thought he was an option, but I felt like they were going to go defense, but they decided to take Bijan, and that was probably getting the Eagles, hot and bothered, to say the least, because that trade up got them right where they wanted. And I know I kept seeing jokes about people saying, is Philly really going to just end up with Jalen Carter in this draft? And they did. It's really insane how it ends up panning out for them, and that's a fantastic pick for them. So, I mean, so far so good. Darnell Wright to Chicago was probably the lone one I'll say was a big surprise for me. I heard you guys talking about it briefly when I joined in. I know he's a great pass blocking tackle. At least that's what his projections are, and his grades were great there. I worry about him as a run tackle, excuse me.
Yeah.
And that's kind of interesting for Chicago because Fields, I think Fields is developing as a pocket passer. I like the idea of solidifying what will likely be the right side, making him more capable in the pocket, giving him more confidence. Year 3, he could take a step forward and that could work dividends, but he runs. That's a huge part of his game. You need to have the protection in his running game as well. And I just don't know if Wright was the person I would have taken. I think Skoronski can give you both ends, like you guys said before. That would have made a little more sense to me. But you did get a good tackle, so it's fine. And as for the Bills, I do not hate how the board's falling right now. I really am curious to see how the next 4 picks go.
We are in it now.
Praying. Get JSN off the board before the Pats or Jets get him. That's all I'm asking. He's not going to be there at 27, I don't think. Get him off the board, please.
I don't think he'll be there at 27. I'm with you, but I do think he's the type of player that if he falls past, the Titans are interesting here. Let's talk about them for a second, guys. They clearly could use a quarterback. They took Malik Willis last year. That did not go well. It's year 1. Ryan Tannehill's really coming up on the end of his Titans run here. There were rumors they were trying to get up in the top 3 today, but draft day rumors could just be that, rumors. And there are a couple of quarterbacks sitting out there. Devin Levi, or Devin Levi. God, Luka, what have you done to me?
Let's go Sabres. Shout out.
Will Levis is sitting out there, and then Hendon Hooker has been tied to the Titans here a little bit, and that would feel really early at pick 11, but there's been some rumblings out there about that. I don't know. We'll start with you, Joe. The Titans a quarterback team for you? I think they really have to replenish that wide receiver room. I'd hate to see them go JSN here, but I think they could go a lot of different directions. They might not be a team that's ready to drop in a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, no, there's I guess I could justify them taking Levis, but again, he's a project. He's someone you want to have in like what I would feel is a coaching room that's ready to take on the task of developing him into a pro-ready starter. I think, similar to some of the athletic quarterbacks we've seen in the past, he's got a great arm. He's got the ability to escape the pocket somewhat. But I would rather see him go to a more pro-ready team and kind of shelve him for a bit. And I feel like that's the trend he's going in. So I don't know if Levis would be the pick here. I could see them doing, offensive line and maybe going with Skoronski now that he's still on the board.
Ding. Joe called it. Peter Skoronski.
Oh, are you serious?
Peter Skoronski, good call.
It's just official.
Did not mean to interrupt you, Joe. I will let you know what our method is here. Is Luka has DirecTV in his room, so he's like 30 seconds ahead of me. I have the DirecTV stream, so I figure I'm safe to announce the picks because people that are even streaming it will then have like the 30-second delay from our stream, so we're not spoiling. So didn't mean to interrupt you, but no, please go on about what you liked about this fit with Skoronski to the Titans.
Yeah, I mean, Skoronski, we've talked about him a bunch on our network and stuff. He's debatably the best tackle prospect in this draft. I mean, you're getting an anchor on that side that's just not going to give you any pressure at all, and he can play both sides. I think Tennessee just got – if you do decide to continue on with the Willis project, I think the reports of him being a year in and them giving up on him are a little overblown. He got put into a bad situation. There were a lot of injuries on that team. It's turnover on the offensive line. Luan's gone. Obviously, last year they lost Saffold to us. It was time to kind of restructure that offense a bit, but they're not as far away as people think. And I think getting Skoronski helps anchor that side of the line. And now you have kind of protection for Malik Willis if you do decide to go with him. If you don't end up taking Hooker later in the draft, or maybe I'm blanking on his name, but the kid from UCLA. To me, it was a solid pick. It's a layup. He's there. He's one of the best players. Premier tackle talent is going to drop off eventually, especially towards the end of the first round. You don't know if you'll get the shot again. As much as I think maybe JSN would have been a fit for them, that was a great pick. Sucks to see him go to Tennessee. I also saw a lot of mocks saying that he might go to the Jets too, so it gets him out of their clutches. So now if just Lions or Packers could take JSN off the board, and we leave 15 with just some bare bones picking, then I'll be a very happy camper.
I would be surprised if the Lions went JSN. Now, the Jameson Williams suspension throws a wrench in there, but they're pretty good at wide receiver as it is. I will tell you, as we now transition to the Lions, I think the board felt really good for them. They were picking at 6. They traded back with the Cardinals, and I thought when they were on the board, maybe they would take Jalen Carter, but they have a need at cornerback after trading Jeff Okudah. We talked about the fact that they do like their cornerbacks. We mentioned this before when we were when they were on the clock before. They signed Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who was a safety in Philly. They view him more as a slot corner. They signed Cameron Sutton. They signed Emmanuel Mosley. They're in good shape there, but Christian Gonzalez is kind of sticking out as like that last high-end elite cornerback prospect in this draft. But also, they have a needed edge. They could pair somebody with Aiden Hutchinson, and there's still Lucas Van Ness sitting there, or Nolan Smith, if that's your flavor. There's a lot of directions the Lions could go here. I don't know. Luka, I know you're going to be busy once the pick gets in, so I want to give you a chance to talk because you're going to update the graphic. What are you feeling for the Lions here?
Honestly, I don't even know what to feel. I feel like
I saw it. Oh my God, I want to panic. I hate the Lions. What are they doing?
Yeah. Is it official on your screen? I was about to say it's been in for a little bit here, and it's been a good conversation. I thought weapon was the right one. This is not the direction I thought. I will let you do it so I can click on the share, but
they went with Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh, no, I kind of like it. I kind of like that.
Talk me into it.
Yeah, Joe, please talk us into that one.
Oh, dude. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. If we didn't have James Cook, I'd be all in on the Jahmyr Gibbs hype. He's a pass-catching running back that people are linking as, like, the next Alvin Kamara. He played for Bama, so he's played against good competition on a competent pro-style offense. Oh, I like if this was the Bills, I'd be angry. I love that for Detroit, actually. And yeah, it might be early. You might consider it a bit of a reach. They have 3 picks in the top 30, man. Let them go crazy. Let them have their fun. I think you just gave them another weapon to go in that already semi-stacked receiver room. Their line's been playing better. I love that. That's such a Lions pick. Oh,
I will say this real quick, Josh. The last time a team like the Lions really could go crazy and stuff like that, I mean, it was even crazier in this case, was the Rams. And the Rams kind of picked a novelty weapon of their own. And I mean, I'm not calling Jahmyr Gibbs that. I think he's actually more valuable than the individual I'll bring up. But you know my love back in what is now regarded as one of the worst first rounds of all time.
He's going to bring up Tavon Austin.
Tavon Austin. Got to bring up my guy, Tavon Austin. And I think in Joe's credit and everything like that, when you have all these assets and you love a weapon like that, it's like, screw it. Go crazy. Get this dynamic weapon you like. That's where I understand it. Where I don't understand it is I really wonder why they would take him at 12 here when at 18 he probably maybe could have still been there, and then you could have evaluated at that point. Right. And that's where I'm like, okay, what do you think's going to be there at 18 that you're confident enough to take him at 12? That's where my problem is in this pick.
It's 100% a reach. I want to stress, like, that is a reach, but I'm more keen to the idea of how Gibbs is going to work in Detroit. Like, that excites me, and Ben Johnson's offense. And again, like, how we evaluate this board is different than how teams do. You never know how high up Jahmyr Gibbs is on a lot of teams' boards for a lot of teams that need running backs eventually. I mean, now Bijan's off the board at 8. Gibbs goes at 12. If Gibbs stays on the board, who's to say that a team doesn't try to leapfrog? Who's to say that the Steelers don't try to add him for Kenny Pickett? Who's to say that the Commanders don't try to do the same thing, even though the room's kind of set? I do think it's a bit of a reach, but I'm also one of those people who thinks if this is a plug-and-play starter going into one of the best offenses in the league that has everything else dressed and ready to go, screw it. But you could have taken later.
So my thing is the Lions smell blood in the water. They haven't won a playoff game since 1992, and they are among the betting favorites to win the NFC North now. So it makes sense that they would go with a win now move, and Jahmyr Gibbs is certainly that. To Joe's point, I love Jahmyr Gibbs, the prospect. He's redundant with what James Cook does. I think he's better than James Cook. I would have been in love with Jahmyr Gibbs had the Bills not taken James Cook last year. All that said, it just feels early at 12 to go here, but we don't know how the league feels about these guys. There was a lot of Jahmyr Gibbs smoke earlier this week. Maybe they felt like the Patriots were in play for him at 14. The Commanders were tied to Bijan. Maybe they felt like the Commanders were going to take him. But now that we look at the Packers, and I do want to call out RVD Yarbrough because he is a DeAndre Swift owner in our Dynasty League. And his battleship just got sank. That's rough. But yeah, Swift, you would think, is a guy that could even get moved this weekend at this point, because what's even the purpose of him? Didn't the Lions sign David Montgomery? Am I making that up?
Yes.
That room is loaded.
So Swift is going to be out the door, I would think. Packers pick is in. What are we thinking for the Packers? This feels like where the wide receiver run could start. My only question on that is, and I know there's some comedy there where it's like, oh, Rodgers is finally gone, we're going to take a first round receiver, but that hasn't been their philosophy of team building since Gutekunst, I don't want to mispronounce his name, has gotten there. Why would it change now just because Rodgers is gone? And they did take Christian Watson last year. They did take Romeo Doubs last year. If they like those guys, I would rather see the Packers personally, if I were a Packers fan, go after a player like a Dalton Kincaid or a Michael Mayer, who can be that quarterback's best friend, like a Jordan Love, where more of those intermediate routes. Now, granted, that's where Jackson Smith and Jigba lives. I'm not going to be mad at them for this if they do it. Outside of it kind of messes up the Bills. But Stokes, what are you feeling for the Packers in this spot?
I'd probably go wide receiver here if I were the Packers. I mean, you can get the best player at this position on your board, and you can you can right some wrongs of the past, like you said regarding Aaron Rodgers not spending the first round pick on a wide receiver. You can try not to do the same thing over again just with Jordan Love. But if I wouldn't go Jackson Smith and Jigba, if that's who I feel is number one, I'd probably go with Christian Gonzalez. And pair him with Jair Alexander, have them be as close to lockdown corners as you can, because you're dealing with some really good wide receivers in both Detroit and in Minnesota. Well, Minnesota, they just have Jetta. That's it.
All right, so the Packers are on the clock. We'll see what they do here. This feels like a turning point. If JSN goes unpicked here, then I think Bills fans have to start feeling pretty good that one of JSN least likely, Zay Flowers maybe second least likely, or Jordan Addison could even fall into their laps at 27, and that could end the DeAndre Hopkins conversation altogether. Could the Pats take Levis? I don't think so. All right, Luka probably already knows the pick. The pick is in.
I do.
We'll see what happens.
You'll see it real soon. It just got announced on my TV, so give it about 30 seconds.
What are we drinking, Luka?
We are drinking Smells Like Buffalo Pilsner. It's just what was in my fridge. It's shout out Resurgence Brewing. It tastes good. It's a nice light beer here. I'm supposed to technically be on an intermittent fasting diet where my window is 10 to 6. We're breaking the rules tonight here, folks. I'm wearing a suit jacket and shirt in my house that I have lights in the back and I'm sweating balls. I need a little bit of a beer here. Come on.
Lucas Van Ness goes to the Packers. So we have now seen 4 edge defenders off the board. Nolan Smith is still sitting there. And now we have 2 back-to-back AFC East teams. But Lucas Van Ness is a strong pick for the Packers. Now, granted, they love defense. They love to build defense. I think he's a player that could have gone in the top 10 and people would have thought it was fine. He is a physical freak. People like him do not grow on trees. He still has some refinement needed in his game. But at pick 13 to get your hands on a player like this, are you a fan of the player, Joe DeRosa? It seems like you're not overall a fan of the fit with the team. But as a player, what do you think of Van Ness?
Oh, yeah, no, great edge rusher. He's a power guy. He's got great moves. That's not my problem. I just hate that now 2 AFC East teams are poised to take JSN. This is like my worst nightmare. Although I think the Patriots, I would bank on them going Broderick Jones here. I have the name right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I think
it's Martin that I get confused with because Broderick Martin's a later round D tackle, and I've had him in a couple mocks. It always messes me up. It's a good fit for them. I like the idea of adding another edge rusher to their defense. Their defense had a pretty solid season. It's been pretty good the past couple of years. It's the right move. Like, it's not an overwhelmingly flashy, sexy move. D-end at this point, I feel like we've gotten so numb to it. But it's something that will bolster their defense next season. I like that pick. I just wish they went freaking receiver. I'm going to bank. I'm going to be the next 2 picks you're about to see a sad Joe for the next 15 minutes, guys. I apologize.
Well, I will tell you, I'm with you on the tackle situation for the Patriots because their 2 tackles under contract are Riley Reif, who's 34 years old on a 1-year deal, and then Trent Brown, who really had a down year last year, battling injuries. Neither one of those guys are under contract for 2024. Broderick Jones is still sitting there. They could certainly go in that direction. Wide receiver is a sneaky move. They brought in Juju Smith-Schuster. They lost Jacoby Myers. They still have Tyquan Thornton in house. So,
Josh, look at your screen real quick. No,
really?
Look at the TV. Look at the TV.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was feeling it. I was looking at my mock draft notes. Like
I knew you were rolling. It was like when we did our mock draft. I was like, hey, whoa, something happened.
Steelers are on the clock. This has to be Joey Porter Jr. Get his son on his old team. Get him. But why would they take him over?
That'd be cool.
Why would they take him over Christian Gonzalez though?
I don't know why you would do that unless you really, really were in love with him. I just think the Steelers are really wide receiver happy, and they haven't really drafted wide receivers in the first round. But man, if they liked JSN a lot or something like that, and this seems like that pick.
Can I just add in? Aaron Schatz at 9:41 tweeted, Patriots get their choice of Gonzalez or Smith and Jigba and will probably trade down instead. LOL.
That's amazing.
That is incredible.
And they just did. And now they're at 17. But Steelers probably aren't taking it. Like, they don't need JSN, right? That's not going to happen.
They don't need him, but it's almost like, why? I mean, you're not trading up to get Porter Jr. when Gonzalez is still on the board. That's where I question it. So I genuinely don't know. And I haven't actually, Josh, to this point, I haven't seen a spoiler yet.
I would just say, I want to live in a world. No, I don't, because the Steelers are in the AFC. But can you imagine Nolan Smith and TJ Watt at both edges for the Steelers coming off the edge? That would be fun to watch. Christian Gonzalez makes a lot of sense here. They need a cornerback. They were starting Levi Wallace last year. That's never ideal. They could go safety, I think, with Branch, but I don't know. I think he's maybe a little redundant with Minkah Fitzpatrick. Not that having 2 Minkah Fitzpatricks is a bad thing. He's not Minkah Fitzpatrick, but similar skill set. I don't know. They're obviously not going to go tight end with Freiermuth. I wouldn't think. They're certainly not going to go running back. There's no running backs left. They're not going to go Levis. I think offensive line could always be a pick. Their offensive line still needs a lot of work, and maybe Broderick Jones is somebody that makes sense for them. And, you know, they're kind of an old school mentality team. Maybe this is a team that gets enamored with an old school phone booth guard like Osiris Torrance. So I think there's a lot of directions they can go. Stokes, we haven't heard from you in a while. What are you feeling for the old Steelers here?
Boy, I've been talking about Christian Gonzalez, or thinking about him as a player for the last couple picks, and it would make sense to go with him. Maybe in their thought process, they thought, well, you know, if Christian Gonzalez is gone, we can go Joey Porter Jr. It's the easy one to sell to the fans, and we like him as a player. But if we go Christian Gonzalez, the fact that he's here now, I think that would be a good decision. I still don't know who it is either. So Goodell's announcing it right now. Yeah, for me.
Yeah, no, he's announcing it for me as well. Yeah, it's Stokes. You're almost catching up. Shout out your dog, by the way. I can hear it. Hopefully he or she's doing okay over there.
Whiny.
Yeah, I have a random college game day group on my screen because I'm watching on ABC, and now they're pivoting to the stage. I'm way behind. This stinks.
Oh, if you're watching on ABC, if you can't switch it to something else, network television is going to be better on stream than your local.
Okay, I'll switch.
I just want to chime in too. I have friends from college who are diehard Pats fans. One of them, I'm reading his texts in our chat. Quote, "Fuck yes, Skoronski off the board." These are all individual texts. "Fuck yes, Skoronski off the board. So close. Don't trade back, Bill. They traded back. Fuck." Sorry, I apologize if I can't curse on this chat.
No. Look, I let it loose, Joe. Sometimes we like to pride ourselves on trying to be a family show here, but at the same time, when you let it rip, you let it rip.
Joe, would you watch your fucking mouth, dude? Like, we are trying. No, you're good. Sorry, Mom. My mom's watching.
Hear this language are well asleep. It's 9:50 on the East. Yeah. I mean, if you're watching on the West Coast, shout out you, West Coast. Nice. I'll be out there in a week, but also
pick it
sorry.
Broderick Jones is the pick.
Okay. Cool.
And I'm telling you, I think they just broke the Jets' hearts. The Jets needed a tackle.
That's why they did the trade.
They lost George Fant. Dwayne Brown was a one-year investment. Mekhi Becton is not going well. When he's on the field, it's fine, but he can't stay healthy. And he's up and down as a player. And I think Broderick Jones was the last really big tackle standing. And now you're talking about Anton Harrison, DeJuan Jones.
Tackle's gone. Tackle's gone. Just get it. See ya. If you wanted a tackle at this point in the draft, unfortunately, you're out of luck. Like that, to me, the way the board has broken down, you have to really love an individual to still take them here in the first round. And honestly, at that point, you'd be probably looked at as a little bit of a reach. So you better really luck out there. But overall, I think if you're a team that was hoping for a tackle slide a little bit there, and maybe like a Gonzalez and other wide receiver run would happen and so on and so forth, sorry. But if you're like myself, who's watching Zay just fall, although Patriots at 17, if they take Zay, I'm just going to cry myself to sleep tonight. But overall, like I'm liking the slide of wide receivers because I am in the offensive weapon kind of mindset right now myself. Sorry, Josh.
No, so it's worth mentioning that this pick swap that they did in the Rodgers trade ultimately cost them Broderick Jones if they in fact were targeting him, because they would have gotten him at 13.
That. So poetry. Yeah. Chef's kiss.
So we shall see. This is an interesting pick. There's a comment in chat about Matthew Bergeron. I'm a fan of the player. That would seem really rich. And now tackles can get overdrafted, but I think he's almost like a poor man's version of Peter Skoronski, where there's even more concerns about him playing tackle in the NFL and maybe better off at guard. I mean, Stokes, what if they go Christian Gonzalez and they're just like, nobody's going to throw on us ever?
That would be very annoying. I wouldn't like that, but it's I don't want to put that juju into the universe. So let's just move forward.
I got one for you, Stokes. The Jets at 15 draft Christian Gonzalez. This is all hypothetical. I haven't seen a spoiler. Just letting everyone know. Say they draft Christian Gonzalez. The Bills and Bean just immediately gets the Cardinals on the phone and go, "All right, we'll pull the trigger. Give us Nuke." It's like,
okay,
you want to draft another high corner?
If that's the domino, then okay, sign me up for that.
Yeah,
I would approve that.
chess moves here. It's like, oh, you want to get another elite corner after getting your nice, 2-year franchise rental? Here you go. Here's our 1-2 wide receiver. Have a good one.
I have to imagine they're desperately trying to trade down, not just because the clock is still moving, but the board clearly did not fall the way they wanted. Is there a team that wants to get up and get Will Levis? That would, you assume, be the move. A team like the Commanders could be targeting Christian Gonzalez, but at this point in time, they would just stick and pick. They feel like he would fall to them. Who's the team that could move up for Will Levis if they have the appetite to do it? Maybe the Seahawks at 20, but I don't think that they're necessarily in the quarterback market. What do you think, Joe?
Trade up?
Yeah, I think the Jets are frantically trying to trade back at this point. And who's the team that would come up maybe for a Will Levis?
I don't. I guess if I had to look at anybody,
The Bucks.
this is so tough. But yeah, I was gonna say maybe Tampa Bay.
If you hate them all, just say none.
Yeah, I none. I don't think anyone's trading up for Levis. I think again, Levis's stock, I think, was a little overblown. I don't think he'll be bad, but I think a team that would rather wait for him at the way that this board has fallen makes way more sense in my eyes than trading up. I mean, we've been surprised by Detroit so far, but look at any of the teams on this list. Who's really going to be running to the podium for Will Levis right now? I mean, again, you got JSN still on the board. You got some of the edge rushers still on the board. I mean, it just does not, to me, seem like you need to do that,
Yeah, I'm with you, Joe, 100%. Levis, I just think, look, there's a lot of promise there and stuff like that. You can sell me on it all you want, but I think it was a lot of overselling when it comes to the past month or so, where it's like, I just don't buy any of this. I don't see it. There's just, where are you taking this and then, see it going from there? I just don't understand why anyone would trade up now to do so. And then honestly, the board is breaking down in a way where if you're a BPA kind of GM, you're loving it, to be frank. Like the value keeps falling right now and stuff like that. Sorry, Josh, go ahead.
No, I have one more thought. We know Quinnen Williams wants a big contract extension, and we know Jeffrey Simmons just signed his deal. We haven't heard anything about Quinnen Williams and the Jets being at an impasse or their issues there, but could they protect themselves with a pick like Kancey? I mean, that's a way they could go, but do you risk rocking the boat with a superstar player? Robert Saleh could just say, hey, I'll take Nolan Smith and figure out where to play him at this point in time. I could see that. But I imagine the Jets are probably, the fact that they're still on the clock and the clock is moving, the pick isn't in, tells me they're scrambling a little bit. And I like that.
I will say this. They're showing the war room right now. They're kind of dapping up, high-fiving. Saleh's on the phone. So I think they made the pick. I don't think they traded back. That seems like the kind of interaction where the pick has been made and now it's just going in the process with the card being turned in and so on and so forth.
I have the best idea. The Jets take Will Levis just to piss off Aaron Rodgers. It's the Jordan Love pick.
Oh my God.
I was considering suggesting that, and I'm like, nah, I won't say that. No.
I mean, absolutely, man. I love Aaron Rodgers as a player. Not the person. You can have the conversation however you want. Player, loved him. I made sure I went to that Sunday night game here in Buffalo just so I could finally see him in person. But boy, I also love just life poetry and irony and everything. And for him to get traded to where he thinks it's the best chance to win now, and all of a sudden that team spends their 15th overall pick on a quarterback of potentially the future because they still don't value Wilson. Oh, I would eat that up for 2 months. I wouldn't even want to talk about Bills on our podcast at all, Josh. I would just be talking about the Jets. We'd have to get Flip involved, our mutual acquaintance, because we'd become Jets chat for 2 months so I could crap all over it.
What do we think about tight end here? Dalton Kincaid. I don't, that could be something. I know Aaron Rodgers over his career, when he's had a high end tight end, has utilized him, but Dalton Kincaid's a player that people speak really highly of as more of that H-back move tight end, but I wouldn't hate that pick for the Jets here.
I wouldn't either. No, I think tight end's the one, not one weak spot, but something you could certainly upgrade over Uzama in that offense. And I mean, you have an offense consisting of Wilson, Lazard, Mims, Davis, and now you add in a Mayer or a tight end. I think that'd be a slam dunk. I think that'd be a great pick for you. Again, you have a security blanket for Aaron Rodgers, who's going to step into a familiar offense, but still a new situation in a new city. It would be great for them. And it wouldn't be JSN.
Well, Joe, we got you for a couple more minutes while we're waiting for this Jets pick. Let the people know where they can hear you this weekend. What do you got going on draft coverage wise?
So even though I'm talking about the past, I was just on Cover1's draft coverage show with the Air Raid guys and Pro Ant as well for about an hour. I'm going to be back on coverage. I'm actually doing my show this week under review for all of you in the chat at 10 a.m. instead of 11. We're usually live at 11, but we wanted to go early this week just because we have draft coverage all day that day. So 10 a.m. under review until like 11:15. Then I'm back on for more draft coverage with the guys from Going Deep, also a Cover1 show, from 12 to 2 o'clock. So I will be there. We'll be watching day 3. It's going to be a blast. I hope to see you all there, but also check out our boys in Built in Buffalo here. You guys, I appreciate you guys having me on and the invite. This has been fun. Even though it's only been a brief time, I've been having a blast. The chat's going nuts right now in a good way. So I don't know who the Jets just took. Is that pick in?
Yeah, the pick is in. The selection, they're walking up to the podium right now on my screen, so Josh will see it in about 30 seconds or so. The pick is in. I will say this. When I saw the spoiler to then make the graphic and update it and stuff like that, I'm honestly excited about this.
Okay, that's giving me hope.
Yeah, I it's nothing against the player. I think the player is really solid. I just think the Jets could have done better. That's all.
I'm switching away from ABC
music to my ears.
because I'm just now seeing the bro hugs, and I'm just like, I can't. Like, we're super happy. I will be joining Hans on Twitter Spaces on Saturday, for Cover1. So I'm looking forward to that. I don't know how long I'll be able to hang out because shout out to my mom while we wait. Her birthday is April 28th. Her birthday is April 28th, and she always has to move her birthday celebrations for NFL draft since I was a kid. She's a trooper. So once again, we're going to be celebrating it a day late. But the pick is being announced now by Goodell. You guys probably heard like 17 minutes ago because of my ABC stream.
No, they're having someone else announce it. This finely sharp, dressed young man, Kyle Stickles, I believe his name. Make a wish. Shout out him.
Okay,
hopefully everything's okay. Don't say anything bad, Josh.
I get so annoyed at the special guests, and I was getting ready to say something, and of course it's a Make-A-Wish kid, and I feel like the biggest jerk
up the crowd right now.
Good for you, Kyle.
I'm excited to see Joe's take real quick, hot take before he has to go and stuff like that with this one, but overall, he's reading off the pick right now. He's reading the card, Josh. Don't you?
Kyle,
oh, man.
Kyle is looking kind of sharp, though, to be honest.
Yeah, dude. And not as sharp as me, but yeah, you know.
Solid suit and tie combo.
He's got the handkerchief, too.
I mean, I honestly, he had to read that name, and it's like, oh, hopefully he pronunciated the last part right. No.
Is it the D tackle with the 2 A's?
No.
Oh.
I was messing. It's not too bad. That would have been hilarious. Could you imagine trolling? That'd be horrible. Oh man, the Kansas State. Yeah, I know who you're talking.
You like how I didn't even bother to try to pronounce his name?
That would be a brutal name. Stokes, let me know when you see it.
I've seen it.
This kid is excited.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, wait,
Josh is the last one here.
I think he's just angrily.
Come on.
Are you kidding me?
Wild.
Thank you.
Wild.
What?
Thank you.
Wild.
Will McDonald?
Will McDonald the fourth. I
I?
cannot believe the Jets right now.
May I?
Are you kidding me?
Can I say one thing?
Please.
I did a mock. I like Will McDonald.
Me too.
I really like Will McDonald. He's a great prospect. I think he could be a great player. I just wouldn't have taken him there. That's all.
At
I'll say.
15, it seems insane.
But I also like Gibbs, so I can't talk. I cannot talk.
Joe, you're good, and I want you to hang out for a second because I want to get your final thoughts on this. But I will just say I don't understand why you would take the undersized edge in McDonald when Nolan Smith is sitting there. 2, Will McDonald did a top 30 visit with the Bills, and he's been gaining traction for Bills at pick 27. I put out a tweet today from our podcast account that one box he doesn't check for the Bills is every first round pick they have drafted under Brandon Beane has been 21 years or younger. Will McDonald is going to be 24 when the season starts. So he is an unrefined pass rusher, a very high end athlete. This is not a wasted pick. I'm with Joe. I like the player. 15 feels rich.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of, again, I talked about Gibbs, but it's a good player getting with a good defensive coach on a very good defense that needs like one more edge rusher. It made sense to do this. It's still going to make them a pain in the butt to play against, but I think you could have gone Nolan Smith. I think you could have even taken receiver and given Rodgers another weapon. I think what happened was the Steelers completely stymied the Jets in this situation, and trading ahead of them and taking that tackle just messed them up. That's how I view it. But guys, I'll say this: we're in trade up range. We're
Yes.
getting very, very close to trade up range. Now, the Commanders, I think, could ruin at least one of these. If JSN goes to the Commanders, so be it. But you get to the Lions pick, or maybe number 20. I'm starting to make some calls. Maybe. It depends on how it falls.
I don't think he would go to the Commanders, though. They have McLaurin. Stokes, help me out. Who was the receiver they got in the first round last year? Dotson. And then, so I think they're good there. I think they're a team that screams Will Levis at this point. We talked about their quarterback room. The Commanders right now, they have Jacoby Brissett and Sam Howell. And I understand that Ron Rivera needs to win now, but they have new ownership. They probably don't care what Ron Rivera wants. They want to get a quarterback in-house that's not Sam Howell or Jacoby Brissett. The other thing the Commanders desperately need, when I was doing research on them for our mock draft, is they need a cornerback. They have Kendall Fuller and Benjamin St. Just, who are okay. But when you look at the NFC East, you have Smith and A.J. Brown in Philadelphia. You have Brian Daboll calling plays in New York, and you expect New York's going to come away with a receiver this weekend. And then you have CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Cooks catching passes from Dak Prescott in Dallas. Christian Gonzalez is still sitting there. Stokes, what did your guy do? Did he like go out and rob a store last night?
I don't know what's going on here. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Maybe he just called around teams and just told them really bad stories. I mean, I don't get it. He is free falling right now. This is boggling my mind.
Well, I would be a big fan of the Gonzalez pick because one, that would keep him away from New England. But if they don't take Gonzalez, that could take New England out of JSN, and wide receivers continue to get pushed. So it's interesting, the domino effect that can happen. I still think we're looking at a wide receiver run that could start at pick 21 with the Chargers, and then the Ravens, depending on what happens with Hopkins, the Vikings, potentially, depending on what happens with the cornerback situation. We're not out of the weeds yet as far as cornerbacks go, but as far as receivers go, but to be 15 picks into this draft and not have one off the board, sitting pretty. Joe, you are the best. Thank you for hopping on. We will certainly link up with you some point this offseason as we get closer to training camp. And we appreciate you.
Thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate you inviting me on as a guest. This was a lot of fun. Listen, we're not far away. I hope they do the right thing. That's all I'll say. I just hope they do the right thing. And there's a lot of right answers, but I just hope that they choose one of them.
What's your least favorite idea that would have you rejoining the stream screaming at us if they pick it? What's your least favorite idea?
Well, so I've been a fan of edge rusher. Like, that was one of the things I think they could take, so I won't be mad if they do it. If Nolan Smith happens to fall that far, I'd be elated. That'd be great. I don't hate D tackle. I would love a Mozzie Smith there. Or even if you did see, why am I blanking on
Cansey?
Right, thank you, Cansey. Yeah. If you saw Cansey fall down there, or if you went Brussi, like, there's a lot of options down there at 27. However, I'd be mad if they chose them over a receiver at that point, because if you got in your lab Zay Flowers or Addison, I think you got to choose one of them. I think just adding another dynamic. First off, tackle was always my number one need. Tackle's gone, right? Unless you want to take the little bit of reach and go for DeJuan Jones or Anton Harrison, which is fine if you want to do that. I think Anton Harrison's a good prospect. If you want to be that team that reaches for Bergeron, sure, I could see it. But if you have a Zay Flowers, if you have somehow are in the periphery of JSN, if you have a Jordan Addison all sitting there, I think bringing in that dynamic playmaker is just more valuable at that pick than taking defense. I think there's plenty of opportunity to take some defensive end depth in this draft later on, right? Like, it's a very deep class. We all know that. I know Uzama might be a second round option there. Maybe Keanu Benton if you want to address the line at that spot. If you do want to trade up and get a Jack Campbell, you could do that as well. Let those be problems in the later round. I think receiver, now that all the running back options are gone, now that all the offensive tackle options are pretty much gone and could still be gone, if there is someone there for Allen, a slot option, or someone that could go vertical and have Diggs be your slot and have a rotating tandem that messes with the middle of the field, like, I just don't see how you could pass up on it. I think you're playing into Josh's strengths. Yes, you kind of have to sit and wait for a tackle at that point, but I think it would just be the most fun, dynamic move you could do. So we will see what they do. If they take a safety, you might not be able to contact me. I might run into the woods, maybe break my phone and then run into the woods. I do live in the city, so it's kind of, there's not really woods.
All right, Joe, I didn't need to see a reaction to this because they went cornerback. They went cornerback.
Yeah.
Oh no. So what? 17 Patriots right now is what you're telling me?
Emmanuel
They went
Forbes.
Emmanuel Forbes.
Okay. All right.
So something's going on with Christian Gonzalez. We are clearly not privy to what's going on with him, but he is now in a free fall, and we don't know why. Wow. Anyway, Joe, I'll let you get out of here. I'm sure we'll talk, whether it's in DMs or venting over the weekend,
For
and
sure.
we'll link up later this offseason. Appreciate you, bud.
Thank you guys so much. Take care.
Have a good one.
Stokes, what's going on with Christian Gonzalez?
Stokes, tell us.
What did you do, Stokes?
I don't know, man. This is I don't know what to make of it. This is crazy. Oh my god. I mean, maybe he can fall to the 20s and the Bills can trade up for him. That'd be great. I'd be okay with that.
I want to make sure I have this right. I did not do a lot of work on Emmanuel Ford, but he is tiny, isn't he? Am I confusing him with Banks? Maybe I thought Forbes was tiny.
I was gonna say Emmanuel Forbes is not tiny and stuff like that.
I'm gonna double check that. Let me know what do you think about the pick, Luka? I'm gonna make sure I get my notes up here.
He's over 6 foot. And,
I was gonna say, like, overall, Emmanuel Forbes was one of those guys who is like flying up the boards late and stuff like that, and I think it's because of a lot of athleticism that he brings to the position and whatnot.
Nope, he's 166 pounds. I was right. That is tiny.
Okay,
in the NFL.
So you're referring to height. Yeah. You're referring to weight. Okay,
I knew I had heard that he was small.
I was going to say the big thing on him on why he wasn't up in that upper class was he was not heavy. He needs to build up a lot. But overall, like, Commanders like him more than Gonzalez. Gonzalez has whatever going on. And it's just like, if you want to talk about what could potentially happen at 17, it's like the Patriots just play chess to, 3D and everyone else just because you could easily have seen the Patriots taking at 14 Christian Gonzalez and not bat an eye. Now they're here at 17 if that's what they're going to do.
Please tell me Luka.
Yes, still on the board.
Yes, they took Christian Gonzalez. I will take.
I'm working on it. You made me talk while I was working out, but continue.
I will take that. I understand Christian Gonzalez just fell to the Patriots, and that's painful. Let's all breathe. It's okay. What does that mean, though? It means Jackson Smith and Jigba did not get taken by the Patriots. We are now 18 picks into this draft. We are 10 picks away. How do I go to Stokes when I panic about things? We are 10 picks away from the Bills picking, and not one receiver has come off the board. Insane. The Lions are coming up. They do not need a receiver. The Buccaneers are coming up. You would not anticipate they need a receiver. And then the Seahawks are there at 20. And I'm telling you guys, the Seahawks, they only have 51 players on their roster. I think you could get that pick 20 from them for a quantity, not a quality of picks. If you offered them, say, like your first this year, obviously, and then like a 4 and they just load them up with day 3 picks because they need bodies. I think they would probably bite if you want to get up there. I'm not saying the Bills have to do that. We haven't seen one receiver come off the board yet. I think this is falling very nicely for the Bills. And honestly, like, you have to wonder, do they have a D-Hop trade in their back pocket? What does this do for the D-Hop trade?
Come on.
There's a lot of moving parts here.
I will say this real quick. There was someone that was interviewed recently, the GM of the Cardinals was interviewed recently by someone, and they put out a quote where he said, "I don't foresee that happening in regards to a DeAndre Hopkins trade." Josh Weinfuss put that out. He is with ESPN. He is a writer. He was in direct communication with the GM. So that means nothing. But also, I just wonder if all of this has been smoke and they've been just firm to their price and no one's going to pay that price and stuff like that. But I don't mean to step on Stokes. I want Stokes' take on all this. I couldn't be happier right now. I legitimately, I'm with Josh.
I could. Bijan could be there.
Yeah, no, come on. Let's be realistic. I don't
want to be realistic.
I couldn't be more realistic happy about how this board is going.
Fair enough, yeah.
Emmanuel Forbes got taken, which takes a spot. Things like that. Like Broderick Jones in our mock draft went to the Jets, and all of a sudden they panicked. This is my opinion. This is not reality. They panicked and took Will McDonald the 4th. It's like, see you later. Thank you so much for being off the board there. It's like everything is working out in a way right now where the Bills, if they had a first round grade on stuff with our suspicions of where they could go, Josh, they have the pick of the litter right now. They have a lot of options where it's not going to cost them a whole heck of a lot, where realistically, I could see a move happening in the near future, like you're kind of hinting at. Stokes, we'll ask about your take and stuff on this, but this is now, if you're in the Bills war room, I imagine Brandon Beane is on the phone hot right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not happy that Christian Gonzalez is on the Patriots now, but like as Josh said, like the bigger picture is like these guys are getting ahead and pushing wide receivers down, and it's going to make it easier if this is something that the Bills want to do, and I hope it's something that they want to do is just try and get a wide receiver. But I didn't want to see him go to the Patriots, but at the same time, I mean, if the trade-off ends up being that the Bills are going to get one of these wide receivers that are going to make a difference, then hey, I'm with it.
And I also want to add real quick, Josh.
No, I'm switching to ESPN, so feel free to talk.
Okay, cool.
Should I go to NFL Network or ESPN? Is there?
I'm on NFL Network. They've been okay so far and stuff like that. So I would say them. Overall, what I will also add is this. A mutual acquaintance of all of ours, Nino. Shout out Nino, best man at my wedding in about a month. You better be ready. So he showed the betting line was over under wide receivers drafted in the first round, 4.5. And I told him smack the under. There's only 2 wide receivers that are universally
shout
seen.
Out, Nino. This is a shout out Luka, and you're just covering it as a Nino.
Hey,
I told him.
Whoa. He brought it up here.
Okay.
So the over under was 4.5 wide receivers taken in the first round. And I told him, I feel like universally there's only 2 wide receivers in this draft class that are first round grade. Everyone else is kind of pick your preference, how you feel about it. So if you're telling me the line gives you 2 wide receivers a wiggle room, you should be smashing that under. I don't care if it was heavy odds and stuff like that. You smash that under. It's what we call free money. And right now at this point in time, if you're that better and they're giving you a cash out option of like 70-something% and whatnot, you're just like, you sit and fine and you can sit on it all you want. You're probably going to make your free money, but just keep an eye on it. Because then if 2 wide receivers go, you're screwed. But at the same time, you already got your value because there were supposed to be already 2 receivers off the board potentially at this point in time.
I do want to talk about the Lions before the pick gets in and it gets leaked. They obviously took Jahmyr Gibbs early. They still have a need for edge. They could go Nolan Smith. I would kind of doubt it. I think Miles Murphy probably is a little bit better fit for what they try to do. They could go cornerback. I would think at this point in time, you'd be looking at a Deonte Banks. I don't think it seems like Joey Porter Jr. is falling based on, and Luka's reaction is...
Boys, you better buckle up.
Oh, I'm buckled.
We got some conversation to be had.
I'm excited.
Holy crap.
Stokes, I'm nervous. What do I do?
I guess just watch it. I don't know. Just
I will tell you this, Josh.
I'm at commercial.
This is the happiest I've ever been when it comes to writing up. You guys are gonna have to wait. I'm sorry, I couldn't contain that. I read that spoiler and I was like,
oh, okay. I'm like, man, how far behind am I?
Because I got to make this graphic right now.
Yeah,
and I couldn't be the happiest SOB right now.
Okay, I want to guess. What do the Lions need? I think they want trenches. Am I off here?
I'm not going to say anything.
Okay.
This is a perfect time to kind of speculate and say, what could the Lions be drafting at this point in time? Because I will tell you, this is the official pick right now that nobody knows anything. Wow.
Damn it. Not okay. So now you got me thinking they like went up for Hendon Hooker or something like that. But
I will say this, it's not quarterback.
Okay. I mean, if they went running back again, that'd be pretty interesting.
They did
get that 1, 2, 3, 4 punch going.
I'll get the overly ridiculous things out. They did not go quarterback. They did not go running back.
Okay. God. Okay. So in my notes, I'll just go through my notes and we'll kind of talk through it. I think they needed a cornerback. So obviously I said Deonte Banks, you shot that down. I don't think Joey Porter Jr. would get that reaction out of you. They could go defensive tackle here. I think Cansey would make sense. And he's obviously a Dan Campbell kind of guy, I think. But again, that would not get that reaction out of you. I don't think Mozzie Smith would get that reaction out of you. You're a Mozzie Smith fan. So now I'm looking at offensive line. Bergeron. I don't think Bergeron would get that reaction out of you. I really don't. DeJuan Jones, you're a fan of. You probably wouldn't panic if you saw DeJuan Jones. So are we looking at a situation where they went like Michael Schmitz and just totally blew up the front, or Joe Tittman? I know he's a guy that got some late round buzz in the first round.
Kincaid?
No, I will say this. It's not offensive line. The pick is in, I see on my television right now. It looks like they're cutting to the stage. So hopefully they're
wait a minute.
Soon.
Wait a minute. They lost TJ Hawkinson. Is Dan Campbell going to go get Darnell Washington and just try to build him into a superstar?
I will tell you right now, if it was a tight end, they wouldn't have gotten that reaction out of me. If you want to talk about the shock of the draft, I guarantee this is the shock of the draft. The shock.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I wish I could pretend like this is all going to be natural. And I couldn't know that something shocking was happening for a clip for YouTube, but we already know something shocking is happening.
This might be a clip on YouTube.
All right.
That's how crazy this pick is.
Are you folks in chat as nervous as I am right now?
This is wild. I officially, oh my God, I can't wait to have this conversation.
Okay.
Oh my
Roger, spit it out, dude.
Let's see it.
So it's not Jackson Smith and Jigba, I can infer.
Nope, it is not.
It is not.
If you think it's who you think it is, you're wrong. Oh my God. You'll understand as soon as the pick's announced why. I am like, holy crap. Josh sees it. Stokes sees it. I see it. Announce it. Linebacker Jack Campbell's off the board, ladies and gentlemen, at pick 18. Effing bleeping real.
I am so mad. I argued with so many people on Twitter that he wasn't worth the first round pick, and he goes at pick 18.
No. Hey, I'm going to drive this conversation right now. Jahmyr Gibbs at 12, when you could realistically have him at 18, and then you double down and you take someone that a lot of respected individuals did not value as a back end first round talent, and you take him at 18. Look, you better love this SOB. But boy, have you questioned everyone's evaluation of if you know what talent is and how to draft it and where it should go, because this is the official reach of the NFL draft. This is absolute insanity. And the Lions GM just put himself on a 1 to 2 year timer, because if this looks bad right now with Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell, see you later. Pack your bags. You're never going to have a GM job again in the NFL. Wild stuff.
Do they know this is the first round? Like they just
know.
picked Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell in the first round.
Unbelievable.
What is happening right now? And okay, look, I'm prepared to talk about Jack Campbell. He's a good coverage linebacker. They brought back Alex Anzalone. I always want to pronounce his name wrong, but Aaron Rodgers leaves your division. The Vikings are blowing it up and the Bears are rebuilding. And your solution is to take 2 first-round picks and take the second best running back in the draft and a linebacker that was ranked 50th by most people that cover the draft? That's your plan? That's why you haven't won a playoff game since 1992, Lions. It's a you problem. It's not an us problem. I'm tired of feeling sorry for you. I went to the game on Thanksgiving. I was feeling bad for those Lions fans. I was excited the Bills won, but man, it broke my heart to watch them be like, our team blew yet another game. And then they go out in the draft with 2 picks and draft a linebacker who shouldn't even be called until the middle of tomorrow. And then the second best running back that people were like, maybe he's a first rounder. What are we doing? Sorry, Stokes.
No, I am thrilled that Jack Campbell got taken. I thought that he fit the Bills too much for them to not take him if he were there. So I am so happy that this is not a conversation that we have to have.
This is the greatest night of my life.
I
haven't had a really good life.
Stokes, I don't want to trump on you right now. Do you have anything else to say?
Nope. I am very thrilled.
The amount of
give the Lions all the first round picks. Please. Everybody will fall.
Like when I saw that spoiler, like I'm gonna miss the Bucks are doing me no favors right now. The pick's already in. I see the spoiler. I need to take a second to breathe right now. As Josh even said, the amount of time we spent to argue with people online of why Jack Campbell at 27, like you could talk yourself off the ledge on it, but it still seems like a reach. It's a little bit ridiculous, but hey, like maybe there's something there and you love him and you take your guy, right? And all of a sudden the Lions just push it all in the middle of the table and go, oh, screw you. Remember that novelty pick we just took at 12? We're going to double down and take the second round great guy at 18. So you don't have to worry about it. And this receiver room is still there. Like unbelievable. I got to fill out my graphic.
We got to refocus. The Buccaneers are on the clock. We assume they're not going to take.
The pick was just announced on my
They're not going to take like Drew Simpson or something like that. But okay. Oh, hey guys, here's a wild thought. The Buccaneers took a player that belongs in the first round. The Buccaneers took Kalijah Kancey, which, I mean, when you look at his prototype and you think about the Buccaneers uniform, Stokes, the first thing I think of is just, you think about Warren Sapp, like that undersized defensive tackle that had a Hall of Fame career for the Bucs. I like Kancey in this spot. I thought there was a chance the Bucs could be in on quarterback. It's possible maybe they were, and they didn't like Will Levis. But I think Kancey, for as much as we saw Ed Oliver not overcome the physical deficiencies and not become the next Aaron Donald, I don't think that's a reason to not like Kalijah Kancey. And this feels like really good value for the traits he brings.
Yeah, and when you look at what he'll mean for that team, he's not going to be the type of guy that needs to take up 2 blocks. And it may be he may have too many similarities with Aaron Donald, and they went to the same school and everything like that. So it's easy to try and project that, of course, but from watching the way he plays, I mean, you can see the flashes. You can see why he's compared to Aaron Donald, or you can see why a comparison to Ed Oliver makes sense. And you don't have to use Ed Oliver's lack of explosion, lack of becoming a superstar as a reason to not take him, as you said. So I think he'll fit well with the Bucks, and I still think that roster is pretty good. So I mean, he's going to do well, I think, there.
So you think about what they've built in Tampa, and they have Vita Vea in the middle. Like Stokes said, he doesn't have to take on double teams there. They have Vita Vea there. They drafted Joe Tyron a couple years ago. They still have Shaq Barrett. So that defensive line is looking really good. They brought back Stokes' guy, Levante David. So that defense should be sound, should be intact. And then they have Baker Mayfield at quarterback. So we'll see what happens there. He certainly has weapons to work with. That NFC South is about as wide open as it gets. The Bucks can certainly, even without Tom Brady, go out and win that division. I like this pick a lot for them. They didn't panic and take a quarterback they didn't love. They didn't reach like the Jack Campbell 18. I can't believe I lost the I was so ready tomorrow to be so petty on Twitter. Where's all the Jack Campbell love? And he goes 18th overall. I can't believe I was wrong about that, Luka.
I'm so happy you're wrong. I'm so happy I was wrong. This is the happiest I've ever been to be wrong, because now I don't have to have this ongoing conversation for the next 2+ months about how we spent the 27th overall pick on Jack Campbell. Look, I want to say now, I want it on record, I do like him as a player. I thought it fit everything everyone has said, what Stokes said earlier, everything like that. Do not take me laughing endlessly at this pick as me hating the player and thinking it's, Cole Strange in the first round. It's shout out Patriots, Bill Belichick, good drafting. It's like the fact that we don't have to have this conversation on how the Bills really did, unfortunately, value immediate needs over best player available is gone, because that was the only player in my mind. There's one other guy, but there's even individuals like Josh who might like him in that pick at 27. Jack Campbell was really the only universal one in my mind that was the reach. That was the, hey, you're taking immediate need, you're valuing this at 27, and you really need to understand what best player available is. I'm so excited. And then now with the Bucks, couldn't have been the easier call possible. They made my life hell, because they probably turned that card in the fastest they possibly could. And good on them. Good for the Bucks. The Bucks literally were like, you just handed us a gift, Lions. We appreciate it. So when we play you in the playoff, because you're probably the 5th seed and we're the 4 seed potentially, and they're just mauling their offensive line because Kalasha Kancey's there, and you're sitting there wondering, damn, this Jack Campbell guy's just really slow to the play. There you go. Just
Rashad White just running over Jack Campbell.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, yeah, Rashad White's just going to run over Jack Campbell. And, I like Jahmyr Gibbs. I just did not like him at 12 at all. That was correct. The Lions act like they don't have access to the internet. It's pretty much all I can deduce from that. We have another guest coming up here in a couple minutes, Peter Dibiasi, the co-host of the Buffalo Blitz. He will be on with us here in a couple minutes, and he is hosting along with Lance, who was on earlier, day 2 of the draft. So please do check that out everywhere on Built in Buffalo. Well, we have a little bit of a break here before we get into the Seahawks, which I think is another potential JSN landing spot. We do want to tell you, if you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe. At least like and subscribe. We are trying our best to make Built in Buffalo your one-stop shop for all Buffalo Bills content, and we would love it so much if you could just like and subscribe. It helps us out so much with our goal of doing that, as we are going on 3 hours of being on the air, guys, and I have not gone to the bathroom once. Shout out to me. But you know what? Let's go ahead and bring in Peter now. We have a little bit of a commercial break, and we can talk about what the Seahawks are up to. Peter, how is the draft treating you so far?
It's good. It's fun. I love the draft. It's one of my favorite times of the year, maybe outside of the regular season. But I like seeing players that you expected to go to a certain spot, and then you get Jahmyr Gibbs to the Lions at 12, or you get Darnell Wright at 10 to the Bears, and you kind of look at your board, you look at the mock drafts that you did for months, and you're like, wow, we were really wrong, and it's kind of fun.
Well, we are really excited because we are now coming up on pick 20 and not one receiver has been picked yet. So it sure feels like that Brandon Beane, if he wants one of the perceived big three, and that would be JSN, Jordan Addison, and Zay Flowers, in whatever order you have them, he should be able to make a trade to get up and get one of them, and it shouldn't be too cost prohibitive. We don't know what's going on with DeAndre Hopkins. I would say maybe less optimistic than I was even a day ago, but if we can get past this Seattle pick and without JSN coming off the board, I think we're cooking with gas. And I want to talk about what the Seahawks need to do and what they have done. With their first pick, they picked Devin Witherspoon. That was a little bit of a surprise, but they addressed cornerback. They still have a need for edge. So they have Darrell Taylor and Nwosu on expiring deals. Neither one of those guys are necessarily special. And there's some edge players out there, whether it's Nolan Smith, Luka's guy, Miles Murphy. I think both of those guys make a lot of sense for the Seahawks. They have no guards under contract beyond this year. I think they are a team that would look at Osiris Torrance and look at him as a scheme fit for what they want to do with Kenneth Walker. They brought in Bobby Wagner and Devin Bush. Those are Band-Aids, but there really was no linebacker in this draft worth a first-round pick unless you were the Detroit Lions. I suppose they could go Will Levis, because, we talked about the fact that Geno Smith is there. He had a good year. They got an extension for him, but Will Levis kind of falls into their laps here, but they need bodies. They only have 51 players under contract. You need 90 for training camp. This is a prime trade down spot, especially with wide receiver row coming up right after them. I think they're probably getting their phones burned up. As I say that, the pick is in. Peter, what do you think? What direction do you think the Seahawks are going to go here?
I agree. I think edge defensive line has to be the mindset here. They probably could have went Jalen Carter at 5. They went, obviously, Devin Witherspoon. I thought the Jets should have went Nolan Smith or Miles Murphy over Will McDonald. Yeah. So I think Nolan Smith's probably my pick, but Nolan Smith or Miles Murphy is probably what I would go here.
Let me say this right now. I'm not overly excited about the Bills taking an edge. If Nolan Smith is on the board when the Bills pick, unless Jackson Smith and Njigba and Zay Flowers are there, I am going to be over the moon excited to get Nolan Smith 100%. In there. And I would maybe even take him over Zay Flowers. I love him. All right. I love him. I love Nolan Smith.
He's a top 12 talent, top 13 talent in this draft. It kind of reminds me of Gregory Rousseau when he kind of fell to us. Gregory Rousseau, maybe not as hyped as Nolan Smith, but no, if Nolan Smith got to, I said it on the show, the Buffalo Blitz, and Lance always disagrees with me. If the one edge, if it gets to 27, that's Nolan Smith, the guy you kind of have to take. So,
Stokes, if Will Levis doesn't go here, I think we're going to start to have a conversation about, if not here, when. And are we looking at a situation where he falls completely out of the first round? Also, that could really make the Bills pick 27 very valuable when you see somebody from day 2 trade up to get a quarterback and maybe overpay to get there. Another thing that's working in the Bills' favor. I know Goodell's coming out. Oh, more kids, guys. Yay.
You're ruthless.
Hey, look, we played football once in Platte County. So let's stand on stage for 5 minutes and make everybody wait to see who. These are probably going to be I don't have any sound here. So if these are victims of something, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I feel like the.
Did you make fun of the Jets?
I did. No, I told him to pump the brakes immediately. Okay, because I'm ahead of him. So I saw Make-A-Wish come up. I was like, Josh,
I'm pretty sure he had bone marrow cancer or bone cancer.
Yeah, I was like, Josh,
something cancer.
Yeah, Josh, Make-A-Wish.
Get yourself canceled.
And shout out to that guy. He was hyped up. That kid.
Oh God, he was awesome.
Yeah, super hyped. Yep.
Some higher power. My mic. That's a sign. Okay, kids, have your moment.
Yeah,
football player. Who cares? I'm talking about her like she's a victim. Okay, Bethany, who's the Seahawks taking?
Yeah, no. So, okay, you guys got to let me know. I already have it mocked up, ready to go here. So
first wide receiver off the board, Jackson Smith and Njigba to the Seahawks.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense.
It's too hard to pass for Seattle at 20.
Yeah.
Even though I still think maybe more value for Seattle. I'm not saying JSN is not great, but there might have been a little more value for them taking an edge and then another receiver early second round because you have DK Metcalf and you have Tyler Lockett. I feel like there's maybe a little more value in there, but maybe they're JSN's 10th on our board. We can't pass him up at this point.
And you don't know how much longer you have Tyler Lockett in house.
That's true.
He's been a beast, but he's older than people think. He's been in the league for a while. Stokes, it's hard to argue with the value here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an easy decision. I don't think that he was 20 on too many boards. So when you get that type of value at a position that whether need or not, you'll need it eventually. So even if you have 3 wide receivers, it's a good decision. So
DK Metcalf has already gotten paid, I believe, so that's not really an issue.
Yeah,
but I think it's more of a Lockett thing. And we did have a question in chat. Is Lockett available? Probably for the right price, I would assume. But you're kind of in the same situation you were with Hopkins, where are you willing to give up an asset and take on a large salary? Lockett's not on the level of Hopkins, obviously, although what he does would fit the Bills like a glove. We shall see. But good question. Appreciate it. And we are now moving on to the Chargers. And guys, we are in the heart of wide receiver row here. The Chargers are looking for a wide receiver. After them, you have the Ravens, who have been hot after DeAndre Hopkins. They signed Odell Beckham. They have Rashad Bateman in-house, but they probably want a wide receiver. The Vikings could certainly use a wide receiver. And then the Giants are looming at pick 25, also needing a wide receiver. So if Brandon Beane is in love with Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison, he's probably working the lines at this point, because I don't think, Peter, he feels comfortable that he could stick and pick.
No, I agree. I feel like the Chargers are primed for a receiver. I think the Ravens are too, but I also think the Ravens could take like a Joey Porter Jr. or Deontay Banks. I think they could be in the mark. I had them taking Deontay Banks earlier. I think the Vikings could look at a receiver. They don't have Thielen anymore. It's Jay Jettas. I guess the Jaguars maybe, but they also want O-line help, but I don't know what O-line you would take at this point. Maybe Anton Harrison sneaks into the first round, or Dawan Jones. I know Luka loves Dawan Jones, and I'm a big fan of him too. Yeah, I think, and the Giants too. Yeah, so basically you're right. Yeah, if the Bills want a receiver, if it's Addison or Flowers, you probably have to go get him now. But I don't know. Maybe it's Quentin Johnston. I don't know.
Yeah, Luka, that's where I want to go to next. You had the Chargers in our mock draft, so you were the one that kind of got into the weeds on them and did some research on them, and you came away thinking that maybe Johnston was the fit they're looking for.
Yeah, so 2 things I came away with the Chargers, and then the way our mock is going to dictate that, and that's where I want to bring it up here. The Chargers are looking to add additional weapons to, it seems like, obviously, an edge is on their radar, but I think ultimately I believe them to be looking for an additional weapon, hopefully to kind of be a little bit more reliable than what they have currently for Herbert and everything like that while they still can. Because yes, Mike Williams is a great wide receiver himself. And then of course the slot man himself, Keenan Allen, very, very good wide receiver, but they have health issues at times. And overall, I think Quentin Johnston really fit the mold of what they like in a wide receiver: athletic, big, and then just all the things that you got knocked on him where maybe he doesn't fight for the ball and stuff like that. That's okay if he's secondary to those other weapons that they have there, because he's not going to be having to make contested catches all the time and stuff like that, because he's not going to be leaned on like a true number one while he develops. So that one made sense. What I will say though is tight end was something on their radar as well. And the way we did our mock, Josh, Kincaid was already gone. Kincaid is someone that I thought they valued a little bit. Now they generally like taller, more athletic tight ends and stuff. They have Parham, I believe his name is, who's like 6'7" and stuff like that. And that seems to be the trajectory, what they like to go with tight end, but maybe they want to add a different style complement to that in a Kincaid and stuff. It just seemed like overall weapon was kind of the thing. It's like, hey, edge is cool. They do have Mac and Bosa, who the reliability is not there, and Mac's a little bit on the older side, but overall we want to get our guy another weapon, hopefully who can stay healthy, so on and so forth. So that's where I really believe them to be the mindset of. And then Johnston seemed to check more boxes for them when it came to just a little bit of digging.
I didn't get my wish. When the Dolphins were supposed to be on the clock, Roger Goodell didn't come out and give a lecture about how cheaters never prosper. I wish that would have happened. It did not come to fruition. That's a shame. I think that would have gone a long way. I mean, there's a lot of kids in the house that were prepared to give speeches tonight. I feel like one of them could have gotten up there and talked about cheating on a spelling test or whatever, but no, they played flag football once in some county I've never heard of. So let's let them delay the draft by 5 minutes. I am such a cranky person. I'm sorry. All right. Dalton Kincaid's interesting, and I will tell you, if the wide receiver board had fallen a certain way, and it still might, He's not a guy that I would not necessarily mind. That there's multiple negatives in there. I want to make sure I'm saying this right. I wouldn't mind seeing him on the Bills. I think he is a big slot. I think he's somebody that could get open. I think there's some redundancy there with Dawson Knox. I think the Bills would need, if they want to do more 2 tight end stuff, would more of like an inline blocker, like a Mayer or maybe even a Washington. But just like a pass game weapon, he's enticing. I think that's a sneaky good need here. A lot of people have been saying Jalen Hyatt for the Chargers, but Mike Williams is kind of that deep threat already. We shall see. Final thoughts, guys. Any final predictions before it comes in? Luka, not you, because you're cheating.
It's probably a receiver. Zay Flowers is probably the guy.
Luka didn't fall out of his chair out of depression, so I don't know if it's Zay Flowers.
I may have done something though that should have tipped what
Quentin Johnson. Oh, did I spoil it?
Oh, Peter.
Look at Luka. Luka,
on.
you called it. It's okay.
I was gonna say pat myself on the back. I'm pretty good at what I do, people. Shout out me, man.
Quentin Johnston.
I dug hard on. I was talking to fans. I was doing digging.
Let's shout out who deserves to be shout out here. Our guy Mike Lara. Because he was, he was your guy.
Hey, he liked tight end too. That's also where I was getting those ideas because weapon really was that way, and he kind of pointed me in that direction a little bit more so. But wide receiver was really what I kept reading. And when it came, like if you look at the history of the Chargers and you look at what they draft in wide receiver, it's always this guy. It's always this style. And the best part is, of one place that I thought Quentin Johnston could really thrive, that actually is the Chargers, because I think the Chargers do a really good job with those larger athletic receivers that then just maybe need to work on their catching intangibles a little bit. Mike Williams to me is the anomaly in this whole thing because he is really a good deep jump baller. But like imagine Quentin Johnston kind of rounding out his form and everything and becoming the next Keenan Allen for them and working in that slot while being the size that he is. That would be very, very impressive for them and really good that it's just, phenomenal pick. Honestly, I can't say it's a bad pick because guess what? I had that one up for a long, long time and it just felt so right.
Mike Stinson in chat asking, yes, we have pick 27. So the Bills are going to be on the clock here in about 6 picks. Stokes, I did not think all along that Quentin Johnston was necessarily a fit for the Bills. He wasn't on a top 30 visit. We know Josh Allen is more of like get open, catch the ball. And, he likes those quick separators like Cole Beasley, Stephon Diggs, Emmanuel Sanders. You have been a fan of Quentin Johnston and his skill set. So just talk a little bit about the player and what you think the Chargers are getting.
Yeah, Luka said a lot of it. I think when you have a guy that has some sort of intangibles that involve making defensive account for him with more than one guy, that's the type of thing that is invaluable to an offense. And when you add him with a guy like Mike Williams and like Keenan Allen and like Austin Eckler, as long as he's there, it just makes the offense really, really difficult to defend. And you have to pick your poison with how you want to let the team basically gash you. Is it whether it's 10 and 15-yard routes with Keenan Allen, or whether you want to guess or take your cornerback one-on-one with Johnson or Mike Williams. So it makes it really, really difficult for defenses. And it's just a matter of how they're going to handle it with Herbert.
I'm trying to Google something and I'm afraid to like move wires around. I want to say the Ravens either have 5 or 6 picks. I know they're light on picks. I also know that they did business with the Bills last year when the Bills moved up to get Kyer Elam. And if the Ravens do have a deal in hand for DeAndre Hopkins, which has been reported out there by some stations in Baltimore, they could be motivated to move back here. And if you're the Bills, and if you love a player like Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison, you want to get ahead of the Vikings and the Giants who could be in that wide receiver market. And if you're the Ravens and the Bills are another team that's competing with you for DeAndre Hopkins, you don't mind trading this spot to them to take them out of the wide receiver market. Keep that in mind. I think there's a really good chance the Ravens go cornerback here instead of receiver. They lost Marcus Peters. They're still out there. They have Deontay Banks who could go. Joey Porter Jr. sitting out there. I don't know if he's going to go in the first round, but there's still some guys there. It's important that one of those guys is still on the board for the Vikings. Otherwise, they could pivot and try to replace Thielen. But we're in it, guys. These next 2 picks are going to go a long way because after these next 2 picks, the only team left on the board that really is in the market for a receiver in front of the Bills is the Giants. How are you feeling at this point, Peter?
I don't know. I'm starting to get the feeling that Michael Mayer or Cyrus Torrance is the Bills pick. I don't know. It's just starting to creep in on me, but I do think the Ravens go corner here, like Deontay Banks or Joey Porter Jr. And look, I want receivers to go. Maybe I do have over 3.5 on the receiver bet, but just going to put that out there. So we got 2 going. We need 2 more to go, and hopefully 2 go. But I don't know, like you kind of map it out in your head. Like you have the Ravens, you have the Vikings, you have the Giants, right? And even the Jaguars could mess around and take a receiver if they really felt like it, right? Those 4 teams all could take a receiver. I don't think Dallas does because they have CD Lamb, and didn't they trade for Brandon Cooks?
They traded for Brandon Cooks. They still have Michael Gallup. They're in good shape.
Yes, so they seem like a tight end spot potentially there for me. But yeah, look, if the Ravens don't go wide receiver here, let's say they go corner, right? Then you're starting to get like that like building sensation. You're like, okay, because maybe the Vikings and Giants, one of them pass on a receiver, and then you have Addison or you have Flowers. And I also think, and I know not all Bills fans want to say this or want to think this, I do think Jalen Hyatt is 100% in play at 27.
No, I'm with you. People asking why Luka left. He didn't say, but my guess is it's a bio break. We've been on this air for 3.5 hours, folks.
God, yeah.
He probably need to use the restroom.
I'm ready for tomorrow night to have to use the restroom.
So what time are you guys starting up tomorrow night?
So the second round starts at 7 o'clock, a little earlier because you got 2 rounds. So we're starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. At 7:30, we got Stevie Johnson coming on. Yes. So Stevie Johnson's coming on from 7:30 to 8. That's our obviously massive guest. We have a couple other guests coming on, a former 49ers ESPN radio host, a Patriots content creator, and Dean Kinding, who's a Bills draft guy. So those guys are coming on. But Stevie Johnson at 7:30 Eastern right here, if you're watching it right now, right here. Yeah, so we're going to 7 until the draft ends. So we got 2 rounds. So it's going to be fun.
So Ian Rappaport's talking. I don't have my volume up, but I do wonder if there's something here going on with Hopkins. There were some rumors that the team that got Hopkins would trade the 22nd pick to Arizona. Does Arizona still even have that pick, Luka? I'm so lost. Luka's coming back.
No, they do still have their own second, but they got rid of the 33rd, which they acquired. That's where you're probably confusing it. They got rid of the one they acquired from the Lions in order to So
the Ravens pick is in, so they're not moving back with the Cardinals. That's a clue. Maybe not the biggest clue, but it's a clue. The pick is in. If we survive this pick without having Zay Flowers go off the board, I think it's go time. It's Mario has a minute left before he beats the castle, and the music picks up. If for those of you that played Mario games growing up, Peter, you look so confused because you probably grew up playing like PlayStation 4 as your first gaming system.
I played Mario Kart in college once in a while. We got a Wii upstairs in my house. We play Mario Kart.
Okay, respect.
That's about it, though.
Shout out Peter and his Mario Kart.
Luka, we had people asking where you went, and they read into you getting up and walking away as somehow you knew something inside on the knowledge. And I was like, you probably just had to pee, guys.
Honestly, I will say this. It wasn't that, but it could have been.
Oh God, is this Zay Flowers?
I'm not saying anything. I can't.
How far ahead are you?
I can't spoil it for you guys.
He said it. It's Zay.
Luka, how far ahead are you?
So Peter, because you're new or you came on late and stuff, I am cheating. I am reading the spoilers and things like that because it helps when it comes to the graphic and stuff like that to update. So I am getting stuff like
I'm streaming on an ESPN.com right now. I'm gonna watch it.
I am ahead of them anyways because I do have just regular DirecTV up top. Like I at least can watch it at full time. So I just know when I see it up there, you guys are about 15 to 20 seconds behind me.
It feels like I'm behind Josh too.
Okay, important to know.
So
if this is a wide receiver, if they do in fact go Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison, we're going to find out here in a second. That probably takes them out of the Hopkins race. Something to chew on.
Please.
Roger Goodell is announcing the pick.
I just need to buy a DeAndre Hopkins jersey. Like that's
Zay Flowers comes off the board, and now if you believe the beat writers, the next receiver on the Bills list is Jordan Addison. I will tell you, I'm having a hard time loving Jordan Addison. I really am. Which one of you is prepared to talk me into Jordan Addison? Stokes, is that something you want to do?
I mean, I could try really hard, but I don't know whether I want to. But if it happens, I'll do my very level best.
I will tell you, I questioned whether the Bills would love Zay Flowers, only because the history of Brandon Beane, 5 first-round picks since he's been the GM. Every first-round pick has been 21 years or younger, And outside of Ed Oliver, they've all had prototypical size, and they've all had a top 30 visit. Zay Flowers did have a top 30 visit. He's going to be 23 when the season starts, not 21. And he has historically short arms, not just short arms, historically short arms, to the point where Mina Kimes said no wide receiver in the history of the NFL has been successful with those short arms. So take that for what it's worth. I've kind of in the back of my mind thought all along there's a chance the Bills would prefer Jalen Hyatt over Zay Flowers and maybe even Jordan Addison. I have a soft spot for Jalen Hyatt. I'm happy that my other Jalen Hyatt enthusiast is on here with me right now with Peter. He's a big Jalen Hyatt fan. Stokes, I think you like Jalen Hyatt too. Luka will need to be talked into it a bit.
Yeah, it's fine. He's ahead of us anyway. He's cheating, so we don't have to talk him into anything.
Oh, geez, behave up there, Peter. Come on now.
But guys, as of pick 19, this thing was falling beautifully. And then the last 3 picks, wide receivers. So we have.
Well, I think we knew it was coming, right? Like eventually,
Yeah.
like this was the wide receiver row kind of, and I don't know, maybe you kind of got hope when like JSN didn't go like 13 to the Packers or 15 to the Jets, and you're like, oh, or Patriots at 17, and then you're just like false sense of hope because we don't pick at 22, and that's what we get for being a 13-win team, I guess.
Josh, I will say this is why I brought up the cash out option on over under 4.5, because when you are sitting there at 18-19 and wide receivers haven't been taken at all, and they're offering you, 3/4 of your winnings right there because 0 wide receivers are sitting left, and you take that. This is why, because as Peter just pointed out, now you were walking into what was the known wide receiver gauntlet. And you could easily see 4 or 5 wide receivers taken, where that over under 4.5 line becomes obviously an over if they hit 5. So yeah, this was inevitable. This was the way it is. It sucks. My draft crush is going to an AFC team. I will say this, man, what in the world are they going to do with Rashad Bateman? Because in a week's time or whatever it's been now, they had Odell, they've drafted Zay, and they've extended Lamar, of course. So it's like, where does that leave Rashad Bateman? Because I mean, you could get him at some sort of.
And they flirted with D-Hop. Now, the other way to spin this, I'm getting some feedback on somebody's here. I can't tell whose it is. I'm going to try muting one person at a time and see if it cleans it up. Whoops.
Oh, Josh.
I don't think it's Luka. Okay, it might be. Let me see. Nope, not Stokes.
Yeah, I think Peter, you just got your volume a little high. Just a touch. Right. Yeah, it's just feeding back. Just a touch. You're good.
All right, we got it. So what was I going to say? I think that if you came into tonight wanting the Bills to add DeAndre Hopkins, things have gone in your favor. Now, we don't know if the Bills are even interested in DeAndre Hopkins. We can deduce that they are based on the leaks we've seen, but several things have gone in your favor. One, the team that seemed like was most likely to get him, the Ravens, just took a wide receiver. 2, wide receivers are falling off the board very fastly. And if the Bills want to pivot to, say, DeAndre Hopkins and stick and pick and take a Mozzie Smith or trade back with the Cardinals and get a DeAndre Hopkins in that trade, that would make a lot of sense here. Peter, where are you at with the DeAndre Hopkins idea in general?
I'm on board for I think if you're getting, I would say, arguably a top 6-7 receiver in the NFL when he's healthy, I think you have to do it, right? Obviously, there's a price and there's the cap you have to deal with, but I think that's more of a Bean problem than my problem. I'm not going to try to break down the cap and try to deal with, I think if they make the trade, they're going to make it work. And look, do the Cardinals still have that 34th pick?
Yeah.
Or is that just?
Yeah, they still have their 34th. They had to get rid of the 33rd.
I was always on board for shipping the 27th for the 34th and Hopkins, because I always wanted to move back. Obviously, if you want to move back, you want to maybe get another pick, but you're getting Hopkins. And you're getting the 34th pick. And maybe there's way more value in the 34th pick, because maybe you get a Dawan Jones or an Anton Harrison, or you go Drew Sanders. Somebody in that makes more sense at 34. I'm not saying like Anton Harrison or Dawan Jones doesn't make sense at 27. But if you're like, we're not going to get Jordan Addison, and if we're trying to move up, the teams don't want to take what we're offering. Maybe it's too much, right? We always have to remember that even if the Bills want to move up right now to 23 with Minnesota, doesn't mean Minnesota wants to move. Maybe they want Jordan Addison. They want Deontay Banks or somebody like that.
Yeah.
So I'm always on board for DeAndre Hopkins. I think there's a couple scenarios where it works. I do think maybe the Ravens taking Zay Flowers takes him out of the running. And maybe it helps us if we're the team with DeAndre Hopkins. And maybe the Chiefs take a receiver at 31, and then it's us.
So some names that have been popular mocked to the Bills. Mozzie Smith still available. Brian Branch still available. Jordan Addison still available. Jalen Hyatt not as popular to the Bills. Josh Downs is sitting there. Drew Sanders is sitting there. So the Bills, depending on what their board looks like, they're in pretty good shape here. I mean, Nolan Smith is still sitting there. He hasn't been mocked to
He's
the
still on the
Bills.
board.
Yeah.
Nolan Smith is still there. I'm gonna step in here, Ja. Nolan Smith is the guy I'm eyeing right now. I know Bills fans don't want to hear this. I know it's not the sexy position, but I'm literally gonna lay it here. Like, I'm looking at the Vikings, the Jags. Now the Jags could sneakily be a Nolan Smith place there, but I don't really see where Nolan Smith is being picked in this kind of run. And if you were high on, say, JSN and Zay and no one else, which, as I said earlier, those were really my only true first round graded wide receivers. Like, everyone else I could understand, but there's questions here and there, stuff like that. And then everyone else is there. It's like Nolan Smith, man. You want to talk about an impact player and someone that has just unbelievable intangibles and stuff like that. And if Nolan Smith falls to you at 27, I love the idea that Peter's bringing up when it comes to D-Hop. You trade back to that 33 or 34 and let them move up and stuff. But at the same time, man, you see Nolan Smith sitting there flirting with you. And then on top of it, the value of, with the Zay Flowers going off the board, maybe because you waited until Friday to even negotiate and come back to it with the Cardinals, all of a sudden it could be like, hey, instead of a second, you're going to only get a third, because where's your market? Your market is basically us or the Chiefs. And it's like, if the Chiefs are willing to give a second, okay, that sucks. But at the same time, you could maybe even come back with them with a little bit lesser value, and then you still have that 59th overall pick and stuff. It's just like, the world is opened up in a weird way right now, where going into it, this is probably not the reality we wanted to be in. But man, Nolan Smith sitting on the board right now is absolute insanity to me.
Yes, sign me up. And I will say that the Bills have had a prototype at edge really since Brandon Beane came in. It was Trent Murphy, it was Gregory Rousseau, it was Boogie Basham, it was AJ Epinesa, it was long arm Mario Addison, guys with long arms, length, not edge benders, edge setters. And I think Von Miller, in a lot of ways, opened their eyes with the way he won, with the size that he is. Now, you're not going to get Von Miller in this draft. You probably not. He's kind of a one of one. But when you look at the fact they had a top 30 visit with Will McDonald, who is a undersized edge, I think that puts someone like a Nolan Smith or maybe a BJ Ojulari in the conversation for the Bills that just wouldn't have been there last year. Because if they are self-scouting themselves and they are seeing that they have missed on some defensive linemen over the years, it might be time to change your process and your thresholds. And Stokes, I don't know if any of this makes sense to you, but I do wonder if maybe having Von Miller in the building has kind of been like, oh, so maybe undersized guys can win.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it makes sense. I feel like the further he drops down, I think that the thought process may be to just wait and see if he falls, just let it happen how it happens. But having a guy like that and having him work with Von Miller, and we know that Greg Rousseau can kick down inside and still rush the passer and still be effective inside, it would be a really good find for the Bills, especially for a player that, I mean, no one really thought that, he would fall this far. So, I mean, it would sure be nice. I'll say that.
I am so relieved. Now, I'm sorry, chat. I know he was popular. I am sorry. Jordan Addison just went to the Vikings. I know there's a large segment of people that love Jordan Addison, and that's a bummer. It really is that 4 wide receivers just went in a row. That stinks. I just could not get myself to love him. I do love Jalen Hyatt. I do really like Josh Downs. I think both of those guys are strongly in consideration at pick 27. And Stokes, there's been a lot of temptation of, let's trade back. Let's get Jordan or Josh Downs or Jalen Hyatt at the top of round 2. We have now seen 4 wide receivers go in a row. The Bills might be feeling a sense of urgency and maybe a lack of comfort in trading back. And it might just be we need to take our guy while we got a shot, because these guys are falling off the board.
Yeah. Yeah, and that could be it. I mean, I know we can't equate it to like how we do fantasy drafts, but when you're in a fantasy draft and you start seeing the run, you're like, well, I mean, I'm not going to get my guy at the turn, so I guess I've got to get him now. So I get it. I get it. I mean, they're human just like we are. I mean, their chips are a lot larger than ours in fantasy drafts, but it's I don't think they're immune to it.
So based on what we're seeing in chat, I'm going to trust Chris. He's been here all night.
Yeah.
The Jaguars have traded the pick to the Giants. Okay,
Correct.
thanks, Peter. Peter is
That-
confirming. Luke
That's
is good.
correct.
Yep.
What's the thought process here? What are the Giants trying to accomplish? Costa, if you're around, let us know what you think it could be. You're a Giants fan. It feels like the wide receiver run is over unless the Giants are going after Hyatt. They added a lot of bodies at wide receiver this offseason. So what would the Giants be trying to do? Is there one wide receiver that's left that they're just trying to get in front of the Bills on that I'm not thinking of? I don't think of Jalen Hyatt as a flavor for everybody. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is Jalen Hyatt. But I could see a situation where the Giants just wanted to get up there and get their cornerback, and maybe that's what it was. Peter, we only have you for a couple more minutes. Let's just remind the folks, you are here tomorrow night at 7. You have Stevie Johnson coming on. And and we will be. Costa says it's going to be for Banks. That would be a really strong pick.
I played Madden with him once. Sorry.
Stevie Johnson.
Yeah.
Did you beat him?
No, he beat me. He chose the Raiders in that game, and he beat me. It was in the fourth quarter. I was driving to win, and
we don't care. That's good. So really, we just needed the result, buddy. We don't need the play-by-play.
Oh man,
we don't talk about Madden results in here.
Hey,
Somebody
Peter, go ahead and talk to us about tomorrow and plug and everything like that.
Yeah.
I'll just wrap that up quick.
Yeah, 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Eastern on the Built in Buffalo Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter network. So if you're wherever you're watching now, come back at 7 o'clock. Lance and I will be breaking down. We'll obviously talk about the pick tonight. We'll talk about the first round pick. We'll start with that briefly, and then we'll break down every single pick like you guys are doing. Second and third round will end when the draft ends. Stevie Johnson at 7:30, followed by a couple other guests, 49ers radio host, Patriots content creator, and your guys' comments. So you guys are dropping a ton of comments tonight. Please, please, please bring the same energy tomorrow night. It would be awesome. So 7 p.m. Eastern on Built in Buffalo, and I appreciate it, Christopher. So come out tomorrow night. We'll be doing the same exact thing. And I'm going to make my final prediction for the Bills. I think they go Jalen Hyatt at 27.
That's what I'm feeling.
I want to leave it like that. So that's my pick. So thank you, Stokes. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Luka. Appreciate it, guys.
Peter, we'll talk to you soon, I'm sure. Yeah, so Nolan Smith is like my pipe dream at this point. I think based on what I think the Bills will do, I would love to see them go for Nolan Smith, but I think if they stick, it's going to be one of Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs, or Mozzie Smith. What do you guys think?
I'll let Stokes go first.
Yeah, Jalen Hyatt sounds on brand. I feel on brand.
21 years old, check. Top 30 visit, check. And people say, oh, he's small. He has longer arms than Zay Flowers. He's taller than Zay Flowers. Oh, he only ran a 4.4. Folks, let me tell you about that 4.4. His hamstring was tight at the combine. He was the fastest wide receiver in this draft. He is the best deep ball tracker in this draft. There is a reason why scouts from pro teams told him, you don't have to run the 40 at your pro day. We are good with how fast you are. Can he run a full route tree? He has not been asked to run a full route tree. So I'm going to stop short of saying he can't. I'm going to say he hasn't done it yet. It's a skill he has the opportunity to learn. And I'm interested to see where he fits because there is some redundancy with Jalen Hyatt and Gabe Davis with the role they play, the long ADOT they have when they catch the ball. I think we need to see more from one of those two to make it all fit together. But to get a receiver with that kind of explosion, that deep ball tracking, and quite honestly, the best guy on the board at this point, I think would make a lot of sense. But we've also heard guys like Peter King say that the Bills love Josh Downs, and he even mocked Josh Downs at pick 27 to the Bills. Luka, what would your reaction be if it was Josh Downs at pick 27, understanding a couple of things? One, that probably takes them out of DeAndre Hopkins. And two, for what all we've read, that feels kind of like a reach.
I'll start with the second point first. It definitely feels like a bit of a reach just from the outside looking in. So I say that specifically because if we haven't learned right now that we genuinely have no idea how people work, what they do, how they evaluate talent. Darnell Wright at 10 over Skoronski. Obviously, the Lions pulling whatever you want to call the Lions doing tonight. Things like that. It's like, clearly there's just some value in grabbing your guy, even if it means you're reaching up about, let's say, collectively it'd probably be 10 picks, Josh. I would say about 10 picks higher of a reach and stuff. And yes, a reach is a reach, but at the same time, if you truly valued him as a potential first round grade and you had him over Jalen Hyatt and he's the next man up on your thing, and you just essentially want that valuable fifth year option, if you want to talk yourself into it, so be it. You can talk me off the ledge with that kind of conversation and stuff like that. What I will also add to this, though, and I think this is what you're kind of leading me into here a little bit, I personally, and this is just me, I think a lot of people are kind of more with you. I personally don't believe necessarily that taking, and this is kind of the contradiction to also the Ravens taking Zay Flowers at 22. That is not the end all be all of taking you out of the DeAndre Hopkins race and conversation. I do believe you would have to get a little bit more creative with your depth and how people are getting their playing time, especially with the Ravens and Bills, where you have, someone like Diggs and Odell already in house, and now you're bringing in Nuke and so on and so forth. But overall, I don't think it's the end all be all. I don't think it'd be the final say. It just would be a little bit more strange and stuff. Overall, I think Downs would be it. I'm more leaning that they're going to like Hyatt as well. I think that if they're going wide receiver, that's the trend I feel they're going towards, but I wouldn't know for sure.
Giants are on the clock. The pick is being read by Roger Goodell. There's no kids on the stage. That makes us all happy. It makes me happy. I'm sorry, I'm a grumpy person. And they have taken Deontay Banks. Shout out to Costa in chat. The value makes a lot of sense there. And that's a really solid pick for this point in the draft for the Giants. I think they had a need for a wide receiver, but they added a lot of wide receivers this offseason. They brought back Sterling Shepard.
Cut. Bills traded up. We are pick 25. We are on the clock, people.
All right, hold on. Chat,
nobody panic.
Everybody panic. Listen, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. Everybody be quiet. Folks, this is what we're doing. We are doing a live stream, but we are also recording a video for YouTube that is going to be the Bills on the clock. So we're going to go into video record mode, and you guys are going to see that right now live. So everybody be quiet. Christopher, keep it down. Costa, keep it down. Sham, shut up.
Oh, God, this is wild, man. What a draft. What a time.
Luka, you just messed up the intro. Shut up.
That's fine. Sorry.
Jesus Christ. What's going on, everybody? Josh McCarty, Luka, and Stokes with Built-In Buffalo, and we are live doing a live stream that you can find on this channel under the live button on YouTube. But we wanted to clip when the Bills are on the clock. They have just traded up to pick number 25 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Stokes, we just saw a really depressing run of Jackson Smith and Jigba, Quentin Johnson, Zay Flowers, and Jordan Addison coming off the board. My hunch on this is they wanted to get up and get a wide receiver they feel is the last one of first round value. That leads me to Jalen Hyatt or maybe Josh Downs. What's your read on what's going on here?
I actually think that they're trading up for Nolan Smith. I don't think they're going to go wide receiver. I feel like if you're not going to trade up for a guy that you think would be there for you. So I think they're going to trade up for Nolan Smith.
I went full screen because I don't want to see chat spoil it for me. Luka, we have Jack Campbell already off the board. A very big surprise. Jahmyr Gibbs also off the board, was a name late mock to the Bills. Are you feeling wide receiver like me? Nolan Smith, maybe even Mozzie Smith, a guy on a top 30 visit. Where's your head at right now?
I actually lean more towards Stokes. I think they really are looking at Nolan Smith falling to this point. And the conversation you were having earlier on this live stream, it's just like, hey, the value's there. Everything makes sense. And it's unbelievable to think that he's fallen to this point. Beans are going to pull the trigger. History and trends show that would also be somewhere he go. It just makes sense at this point.
Let me make one more comment, though. Dallas has been hot after tight ends. Hot. Like Michael Mayer is supposedly a hot name in Dallas. Why did they want to get ahead of Dallas? Was there really a fear that Jacksonville was going to take a wide receiver when they have Now, if you're looking at our board, the Bills have traded up. Luka will update it as soon as it happens. They added Calvin Ridley. They have Christian Kirk. They have Zay Jones. Was there a fear that Dallas would take a wide receiver? Maybe. Were the Bills afraid of somebody coming up behind them and taking a wide receiver? Always possible. But keep in the back of your mind, Dallas was heavily mocked to tight end. Could the Bills go Michael Mayer, Darnell Washington, or Dalton Kincaid here, Stokes?
They could. It wouldn't. I'll take that back. It will surprise me if they go tight end here, just because of the assets that are in tight end with Dawson Knox. I don't feel like it would make sense for them to spend the first round pick on a tight end. But I mean, what you pointed out makes a lot of sense. I'm hoping that that's not the case here.
It doesn't seem like there's a tackle here worth drafting. Antoine Harrison. Now that would make sense to get ahead of Jacksonville. They need a tackle, especially with Cam Robinson being suspended, and they lost their tackle to Kansas City this offseason, Juwan Taylor. I don't know who that tackle would be at this point unless they're reaching for Bergeron. But man, if they trade up for Bergeron, that'd be something. I like the player, but I think that would be a little bit of a reach. Any other predictions that we haven't mentioned? I don't think this would be a linebacker move. It feels like they wouldn't need to trade up for a linebacker here. Any final thoughts here, Luka? Unless you know it, then just keep quiet.
I do not know it yet at this point in time because I've been working on a bunch of graphics. Of course, I got to make a gold number here at 25. Overall, I just really think it's Nolan Smith, or they're just ending it. I love your tight end idea real quick, and I just think it's at that point similar to last year. You just move up a couple picks, trade up to get your guy.
All right. My prediction is Jalen Hyatt. I would not be surprised if it's Josh Downs, and I would be thrilled if it was Nolan Smith. We will see what happens. I think tight ends in play. I just named every player in the draft, so I can't be wrong regardless of what happens. Yay, me. And we are at commercial because the Bills are on the clock. Is there anybody else we haven't mentioned? Mozzie Smith, I think, is definitely in play. Peter was on before, and he mentioned Osiris Torrance. We have said we don't think he's a scheme fit. I also don't think the Bills have the appetite to add an interior offensive lineman, especially at the guard spot, because they've signed 2 guards this offseason. They just signed Ryan Bates the last offseason, Connor McGovern this offseason, plus Edwards. I don't think there's room for a guard here. Tackle would impress me. I like Antoine Harrison. That would make some sense. I wouldn't hate it. Ian Rappaport has a microphone in his hand. The other thing this signals to me, this was not a trade back for DeAndre Hopkins. So that idea apparently is not happening. The Bills only had 6 picks coming into this draft. We will have to assume they've at least lost 2 picks in this trade. There are handshakes in the Bills' war room, which means what could possibly go wrong when you saw the high fives when they drafted Cody Ford. Guys, am I talking really fast? I feel like I'm rambling.
Oh, you're perfect, man. This is an exciting moment. This is a very exciting moment.
Yeah, I think that I'd imagine they gave up a 4th or 5th round pick, along with 27 to get up to 25. So
another name to mention that Joe Biscaglia has been talking about, Brian Branch. I know there's some concern about the age of the safeties, but man, like you have Hyde, you have Poyer, you have Rapp, you have DeMar Hamlin. It just would feel like, how are you going to get him on the field, and why would you trade up to do that? So we shall see what is happening here for the Bills. Luka, you know it, don't you?
Yeah, obviously to make the graphic and everything like that, I did have to know it. I am not going to hint anything like that. I'm not going to ruin this moment for anyone. Stuff like that, we can talk about it afterwards. On my screen, they're cutting to the stage, so we should know everything like that. I know some individuals are saying stuff in chat. If you don't want to know it right now, Josh and Stokes, do not look at chat.
I will not look at chat. Roger Goodell is coming up. There are no kids on the stage, which means we're not going to have a prolonged, like this person played flag football once in his life. Let's talk all about his story. I can't believe I'm saying this in the YouTube video. I'm a horrible, horrible person. All right. Goodell is not coming up. There he is, walking very slowly. Roger, focus, dude. It's an exciting time, folks. Will the Bills get their wide receiver? Will they answer their defensive tackle need? Clearly, they're not trading this for DeAndre Hopkins. The pick is in. The Bills selection. Roger Goodell.
Huh.
I don't like that sound. Dalton Kincaid.
It's not a bad one.
They went tight end, the best receiving tight end in the class, and they traded up to do it. So, first of all, do we feel like this was the wide receiver board was not falling the way we wanted it? So instead of taking wide receiver 5 at this point in time, let's just take the best pass catching weapon available in the draft. What do you think about that, Stokes?
That's about the best I can give you there. Okay. All right. Just add something different to the offense, I guess. That's not what I would have wanted to do.
So Luka, this is not a blocking tight end. This is absolutely a move tight end, a tight end that can line up out wide. He's not going to add much to your running game. There are some similarities between him and Dawson Knox. Neither one of those guys are great blockers. I had thought that maybe Michael Mayer would be somebody that fit them more. But the pass catching ability of a Dalton Kincaid does stand out when you watch him.
I think the thought process when it comes to Dalton Kincaid is simple. They wanted to maximize a receiving threat. And yes, everything you said about Michael Mayer and stuff, and it's documented if you want to go back. I loved Michael Mayer. I just think they valued the pass catching attribute of Dalton Kincaid so much where they hope that this can bring a versatility to the offense when it comes to actually being a pass catching tight end that can give you different looks, put them in different opportunities and places on the offense overall. And you're adding a weapon of a different dynamic to this. The knock is Knox is the only guy there to do his job. It's not extremely high end. It's not Travis Kelce. It's not like what Diggs does at wide receiver, but realistically, Quentin Morris could be decent, but it's a projection. It's not a known. And Knox was really the only guy that was there. And on top of it, you just want to have another option inside there. We brought it up, actually. I can't remember which one of our previous shows, Josh, but it's like they brought in OJ Howard last year to maybe have this potential flirtation with 2 tight end sets. And then OJ Howard just didn't work out. He wasn't fitting. The 2 sides couldn't see eye to eye. It just wasn't working. He didn't look great when it came to being in this Bills offense. Now they're just going back to the well in a way where they're just bringing in another high-end caliber talent, hopefully, that can bring those 2 tight end sets back. Blocking may be suspect at this point in time, but that clearly is not where their mindset at. If they're taking Kincaid over a Mayer, they're not concerned with blocking. They just want to have 2 tight end receiving threats in addition to all the other weapons they have.
Mike Stinson asks, who's better? They're different. It's different flavors.
Yeah.
Michael Mayer is not the athlete that Dalton Kincaid is. Dalton Kincaid is a very good receiver. He is just not going to add much as a blocker. Dalton Kincaid has gotten comps this draft season to Travis Kelce. That's rich. That's very rich. But the way he moves, the way he gets open and then the way he moves after the catch, there's a lot to work with there. There's a lot to like. One of my concerns is Ken Dorsey, because we saw last season, they brought in James Cook. They brought in Naheem Hines, and we all had visions of how are they going to utilize these moving chess pieces. And now Ken Dorsey has 2 tight ends that can catch the ball. Does he have the capability, Stokes, to maximize that usage? Because if you just traded up and spent the 25th pick on a player who's only going to be on the field for 30% of the snaps and get 3 targets a game, that's no good.
Yeah. I don't think that it's a good decision to trade up and spend a first round pick on a guy that you're not going to try and scheme to capitalize on their ability. So I do think that as a team, we'd probably be showing our hand anytime he's on the field. But at the same time, if he's meant to be used as that slot guy who's just going to find the holes in zones, or whether he's just going to provide mismatches against either linebackers or DBs, I mean, then that's something to add to the offense. But it's really difficult to gauge how that's going to look with so many different players that we see as they have this upside, and how we feel these players can be used, and just to see how they're going to be, how it's going to look as an offense when you want Stephon Diggs to be the lead dog. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
Has anybody seen the trade details? I'd love to get this in the video we're posting on YouTube if we have it.
No, I have not at this point in time, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I want to go ahead and end this video here. One last thing. Well, I'll get to it after the video. Check the live stream. But Dalton Kincaid is the newest Buffalo Bill. They did go offensive player, the first player drafted in the first round on the offensive side of the ball since the Bills have taken Josh Allen. He is Stokes. He is Luka. I am Josh McCarty, and thank you so much for checking out this video on Built in Buffalo. All right. So, Luka, you know how I compare what's 130?
That would be round 4, correct? It's literally an identical trade to last year.
Yep, 4th round.
It's literally an identical trade. Yeah,
that's rich. They had to think Dallas was going to take him.
Yeah, I mean, that's my thought. Like, they had to have thought that Dallas was going to be taking him, and they were heavy on him, and they heard something about that, and it's just like.
Ooh. Brendan Coleman in chat, one of my buddies from work. I saw him comment earlier. Appreciate you watching, Brendan, always. So, Luka, you know how I always compare these Bills to like the mid 2000s. You knew this was coming.
Rile it up, Josh.
The mid 2000s Colts.
Yeah.
I said on our emptying our thoughts brain dump episode when I was
Yep.
talking about tight end in the mid 2000s, the Colts had a really good tight end by the name of Marcus Pollard. And in the 2003 draft, my jaw was on the floor because the Bills had just taken Willis McGahee. Indianapolis Colts went up and drafted a player named Dallas Clark.
Dallas.
And they ran 2 tight ends. And it was a beautiful thing. And they scored a lot of points, ended up winning a Super Bowl. So another similarity. Look, I do want to ask you this, Stokes. When you look at him, 6'3", good receiver, not so much as a blocker. Is it possible that while he's a tight end, they just view him more as a big slot?
Yeah, I mean that's entirely possible because what are you going to do as a defense when he goes out there? Are you going to put a safety or cornerback on him? Well, he's going to have him outside. If you put a linebacker on him, he's most likely going to be able to outquick them. So I do think it's going to provide a matchup problem, and I mean I can see it. I can see the thought process. I definitely can. I just don't. I just don't know how that makes us closer to getting to the end result that we're all hoping for.
Let me ask you this. I just told Luka taking Josh Downs or Jalen Hyatt takes you out of DeAndre Hopkins. Does taking Dalton Kincaid necessarily take you out of DeAndre Hopkins, or does taking Dalton Kincaid necessarily take you out of Josh Downs? What do you guys think?
Go for it, Stokes.
I feel like it would take us out of the nuke running, just because I don't think that they would spend both essentially both first and second round pick on offensive weapons as far as wide receivers or tight end in this situation. So I think it does. So I guess. I could be wrong, of course.
What a buzzkill you are. I'm sitting here trying to paint this
sorry.
picture, and you're just like, oh, probably. All right. Well, guys, obviously we've been tracking the draft up until the Bills pick. Dallas just picked Mozzie Smith, but we are now kind of in Bills laser focus, reacting to the pick of Dalton Kincaid. Izzy has been a trooper for us tonight. He has been backstage. He has been typing and he's been keeping us up to date on what's going on Twitter. I definitely want to bring him in whenever he looks like he's a little bit tied up right now. I'd love to bring him in and hear his thoughts on it just because he's been with us, just to hear the thoughts on Dalton Kincaid. I'm going to say this. I liked the idea of Jalen Hyatt. If Nolan Smith turns out to be a star, this could sting. I love the fact they went offense. I really do. And there are mock drafts out there that had Dalton Kincaid going as high as 13 to the Packers. Like, this is absolutely a player that is worthy of pick at 25. And this Luka, this could be exactly what you've been talking about all draft season long, where we talk about, oh, they need this, they need this, they need this, they need this. And the Bills just stack their board and take the best player available. And maybe Dalton Kincaid was just sticking out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, look, ultimately, as I've repeated numerous times, we don't know how their board looked. And I will say this right now, looking at a group text that I am in with a lot of very good friends, I will say this. They are not happy with this pick. And I wonder if that's a more shared feeling. I am not as in deep in Twitter when it comes to that. I am only looking at draft spoilers right now for the production of this show here. But overall, I am not upset with this pick. I view this as them just understanding the value of adding a weapon to this team. And even to stack onto what the question you asked Stokes, I genuinely don't think this entirely takes them out of a DeAndre Hopkins situation either. I think that things don't have to be completely correlated when it comes to that. It may complicate things because you have roster decisions that you didn't think you necessarily had to have made. But overall, we even had a conversation off air where it's like, hey, maybe you just go one less tight end. You don't have that Tommy Sweeney. We don't have Tommy Sweeney right now, but you don't have that Tommy Sweeney guy. And then Gilliam becomes your true tight end 3/fullback guy because you need to roster 7 wide receivers on game day, whatever the situation may be. You now are trying to overload weapons on this offense. And I just think that what they did here is looked at a weapon that they valued very much so. And they probably did have receivers such as Zay Flowers or JSN and stuff like that above a Dalton Kincaid, but they all of a sudden this big run went on those wide receivers. Addison fell off the board once they saw Deonte Banks, and I guarantee being called his buddy over there in New York and was like, hey, what are you doing? So I can, understand what I need to do. And as soon as it wasn't a weapon, it was like, all right, we need to already call the Jags and get this moving. I love the pick when it comes to a sense of you are trying to add as many weapons as you possibly can to this offense. You are trying to do everything you can to put Josh Allen in a spot to succeed without him having to be Superman here and here out. And other weapons like Diggs don't have to be the big backpack of the offense when it comes to production. You can spread the wealth. You can make things happen. And yes, Knox has been very decent, and he has that contract extension of which he signed last offseason. But to your point of your reference, what if there is this guy who is just even better than him, and they understand that sitting here that they want to bring in here now on a rookie contract that can play that out and everything like that? I don't remember what Knox's exact contract details are, but I would imagine the way the NFL is these days, there's outs and stuff like that, that if the time comes that you need to move on from there to then bring in Kincaid as that true one, it can happen. So I personally am not upset with this pick. I like it, everything like that. And I understand the value of just adding another high-end weapon to this offense. And I don't necessarily think it takes them out completely of other weapons available either via trade or draft.
Let's take a quick timeout from the Kincaid chat just to catch up on the draft. I love the pick of Mozzie Smith for the Cowboys because they truly were like a penetrating defensive tackle away on their defense from really feeling like they have an all-around elite unit. That's really good. Jacksonville on the clock. Cam Robinson had the suspension that came out today. They obviously lost Jawan Taylor in free agency. I could see them. I don't think it would be a reach in my opinion. Antoine Harrison, I think, is a really solid player. I don't know if he has like elite upside that you want in the first round, but a really good pass blocker, that would make sense. Another team that I think could be in on tight ends, Doug Peterson down there in Jacksonville, comes from Philadelphia. When they had Zach Ertz, they drafted Dallas Goedert. They have Evan Ingram in house. He's on a franchise tag, but he hasn't signed it yet. And Evan Ingram, for putting up good stats last year, is really a one-dimensional tight end. You put a Michael Mayer in there, I think that's something they could really do. I know they want, it seems like they're really using calculated decisions to build around Trevor Lawrence. So at this point in time for the Jaguars, I would say that it's either going to be Michael Mayer or the tackle Harrison with maybe Darnell Washington, if he sneaks into the first round. I wouldn't take him there. I think that's a little bit rich, but I'm still kind of processing the Kincaid thing too, as if I'm being honest. But our buddy Sham is in chat, and he is a Jaguars fan. Let us know in chat what you think about the Dalton Kincaid pick, how you think the Bills have done. The one thing I'll say about Hopkins, guys, is they came into this draft with 6 picks. They now have 4. And you assume that Hopkins would cost a pick or 2. Maybe they dip into the future pool. But do they really want to come out of this draft with 2 rookies and Hopkins? That's dicey. That's where I might align with Stokes on this one. Of maybe it does get tricky. We shall see. They could always trade down in the second round, compile picks that way. There's ways you can add picks throughout the draft. They could also trade Ed Oliver if they want to. But Anton Harrison, there it is. The Jaguars take Anton Harrison. Pick makes too much sense. It's Cam Robinson, right? Their tackle. Yes. He's been underwhelming. He's been kind of like a baseline starter anyway. And now that he's suspended, when you have a Trevor Lawrence, you have to protect him. This pick makes all the sense in the world. I think Jacksonville would have been thrilled if one of the big 3 tackles or maybe even Skoronski fell to them. It didn't work out that way. This is not a bad pivot. He is one of the best pass blockers in this class. He's never going to overwhelm you in the run game, but they're going to be a pass-first offense. Keep Trevor Lawrence clean and, put him on the left side whenever Cam Robinson does move on. And they drafted a second-round tackle last year. It makes sense. You take a quarterback high, continue to build around him. And that's what the Bills did, hopefully, with Dalton Kincaid. It's what the Jaguars have done now with Harrison. And that puts the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. And they could be looking – they lost a pair of safeties this offseason. Maybe they're a team looking at Brian Branch. They're also a team that's been tied to Michael Mayer. We shall see. Any final thoughts we have here on Dalton Kincaid? Oh, Izzy, give me a thumbs up if you're good. I see you backstage. I want to bring you in and get your thoughts on Dalton Kincaid. All right, Izzy's going to pop in here.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
What do you think, Dalton Kincaid?
So he's not much of a blocker, but he's a great receiver. All of our wide receivers can play inside and out. We have Dawson Knox, who's a solid blocker and a good receiver. His hands, amongst Bill Mafia have been questionable. Now you have a guy who's a pure pass catcher at tight end. It's like Aaron Hernandez for the Patriots back when he was with them, minus the negatives, clearly.
Hopefully, yeah.
So to me, this pick allows us to go big, go small. Whatever we want to do, the Bills can now run their offense however they want to run it. It gives you a true number 2 tight end, whoever you see it as being, as whether it's Dawson Knox or this guy. Dawson Knox to me is the clear number 1 because he's the big paid guy. But this guy right here coming in, he gives you a 5th-year option, and as a receiver is outstanding. So why not, if you have your Diggs, your Davis, Shakir, Hardy, and Sherfield, go get a tight end who can complement this team. You want to run 2 tight ends, 3 receivers, 1 running back, whatever it is you want to do. Josh Allen now has the bevy of selections at receivers, whether it's tight end, running back, or wide receiver, to throw the ball to. This right here, to me, is a win.
Yeah.
It's hard because you wanted Downs, or you wanted Tank Dell, you wanted a Zay Flowers guy. This is a big target that Josh Allen gets to target and allows him to really just kind of relax a little bit at quarterback. So I am for it.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. A lot of pressure on Ken Dorsey to make it work. When McDermott was in Carolina, they had Greg Olson and Jeremy Shockey. It felt like maybe last year when they picked up O.J. Howard, they were trying to get that 12 personnel thing going, but O.J. Howard just had nothing left in his legs. Bengals are making their selection here. And are we going to see another tight end come off the board? Miles Murphy, Luka's guy at edge, gets into the first round.
Solid pick.
Let me ask you guys this. If the Eagles come out of this first round with Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith.
I wanted to bring that up, Josh. I'm like, I am not happy when it comes to look, the NFC, if you're an NFC guy and you're like a Giants fan, shout out Costa, or you're anyone else with the NFC and you're looking at that and all of a sudden they somehow have figured out a way to get Jalen Carter at 9 and Nolan Smith at 30. Oh my Lord. You have to not be happy about your chances right now in the division.
I will just tell you, I'm hoping they take him at 30 because the Chiefs are sitting there at 31, and I am cool on the Chiefs getting Nolan Smith. No, thank you.
Yeah,
and the Chiefs didn't get Zay Flowers, guys.
Yay!
I guess
this draft is wild, bro. This is wild. This draft is wild.
Mm-hmm. Still want to make fun of the Lions.
When it comes to
forward, let's go.
Yeah, when it comes to unpredictability, it's like everyone was right and some. I mean, thank you, Lions, first and foremost. Shout out, Lions. You guys are the best. Thank you for making this the most memorable draft when it comes to remembering that you guys may be questionable in your talent evaluation. Shout out you. But yeah, this was, I mean, no mock draft can be even remotely correct. I am so proud of myself for even getting 1 pick right when it comes to Quentin Johnston at 21, Josh. Not to, give me a little bit here.
Proud of you.
It's like overall, what a draft, what a time. But yeah, I'm with you on that. Nolan Smith not going to the Chiefs. Yeah, if it means going to the Eagles, props to the Eagles. They would have won the draft when it comes to Friday morning. That's for sure. And then yes, thank God he's not a Chief.
So what's left for the Bills to do? A lot. They could get Josh Downs. They still have to figure out an answer at linebacker. Drew Sanders is still out there, obviously, but that's something they could probably do in the 2nd round. There's other linebackers they could get in the 3rd or 4th round that make maybe more sense there. The Saints are on the clock right now. The Bills probably, I would say at this point in time, unless somebody like Bergeron falls, I think they're probably out on tackle at this point. They could still pick up a veteran like George Fant in free agency as their swing tackle if they're not comfortable with Quessenberry. There's no need to go after a running back. Yeah, Doyle's coming back off the ACL. There's no need to go after a running back now that Bijan's off the board. It was the unicorn of Bijan or nothing else. They probably, they need to add a defensive tackle at some point in this draft, and there's some good names still out there. We could see them do that. I still am not ruling out a Josh Downs or a Jalen Hyatt, but I think it's doubtful that they fall down to the Bills in the second round. Maybe Brandon Beans gets itchy again, or maybe he just didn't like those guys as much as we thought. And maybe evidence of that is the fact that they pivoted to tight end instead of taking one of them here at pick 25. Izzy, we appreciate you so much kind of hanging out backstage with us tonight, keeping us up to date on Twitter and running all that for us. We wanted to get you on the show to get your reaction, but we appreciate you hanging out, man, and we will talk to you soon.
I love you guys. You guys, anytime you guys want me, I'm here.
All right. Thanks, man. We appreciate it.
Man.
God bless.
All right. We got 3 picks left.
3 picks.
First round.
4 hours. We've been live for 4 hours, Josh. Let's turn it to us real quick here. No, I'm just kidding. But
Yeah,
we've
talk
been
about
live
us.
for 4 hours. I'm proud of both of you guys. You guys haven't stepped away to go to the bathroom once. I am the only individual that has somehow figured out a way to do so. This has been a crazy draft, as we talked about and stuff like that, Josh. But overall, like, what if you had to predict? Let's start talking about tomorrow when it comes to the Bills. If you had to predict what happens by the start of round 3, let's say, for the Bills, what is going to happen?
Go ahead, Stokes.
I would say it is most likely that the Bills would trade down to try and recoup a pick or two. I don't think. I think trading up is obviously out of the picture now with having only 4 picks left. So I would say a trade down is most likely.
I think Drew Sanders makes a lot of sense if he's there. They have an obvious need at middle linebacker. We talked about the fact that we didn't want them to take it in the first round, but Drew Sanders makes sense at, was it pick 59 that they have? There are some good defensive tackles still left in this class. I think there's still a handful of those guys they could go after. Benton from Wisconsin's kind of standing out to me as a guy that makes sense in the second round. There's some interior offensive linemen I really like. I expect them to come off the board early in the second round, but man, if Bergeron or if Tittman fall down to the Bills, Tittman is a guy that you get him in house and there's your long-term answer for Mitch Morse. At this point, the Bills don't have like pressing needs to where I think they can just take best player available. And maybe that's a sign of what they did with Dalton Kincaid, where it's more of, okay, do we need a tight end this year? Not necessarily, but Stephon Diggs is going to be 30. Gabe Davis is a free agent. We don't know about Khalil Shakir. We don't know about Deontay Hardy. We don't know about Sherfield, and we don't know what's going to happen with whatever pick we get in this draft if we take a wide receiver. We like Dalton Kincaid. 3 years from now, who's the primary pass catcher in this offense? Possibly Dalton Kincaid. You have to hope that that's his upside if you're taking him in the first round. So I think it's interesting. I'm never upset about adding a weapon. I'm certainly happier that they did this. I would have understood Mozzie Smith, but I obviously would have loved Nolan Smith. But sitting there and just taking like a Miles Murphy, give me Dalton Kincaid all day long over that, just because I want them to feed the offense. I still think leaning into day 2, Luka, to answer your question, I still have offense on my mind unless Drew Sanders falls. At that point, I think probably a plug-and-play middle linebacker. I will tell you, Drew Sanders is not my number 1 linebacker left, but I do think he's the number 1 linebacker on the board. So I kind of am in lockstep with Chris Sims on a linebacker situation with Henley, I think, but I don't think that he's somebody that would go in the second round. Feels like he's slipping a little bit. What are you thinking, Luka?
I'm in line with Stokes. I'm glad Stokes kind of picked up on that. I think one thing that the Bills kind of lucked out with last year, but also may have learned their lesson a little bit, is they did the exact same move. You trade your 4th to move up 2 spots in the first, get your guy, be happy with it. But now they're in a position where maybe they would have lived in a world if the Lions didn't exist, that Jack Campbell could have been someone they would hunt for. And if they're not in love with another linebacker couple that you had brought up and whatnot, they can easily move back, get a couple picks in the 3rd, and then even maybe recuperate something later on to get that pick back wherever they may be able to do it. I think that's a world we may live in where round 2 could end and the Bills have not made another pick yet. They're going to kind of move back and just understand what's there. Because again, you just brought up another individual where he could have been a late round 2 guy, but the way the board is slipping or whatever may be going on, he could slip into that 3rd round era, and that could still be their guy that they can get there and recuperate a pick with that pick 59. So I feel bad for Peter and Lance because that's kind of where, if I was in Brandon Beane's shoes, I think Stokes and I are more aligned where it's like, okay, how can we recuperate that pick we just gave up in order to get our guy just to make sure that the Cowboys didn't get him, whatever it may be, whatever the thought process was. I like that idea. Personally, that's where my head's at. And that's what I think they need to be able to do.
Brian Breese, his name is controversial. I've heard 7 different people say it 7 different ways, goes to the Saints. He is a guy that probably could have been a top 15 pick if not for battling injuries. This is a little bit of a gamble on the Saints' part, but man, if you hit, you're going to hit big. Another defensive tackle off the board. So some defensive linemen coming here late with Miles Murphy, Mozzie Smith, and Brian Breese. I would anticipate Nolan Smith here going to the Eagles. Is that what Luke was getting ready to tell me?
No. I was going to say Brandon Beane is on the McAfee show right as we are talking right now. So immediately when we get off here, Josh, I am going to be listening to this entire interview because normally Beane is pretty open on the McAfee show with the process because McAfee will ask a question and he may be not as direct, but he will give you some sort of answer. So it'll be very intriguing to know what is going to happen when it comes to why they went from 27 to 25 to get Kincaid. I'm going to be excited about that. Just anyone out there, if you're still watching, we appreciate you. It is 11:38 on the East Coast here. We have been live for over 4 hours. And if you're still sitting here watching us, you come over to my house and have dinner. All right. Like, I appreciate you. But overall, check out the McAfee show. I'm sure you'll see a clip online tomorrow of the Brandon Beane conversation because I'm sure it's a good one. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, you're good. And the McAfee show has been the catalyst for a lot of these DeAndre Hopkins rumors with Pac-Man Jones putting stuff out. So they're going to ask him about DeAndre Hopkins. I would expect Brandon Beane to play it coy. Maybe if he says something like, oh, the internet's a little bit more wild with this, you can kind of rule it out. But I'm not giving up on the Hopkins idea just yet. The fact that they're short on picks at this point, I do wonder how they swing it, but I don't think it's time to give up on it just yet. The Eagles are on the clock. There's 5 minutes left. Brandon Beane being live on McAfee, you'd think would rule out any possibility of the Bills trading back in.
Yeah,
You'd think that he's not.
He's in a closet, it looks like right now, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
It's just a generic white wall with this random plug with an aluminum cap over it. It's really weird setting.
Beane steps out of the room and Sean McDermott grabs the phone and just offers every pick to go up and get a linebacker.
Oh boy, wouldn't that
That
be
was my
something? All of a sudden the Bills trade up with the Eagles and Bean sitting here live on McAfee, and it's like, wait, who's calling the shots now? We need to have a bigger conversation, Josh. We got to have another clip here because clearly Bean is not the one making trades. No, that would be wild. Oh man, what a night! What a
I
time.
mean, it's got to be Nolan Smith, right? I mean,
It has to be. It has to be.
It is the only logical way to do this.
Nolan Smith, a potential top 10 pick, has somehow fallen here to the 30th when you love edge rushers, and it's like you got to do it.
Yeah.
If they're gonna go a different direction, though, you can make the argument for Brian Branch because they lost Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. You could make the argument for who was I just looking at here? Oh gosh, I just lost it. You could make the argument for Osiris Torrance because they are one of the few power running teams left in the league. And there is the issue with Kelsey and Johnson, their outstanding offensive linemen. Do they want to start restocking the cupboard now? And do you go after somebody like a Joe Tippmann or a Matthew Bergeron or a John Michael Schmitz? Any of those guys could come in. Don't forget they lost their starting guard in free agency, have not replenished that. So I think offensive line would not surprise me because the Eagles historically under Howie Roseman are not going to leave themselves light on the offensive line. That would not surprise me. If they don't go Nolan Smith, I would absolutely expect them to go with one of those offensive linemen I just named.
Oaks, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, that makes logical sense. I mean, the offensive line itself. I mean, there are a lot of guys that are long in the tooth, and if you want to continue to be this dominant team, you have to continue to replenish that. You can't just expect these guys to both remain as good as they are forever and as healthy as they've been. You can't just always expect that. So, yeah, if they go offensive line, I mean, that would really be the one that I would expect if not for Nolan Smith. But I think that a pick of Nolan Smith just makes too much sense for them to pass up for, especially for the way that they've been building their team. It's been games won in the trenches, and they feel as if they have the old line sort of locked in, and the way they were the way they dominated the NFC in the playoffs last year. I mean, I don't know.
Daniel just asked a question. If the Chiefs go after Michael Mayer, that'd be fun. I don't know. I don't get the sense that they're necessarily looking to add another tight end. I mean, Travis Kelce just has so much time left. It could happen though. It's good value. We'll see what happens here with the Eagles. Did I say
I genuinely don't know what the Chiefs are going to do. So you know what's actually going to happen, Josh? The Chiefs on the last pick of our live show are going to make me spell that Kansas State edge rusher's name to put it on a graphic. That is what they're going to do.
Tony Masters, thank you so much for watching from Peoria, Illinois. That's pretty close to my neck of the woods. I'm Southern Illinois myself. Stokes right below me is in Indiana, and then Luka right below him is in Buffalo. So we are spread out all over the map, but we appreciate you, Tony. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. We appreciate all of you who've hung with us, especially if you've been here this entire time. But we're honored that we know how precious draft night is. So just allowing us to be part of your draft night experience, we are absolutely flattered by that. We're going to see now what the NFC champion Philadelphia Eagles do. I don't know, guys. I'm getting a sense that this could be offensive line. Maybe the league just isn't as high on Nolan Smith as the rest of us think.
Yeah, potentially. Eagles seem like the kind of team though that just go BPA and stuff like that. So it really makes it an unpredictable pick more than anything else. I will say this, Josh, shout out to all of us because we are more on point with the pick right now than an actual NFL show. McAfee still shows the Saints on the clock. They're just doing, I mean, I bet you what they're doing right now with Ty Schmidt and stuff is hilarious. And they're doing a whole skit and stuff. Awesome. He's standing in front of something. I won't say.
Shout out to Luka for watching a show while doing a show like that. That is
I'm watching the draft while watching a show while doing graphics and here.
That is next level ADHD right there. Let's see here.
Oh, it's the dude perfect, people.
Come on, man.
This is where I'll join Josh. What are we doing?
God. Oh, let's give a little speed. Oh, and they're funny. Like they are funny. So they're gonna try to like make the crowd laugh, which you should do at the beginning of the night, not at the end when everybody wants to go home.
Oh my goodness. Wait, is Kansas City Central Time or are they Eastern Time? I don't actually know.
Central.
Okay, so it's still reasonable there.
Isn't that one of the cities where there's like part in Central, part in Eastern?
I don't believe so. I could be wrong. I think Indianapolis is one of those, right?
Yeah,
Indy is. Yeah. Well, I think isn't Indy all Central? Because I know I've gone out there for work and it's like Indy Central, but then you drive up north all of a sudden to I can't remember where, and you're in the Eastern Time zone or vice versa. And I'm like, oh, this is just I can't imagine commuting in this.
So Kansas. Welcome to geography class, folks. Kansas is actually west of Missouri, which is west of Illinois. So there's no eastern portion.
Okay. Yeah. I know Tennessee, shout out Tennessee. They got that whole divide thing because I know people that have to drive back and forth there. And it's like,
oh, good. They're flipping a coin on stage, everybody. This is what we want to see.
A massive prop coin. Yep.
In Kansas City. Oh, that's hilarious. Tails. Dude, perfect.
Josh has been taking everyone out who's on stage that's not Goodell. I'll be honest. I thought I was going to be more ruthless tonight, Josh. You have, I mean, maybe it's my, as you pointed out, ADHD, where I'm watching 5 different things at once. But also, real quick, Dawson Knox added Dalton Kincaid with eye emoji and a GIF that's just, this is where the fun begins. Anakin Skywalker from episode 3. Just letting you know, shout out. I know exactly where that GIF's from. Yeah, I got that kind of knowledge in me. But looks like Dawson Knox is excited about Dalton Kincaid being in the building.
Oh, God. Eagles got Nolan Smith. Will, we know you're happy. We appreciate you hanging out, my friend. You've been here all night. Congratulations on what looks like an absolute home run draft for your Eagles.
Nakobe Dean congratulated him. He was there for his draft party. How about that?
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
so
no,
they're just taking
the Eagles
Georgia
are just
players.
Recreating the Georgia defense from 2 years ago. They're like, wow, that thing looked really good on the field. We're just gonna put it on our field.
Wow.
They won the draft. They already won the draft.
Tomorrow when we see grades, which for the record, grades don't matter, people. If you see the Bills.
That's what I told all my teachers in high school.
Yeah. Well, depends on the context here, but draft grades do not matter. So for instance, when the Seahawks infamously took Russell Wilson and Bruce Irvin and all this, they got an F. They were the only F of that draft. Well, fast forward a little bit, that entire draft class, which also had Bobby Wagner, won them a Super Bowl. So draft grades don't matter. So if the Bills get a C- or B- or whatever might come because of Kincaid, whatever. The Eagles, though, yeah, they're the consensus A of this draft. They killed the first round. This is what a haul. Congrats.
Yeah, and just kind of eyeballing it, it feels like the Jets had a rough first round. Will McDonald 15th overall. The Lions kind of confused us twice with Jack Campbell and Jahmyr Gibbs before 20. What else? The wide receivers, Quentin Johnson felt a little earlier, but I was fine with that. We projected why that would be. Luka talked about the needs they have. Devin Witherspoon was a little bit of a surprise, but I don't hate reaching for corner if you like him. He certainly was a top 10 player. Bijan felt a little early, but I mean, Mox have been saying that for a while. Otherwise, Darnell Wright, maybe a little surprising. People thought that was going to be a Skoronski spot, but overall, not a really weird draft. There, outside of what the Lions did, it feels like it all kind of makes sense. Still not really sure, though, what happened with Christian Gonzalez, why he fell and ended up being the first, second, third cornerback. I guess he was only the third cornerback off the board, but for Forbes to go over Gonzalez is pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's funny. So what you just said there, just to put it in a nice, beautiful bow, and I'll let Stokes even add to it, but it's a crazy draft, unpredictable draft, everything like that. And yet, the way it's transpired, other than a couple outliers, which there always are, it's actually like, okay, you can kind of talk into most fan bases to make them understand. Shout out you, Daniel. Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. I'm pretty sure I share your same sentiments. Go Cardinals also, shout out them, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, Paris Johnson. It's a good pick at 6. Recuperated another first round pick for basically getting your guy 3 picks back. I mean, in the better draft, by the way. Josh, looking very much forward to 2024 draft show. You know what I'm saying?
I'm ready for it.
Oh, Caleb Williams first overall to Cardinals.
The Bills are going to pick 31.
Well,
because the Dolphins are going to get caught cheating again.
Oh, there it is.
I was waiting for the joke. I was like, there it is.
Yeah. When the Bills or when the Chiefs pick here and put a bow on this round, are you guys down for recording a quick episode of Quick Hits previewing round 2? We can do it for the live audience.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we'll probably change the background to more of like a 3-way quick hits kind of deal. That was sus. 3-way quick hits. Yeah.
I mean, we could still. I don't think. Oh boy, have I made a quick?
It doesn't matter. We can even just use this. It's fine.
No, I got no.
Because this tells the story of the first round anyway.
Okay, fine. I mean, I could just do our normal thing too, but
yeah.
All right. Trying to be creative here.
Chiefs, they don't need anything. They're Super Bowl champions. They're annoying. Luka, neither one of us had them candidly in our mock draft because we stopped at the Bills pick.
Yeah.
So just kind of going off the cuff here, they could always use a wide receiver. They lost Juju. They still have Sky Moore developing. They lost Mecole Hardman. I saw somebody mention in chat that Josh Downs can make a lot of sense. And quite honestly, that could make a lot of sense that they have the deep ball guy in MVS in their offense. They have Travis Kelce to funnel targets through, but Josh Downs being that chain mover, maybe to kind of give them insurance on Sky Moore since it didn't go well year 1. Something to consider. Andy Reid historically loves the line of scrimmage, like historically loves it. So I could absolutely see him falling in love with a tackle here or a guard, but their offensive line is pretty well set. I don't know. They're good at linebacker. They loaded up on the secondary last year. There's not really an edge here that I would pound the table for. What are you thinking, Stokes?
Yeah, I think that an edge rusher would make sense for what they want to do. What they want to do is just score and then get a stop here and there. I mean, really and truly is what they end up trying to do. And as long as they got Chris Jones there to clog the middle up, all they really need is a guy that can get a sack or 2 here and there. I feel like offensively, I don't think that they're going to go wide receiver here. I mean, there's nothing that tells me anything, but I just don't think they're going to go wide receiver. I'm just
love the honesty, Stokes. Love the honesty.
If they go Jalen Hyatt, I'm going to be so sad.
I'll sign off. You just handle yourself. I was literally about to say, Josh, I don't have a spoiler yet, just for the record. I was going to say there's a sneaky little thing in the back of my head that goes, I think maybe they would like a guy like a Jalen Hyatt. Like they would love something like that because they've tried other guys in the past. They got rid of Reek, of course. He's in Miami now, as we all are aware, and stuff like that. And it's just like they could use that deep shot guy. They could use someone like that because watching last season, it just MVS wasn't working out. So a guy like Jalen Hyatt could make sense.
Tony Masters, we will get to your question as soon as the Chiefs pick is in, and we can kind of react to that, and then we'll get to your question on DeAndre Hopkins for sure. So hang out for 1 sec. Costa says Ringo can make sense here.
Ooh, yeah. I'm a big guy of Keely Ringo. I do like Keely Ringo. I had him actually going to, in our mock show, going to the Vikings, and I think I got a couple like surprised faces on that one, to be quite honest. But I like Ringo a lot. He fits a lot of things that you would like in an athletic corner.
I mean, Chris Collinsworth mocked him Hendon Hooker in the first round. Maybe that happens. Will Levis is still.
I will say Will Levis got officially announced by Ari Mirov that he is not taken. They haven't. Ari, who's been the guy I've been reading leaks on tonight, has been spot on. He said that it was not Levis. Oh, they didn't make me. I will say it's not the guy from Kansas State with the crazy last name. Oh wait, Kansas State. Oh, is it? Yeah. Okay, never mind. It wasn't that guy, but I
is it Ozuma?
About something else.
It's Ozoma.
It's Ozoma. Yeah.
All right. They took an edge. Good for them. That makes me think maybe they wanted Nolan Smith, and that makes me happy. So the Chiefs go with Felix and Duque Uzoma. So the edge situation is not looking great for the Bills heading into day 2, as BJ Ojolari and Keon White are pretty much the last ones standing as far as guys you would think about taking in the second round. All right. Well, I know it hasn't announced it on TV. It is what it is. I want to get to Tony's question. In your honest opinion, do we still have potential to get D-Hop? I think they do. I think the odds are worse now, but there's a couple ways you can look at it, Tony. One, the Ravens were the biggest opponent for the Bills in this. Also the Chiefs, who appear now to be going with an edge defender. The Ravens took a wide receiver. That should officially take them out of the mix, I would think, unless they move on from Rashad Bateman. The Bills did not take a receiver. They did take a tight end, but in doing so, they traded up with their 4th-round pick and their 1st-round pick to do it. So they started the draft with 6 picks. They're sitting here with 4 picks. They've only added 1 player. A trade for Hopkins would probably cost multiple picks. So now you're looking at a situation where they spend 2 picks on Hopkins. They only have 2 picks left in the draft. Do you want to come out of a draft with only 3 rookies? That's where I have my doubts. And we talked about this a little bit earlier in the show. Stokes says it kind of lessens his thought that they would go after it. Luka is still kind of riding the wave, thinking it's possible. I am curious to see what Brandon Bean says on McAfee. Oh, Luka just made a face. Maybe you don't think it's possible.
No. I still do it. I will not give up hope. Let me grandstand. I will not give up hope of D-Hop until it's made official otherwise. I will not do it. I want to buy a D-Hop number 6 jersey that is a Buffalo Bills jersey. Gosh darn it. Sorry.
I mean, you could always do that. They have custom jerseys.
Yeah, I'm not going to be that guy. Come on. It's like Saber. There's, I've seen it once or twice still, where it's like Sabres Connor McDavid jersey. That just makes me sad.
Yeah. Felix and Duque Uzama. All right, you guys want to do a quick hits?
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm finishing this graphic real quick here. Of course, the Chiefs ruined it. I was trying to keep every player 2 line, right? Position, player, school. And here come the Chiefs doing a hyphenated long name that I have 3 lines on. Like, the Chiefs just create ways for me to hate them.
They just find ways to be annoying. They really do.
There we go. All right. We are set. Let's do it.
All right, chat. Keep it down. We're going to record a video for YouTube, but you'll be able to see it all play out. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red. Sorry, I don't actually do that before the shows. What's going on, everybody? Josh McCarty from Built-In Buffalo, and today I am with Luka and Stokes, and we are going to put a bow on the first round of the Buffalo Bills draft as they come away with Dalton Kincaid. Stokes, we thought the Bills could go after an offensive weapon, but Dalton Kincaid, a tight end, isn't necessarily the position we thought they'd address.
No, definitely not. I didn't think that was going to be where we'd go, but I've got to believe it's got to be a situation where Bean thought he was the best player available, and they felt pretty convicted in the fact that he would provide a really good fit for the offense and mismatches and something for Ken Dorsey to take advantage of with him.
Kincaid becomes the first offensive player the Bills have drafted in the first round since selecting Josh Allen in the 2018 draft. Luka, it felt like a series of unfortunate events leading up to the Bills trading up to the 25th pick to take Kincaid, as 4 wide receivers went from picks 20 to 23.
Yeah, right. Before that, it seemed like everything was working out really, really well. The board was falling where we could have our pick of the litter situation. And then, as you pointed out perfectly, 20, 21, 22, 23, all wide receivers, names that we had been circling this entire pre-draft process fell off consecutively. And it was just a situation where, in my opinion, I was happy to see Bean kind of do exactly what he did last season, figure out which guy he really, really likes, and just move up a couple spots, go get your guy. Like, that's inevitably that run, I think, forced his hand a little bit and just had to do it because that breakdown is probably not what he wanted to see. And he probably didn't even realistically expect, after you saw Jack Campbell go 18 and then Kalijah Cansey go 19. It's like, wow, even JSN still on the board. We might be absolutely okay to just stand pat at 27.
Well, Stokes, the big news coming into today was the Bills might be one of the teams trading for DeAndre Hopkins. And while they didn't select a wide receiver in round 1, they did use 2 picks to go up and take an offensive pass catching weapon. So it seems like while you can't rule out the Hopkins thing, less optimism is warranted.
Yeah. I think that unless when you trade, if you were to trade for DeAndre Hopkins, let's say you traded like a 2nd and 4th, and then you got Hopkins in the 5th and 6th or something along those lines, or if you dipped into future assets to get that trade, I think it'd be really, really difficult for the Bills to leave this draft having only selected three players, or I mean, less than that.
Luka, let's spin it forward to day 2, Friday night. There's still some big names on the board we know the Bills were tied to. 2 wide receivers, and Jalen Hyatt and Josh Downs are sitting there. Dalton Kincaid was the only tight end to come off the board. I would not anticipate that the Bills go back to the tight end well with Michael Mayer or Darnell Washington. Keanu Benton is a defensive tackle sitting there that we've heard that the Bills could have some interest in, and there are a handful of offensive linemen out there. What are you looking for with the Bills in day number 2?
I think if they're kind of willing to just sit there at 59 and just are going to stand pat and just be happy with everything that's going on, I do think that there's a lot of options that could be there for them. I mean, linebackers, of course, see what falls and see how the board moves and everything like that. There's definitely a lot of day 2 linebacker guys that seem to fit the bill. Seem to fit the Bills when it comes to being able to kind of fill in a role that may be well for them. But also, I mean, realistically, you could see a reality where, okay, they move that 4th round pick in order to move up a couple spots and get Kincaid. Now let's see what we can do when it comes to that late 2nd round pick, move back a little bit if someone else likes someone and you're just not in love with anyone, and recuperate a pick or 2 on day 3. When it comes to, we've seen them move back multiple times before and then get a guy that they liked in James Cook. Maybe they try to, duplicate that same process. Maybe Bean just does exactly the same strategy he had last season, this season, and just moves back a little bit to see if he can get a pick or 2 here or there to then get other guys he feels will still be there in the 3rd round. I think there's a lot of options on the board for the Bills, and really that's what's going to make it exciting when it comes to watching day 2 and following along as a Bills fan. I don't necessarily really know what the Bills are going to be doing moving forward, because honestly, I didn't even think that Dalton Kincaid, I love the pick and everything like that. I really like the pick right now, but it wasn't one that I had thought was on their radar. So now I really genuinely don't know what to expect in day 2, and that's exciting.
I'm intrigued by the pick. I want to see what Ken Dorsey can do with this new moving chess piece on offense. Can they still keep Dawson Knox involved? Are there enough targets to go around to this tight end that they spent a 1st round pick on to bring in? You would certainly hope with a move up the board to bring in a tight end weapon like this that they have a plan in mind. Some names still available to the Bills that have been mocked to them even as early as the 1st round. Brian Branch, safety. We already talked about Josh Downs and Jalen Hyatt. Drew Sanders, linebacker, is a guy that we know the Bills are still trying to find the answer for what to do with Tremaine Edmonds leaving the building. Stokes, do you have a favorite idea for day number 2?
So I don't think he'll be there, but I like the thought of bringing in Brian Branch, and also, well, I can't say Jalen Hyatt. I can't say wide receiver anymore because I just can't see the Bills going first and second round with offensive weapons like that. But I do like the thought of Drew Sanders, as has been previously mentioned. I think that he's more likely of a player that could be in the range that the Bills will pick in the second round. But a player like Branch, it'd be a situation where something crazy would need to happen, like falling to 30.
So we know the Bills have 4 defensive tackles in their rotation right now that are on expiring deals. There are 3 names that are still very interesting available: Gervin Dexter Sr., Keanu Benton, and then a guy that I know Luka really likes, Siaki Ika, is still available for the Bills on day 3. There is still Adamamwe Adebore. I'm so sorry. It is a long night, but he's an intriguing player, high-end athlete, kind of a guy that can move between edge and defensive tackle. Some names out there, and we would like you to tune into Built-in Buffalo on Friday, as Peter Dibiasi and Lance Nelson will be taking over our live coverage. If you liked this video, Stokes, Luka, and I were live for the entire draft. We reacted live to the Bills pick. That video is available on YouTube, and you can watch the entire 4.5-hour reaction, including us recording this video right here on the live tab on Built-in Buffalo YouTube. He is Luka. He is Stokes. I am Josh McCarty, and we will see you next time on Built-in Buffalo Quick Hits.
Did you want me to stop there?
No, we're good. We gotta say goodnight to the chat.
Well done for trying to say that name.
I could not have butchered that any worse. It's one of those things where it was like, do I even want to say it? But I could just feel myself going toward it. I'm like, well, here goes nothing.
Yeah,
like,
here we are. Here we go.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
I think we're still live.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
live.
No, we know we're still live, Izzy. We were just wrapping up and saying goodbye to the chat and everything.
Hang on,
what? I know it sounded a little weird, but yeah, we were just doing our thing. We're still wrapping up and everything like that.
All right, guys. Well, chat, we cannot thank you enough for hanging out with us tonight on this draft show. It was a project that Luka and Stokes and I have been wanting to do for a while. It was 4.5 hours. I took 1 bathroom break, had some technical issues early on. We want to thank Kristen Kimmick from the Bills Mafia Babes. We want to thank Joe DeRosa from Cover1. We want to thank our partners on Built-in Buffalo, starting with Izzy, who helped us out a lot in the background with Built-in Buffalo, keeping us up to date on Twitter, Peter Dibiasi, Lance Nelson, and then Tia Stell, and obviously Stokes and Luka. You know how I feel about you guys. We joke a lot on air, but I appreciate all the work you guys do. I appreciate your dedication to this, and I appreciate all of you who hung out with us for however long it was, for letting us experience the NFL draft with you. The Bills took Dalton Kincaid. Built-in Buffalo will be live tomorrow to react to picks 2 and 3, rounds 2 and 3, and we will see you next time on Bills Chat. Luka and I will be back Monday morning with a recap of the entire draft weekend. And then I'm sure Stokes and I won't be too far behind with some quick hits videos reacting to it all before we take a little bit of a post-draft break from all this creation. But guys, again, thank you so much for watching. Stokes, Luka, Izzy again. We will see you next time on Bills Chat.
Go Bills.